Maoist Economics and the Revolutionary Road to Communism. The Shanghai Textbook. Publisher's Note. Maoist Economics and the Revolutionary Road to Communism. The Shanghai Textbook on Socialist Political Economy was originally published in China in December 1975 under the title Fundamentals of Political Economy. The first part of the Chinese edition was an exposition of the political economy of capitalism and imperialism. That portion is not included here, as what is most path-breaking and enduring about this work is its discussion of socialism, hence the title change. However, the opening chapter to the work as a whole, which deals with the content and method of Marxian political economy, has been retained. For this new English-language edition, an introduction and an afterword by Raymond Lotta, a list of suggested readings on socialist political economy, and an index have been furnished. Major study references and notes. At the end of each chapter are from the original Chinese edition. Explanatory bottom-of-page footnotes have been added by the editor. An article that appeared originally in Red Flag and subsequently in the Peking Review in 1976, has been excerpted and added as an appendix to Chapter 4. Study questions that appeared at the end of each chapter of the Chinese edition have been dropped. A chapter on Socialist China's external economic relations has been deleted. The chapter was less a continuation of the work's theorization of socialist society than it was an accounting of certain diplomatic, aid, and trade policies during the early and mid-1970s and the presentation of the class, nature, and possibilities for economic development of independent Third World states departed in significant ways from the theoretical framework of the rest of the book. An English translation of an earlier, 1974 edition of the entire work, including the section on capitalism, is available as Fundamentals of Political Economy, translated and edited by George Wang. Armonk, New York, E.M.E. Sharp, 1977. This translation was done by a team working from the 1975 Chinese text and making use of the Wang translation of the 1974 edition. English translations published by the People's Republic of China at the Tiran. The work was brought out, have been used as a standard for phrasing and style. Quotations are taken from, and references and citations are, wherever possible, given to official Chinese translations and authoritative English-language sources. Most of the Chinese names, terms, and places in the text have been romanized according to the Wade-Giles system, which was the system of transliteration most widely in use at the time this work first appeared. Even though the Netisi Pinyin system has since come to replace it, this translation preserves the Wade-Giles system of spelling to aid readers in searching out bibliographic citations and references. Introduction. Maoist Econon FLCS and the Future of Socialism. By Raymond Lotta. Maoist Economics and the Revolutionary Road to Communism. The Shanghai Textbook on Socialist Political Economy should be of interest to anyone who sees the present social order as cruel and unjust and has dreamed of the possibility of something fundamentally and radically different. For this book tells of a liberating socialism. It tells of a lily-erating economics. It tells of Maoism. Can society be organized on a foundation other than that of exploitation, competition, and private gain? Are alienation, social fragmentation, and bureaucratic domination the unavoidable consequences of economic and technological development? What was probed and achieved in revolutionary China between 1949 and 1976 challenged deeply held assumptions about what humanity is capable of. This book was written in 1975 and reflects the most advanced experience of socialist economics that the world has seen. China's socialist revolution began in 1949 with the countrywide seizure of power by the workers and peasants led by the Chinese Communist Party. The revolution passed through several important stages marked by changes in the ownership system, the creation of new socialist economic and institutional forms, and mass political campaigns and upheavals. China's socialist revolution met defeat and came to an end in 1976, when a military coup overthrew working-class power. In historical time, 27 years are scarcely a blip on the radar screen. But in terms of what was accomplished between 1949 and 1976, we're dealing with something quite epical. 1/4 of humanity had struggled heroically to forge a path to the future, and had embarked on a journey of unparalleled political, economic, and social transformation. This book is part of that endeavor's enduring legacy. This book is suppressed in China today. A liberating economics? You will search in vain in bourgeois-nomics for concern with, much less solutions to, great social problems such as poverty, inequality, or environmental degradation. Its compass is rather more narrow and self-justifying. There are the discourses on how the price mechanism leads to efficient allocation of resources. Efficiency to what end, and for whom, never questioned. The idealized models of decision-making and perfect competition in a market economy that assume away the real, unequal structure of economic and political power and paper over the real world of conflict. Capitalist against worker, capitalist against capitalist, imperialist rival against imperialist rival. The mythology of general equilibrium, when in fact capitalism is a crisis-prone system that cannot secure full employment of resources and labor. And the arcane mathematical treatments of issues such as international trade that somehow can't fit world hunger into the equations. Confronted with the stark gap between the world depicted in their abstract theory and life-crushing reality, the bourgeois economists explain that such things as racial discrimination or industrial pollution are imperfections or negative externalities of a market economy. That is, unfortunate but peripheral aberrations of the workings of a self-correcting system. And worry not, because the market will eventually perform its magic. It is the core idea of capitalism, going back to Adam Smith's famous metaphor of the invisible hand, that individuals pursuing their own selfish ends and acting as autonomous agents will contribute their share to what is rationally best for everybody. That economics might have anything to do with overcoming the division of society into haves and have-nots, and with creating the conditions for the all-round development of freely associating human beings, would be dismissed by its bourgeois practitioners as an absurdity. And they are right. From the standpoint of capitalist economic laws, bourgeois economics, like bourgeois society, is sensitive only to what can be bought and sold, to profit and loss. Indeed, capitalism is a system in which human needs are addressed and met only as byproducts of the pursuit of profit. It is a logic of profit maximization based on exploitation and oppression. And it shapes and subordinates everything in its domain, from the physical landscape to the labor process to relations between men and women. The vision, the economic theory, and the experience of building a new society, summed up in Maoist economics and the revolutionary road to communism, hereafter referred to as the Shanghai Textbook, point in a radically different direction. A socialist revolution creates a new kind of economy. The means of production are no longer the private property of a minority of society, but are placed under society's collective control. Economic resources are no longer employed to maximize profit, but are utilized to meet the fundamental needs and interests of the masses of people. Social production is no longer carried out without prior plan or social purpose, but is now shaped according to consciously adopted aims and coordinated as a whole. The mechanisms and motivations of capitalism give way to something new: social planning, social cooperation, and conscious mass participation in all aspects of economic and social development. The potential for varied and all-sided human activity that the powers of social production have put within reach can begin to be realized. All of which is to say that the misery, the dehumanization, and the inequality that are daily life under capitalism need not be. The great gap between rich and poor, the scourge of unemployment, the oppression and degradation of women, the subjugation of and discrimination against whole nations and nationalities, the problems of healthcare, housing, and urban decay. These and other sores of class society can be taken on and overcome. The desperate, competitive struggle of all against all to survive and claw their way ahead need not be. The creativity, energy, and fierceness of purpose of the nobodies on the bottom of society can be unleashed on a vast and transformative scale. Problems can be taken up for collective solution. The needs and direction of society can be wrangled over by people in their millions. And through this process of struggle and debate, people can change in ways unimaginable under the present order. Socialism makes this possible. We live in a world in which the life activities of the laboring majority are subject to the controlling power of a minority whose interests are opposed to theirs. We live in a world in which people's lives are ruled by blind economic forces. The spontaneous movement of a stock or commodity price can, literally overnight, alter the lives of millions throughout the world. But with the creation of a system of socially organized and socially directed production, humanity crosses an toric threshold. The structure and functioning of society will no longer be wrapped in mystery, but can become known to the community of individuals who make it up. The economic system and society as a whole will no longer confront the masses of people as something external, alien, and dominating, but rather will be something they are more and more consciously taking hold of, transforming, and mastering in their own interests. At bottom, that is what this book is all about. Maoism emphasizes that economic development by itself is not enough, nor is it the essence of socialism. Growth must serve and be guided by larger political and social goals, fundamentally the quest of the proletariat and laboring people to master all of society and ultimately to eliminate classes on a world scale. Economic change and the creation of social wealth must be accompanied by change in every sphere of society, including very importantly change in people's outlook and thinking. Maoism emphasizes that people, not things, are decisive. The conscious activism of the laboring people, not the capital stock or level of technology as such, are the crucial variables of economic and social development. The laboring people must master technology, not the other way around. And Maoism emphasizes that the socialist project hinges on its constant reinvigoration. The revolution must continue, and the class struggle must be continually waged in order to transform society and the world. Yes, this is a radically different approach to economics and to the development of society overall. When the Shanghai Textbook was published in 1975, China was still undergoing the extraordinary struggle and ferment of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Factories in Shanghai and in many other cities were experimenting with new forms of worker participation in management. Peasants were discussing the ways that Confucian, patriarchal, and authoritarian values still influenced their lives. Scientists were conducting research among and sharing understanding with workers rich in practical experience. Administrators were routinely called on the carpet for losing touch with the people. Engineers became workers. Teachers became students, political officials became garbage collectors, and vice versa. This was a society, and friend and foe alike would scarcely disagree, that was consciously ranging itself against capitalism. No aspect of economic development and organization was taken for granted, whether it be the supposedly inescapable trajectory of modernization and urbanization. Revolutionary China took bold steps to break with the traditional Western and the more recent Third World patterns of chaotic and lopsided city and industrial growth, and to integrate industry with agriculture and town with countryside. Or technology. The Maoists emphasized that the design, applications, and relationship of people to technology are shaped not only by the development of the productive forces, but also by the social relations of an economic system, or the very notion of what constitutes economic efficiency and optimality, which were seen in broader economic and social terms rather than in a narrow cost-effectiveness frame. This was a socialism that dared challenge not only the brutal profit above all calculus and stultifying methods of organization of capitalism, but its whole me-first mindset as well. Serve the people was not just a slogan emblazoned on the walls of factories, schools, hospitals, and retail stores. It was an ideological benchmark against which tens of millions judged themselves and others. This was a revolution that promoted initiative, creativity, and daring, but for the sake of the collectivity, not for oneself. China, it need hardly be said, is a very different society today. After Mao Zedong died in 1976, rightist forces led by Deng Xiaoping staged a military coup. The systematic dismantling of socialism, the restoration of capitalism, and the resubordination of China to imperialism were to begin. This sea change is perhaps best captured in the slogan promoted in the early 1980s by the new leadership: "To get rich is glorious." And so it has been. For a few. Shanghai has opened a stock market. Speculation in urban real estate is now legitimate economic activity. Special economic zones have been carved out to serve multinational corporation and rations. China's leaders have turned the country into a low-wage assembly complex and production base for domestic and foreign capital. In early 1992, an average of 45 new foreign-financed ventures were being contracted each day. Workers are told to keep their noses to the grindstone and out of politics. In the countryside, under the banner of reform, the communes were broken up and rural collective assets grabbed up by the well-positioned. I.e., resulting social polarization has forced millions of disadvantaged peasants to migrate to urban areas. Economic and social inequalities are widening rapidly between the favored coastal rim, where most of China's growth is taking place, and the vast inland regions of the country, where stagnation and poverty are the norm. I.e., economy now shows all the earmarks of boom-bust cyclical development. It is also on an ecological disaster course. Short-term interests of growth and profit have resulted in the neglect and abuse of irrigation and flood works, the chopping down of much of the country's mature forests, and massive industrial dumping that is polluting clean water sources. China's external debt and dependency are mounting. Old social ills have re-emerged. In the countryside, the killing of girl babies, since male labor power is now viewed as a vital asset in the every-family-for-itself economy that is being foisted on the rural majority, and clan violence. In the cities, unemployment, beggary, and prostitution. Culturally, revolutionary images of women holding up half the sky have given way to icons of women as dutiful housewives, dressed for success consumers, and sex objects. Corruption is so widespread in Chinese society that it no longer arouses shock. These are the economic and social realities behind China's vaunted growth rates. And the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre of workers and students served to bring political reality into sharp focus. Such is the new old China. China today is socialist only in name. But the story run in the West is that the pragmatic leaders grouped around Deng Xiaoping have brought sanity to a society that had been held in the grip of totalitarian Maoist madness. Yes, the apologetics continue. There are distasteful political practices. But when the octogenarians in charge die off, democratization, Western-style institutionalized control and deception will then flower completely. The truth is that the rule of workers and peasants has fief crushed, property and hierarchy re-enshrined, and profit put in command of economic development. A new exploiting class has restored not sanity but capitalism. Exactly what Mao had warned would happen if the rightists within the Communist Party seized power. What these capitalist roaders have overthrown and undone is precisely what this book details and upholds. The Shanghai Textbook is one of the most complete presentations by the Maoist revolutionaries of their views on the nature and functioning of the socialist alternative to capitalism. It makes a major contribution to socialist economic theory. That would be valuable under any circumstances. But in the current world climate, the book takes on heightened importance, because the claim is made that there is in fact no alternative to capitalism. Socialism, we are to believe, has failed and can only fail. As anyone who has lived through the last few years knows, the ruling classes of the West have staged an ideological victory parade. It started with the collapse in 1989 of the Soviet-dominated regimes in Eastern Europe, and it became an epic celebration with the disintegration of the Soviet Union itself. But what collapsed in the former Soviet Union was not socialism. It was a particular form of capitalism, a highly centralized state monopoly capitalism in which state ownership and state planning were invested with capitalist content. There was nothing revolutionary about this class-divided, exploitative, and oppressive society. In fact, socialism in the Soviet Union was overthrown in the 1950s, and the lessons of the Soviet experience are major themes of this book. What the ruling classes are celebrating is Western-style capitalism. No other set of economic arrangements, they tell us, can perform as efficiently or rationally. No other political system can provide scope for individual development. Never mind that the gap between rich and poor nations in the wondrous world market economy has doubled over the last 30 years, or that each day 40,000 children die of malnutrition and preventable disease in a third world dominated by international capitalist economic and political institutions. Never mind that the West is experiencing the most painful and protracted global economic slowdown of the post-war period. Never mind the obscenity of the claim that a Western-style market that ravages the U.S.'s inner cities is somehow going to solve Russia's housing crisis. Never mind centuries of industrial development that has been as blind as it has been rapacious toward the eco-balance of the planet. Never mind a system that requires people to perfect themselves as saleable products in the marketplaces of work and human relationships. Ignore all that. The market ensures the best of all possible worlds. If Western capitalism has declared triumph over exploitation and corruption that masqueraded as socialism in the Soviet bloc, it is also using the occasion to declare null and void the possibility that humanity can move beyond exploitation, inequality, fragmentation, and a social environment of greed and selfishness to create a very different kind of society. The ruling classes are proclaiming not just the verdict of history, but the end of history. Society and history can advance no further. The West, as if by divine providence, has realized the ideal of all civilized peoples. Anything that challenges capitalism is at best a pipe dream, and at worst an unworkable utopia imposed from above that can only lead to nightmare. The victory parade is, as the historian Arno Mayer described it, a thunderous celebration of dystopia. Which is to say, since you can't have a perfect world, long live greed and oppression and meanness. And all this has not been without political effect. Among many who at one time or another embraced alternatives to capitalism, the collapse of the Soviet economic and political system, erroneously identified as socialist, and the ideological assault against socialism have led to deep questioning and doubt about the nature and future of socialism. What is at issue here is the feasibility of revolutionary communism, whether or not it is possible to end all oppression and class distinctions on the basis of the voluntary and collective efforts of millions, whether or not political leadership and economic institutions can serve such ends, whether in fact a socialist economy can work. In raising such questions, Mao and the experience of revolutionary China until his death in 1976 are a fundamental point of departure. The state bourgeois ideologues of the former Soviet Union peddled a vulgar pseudo-Marxism that sequeut socialism with formal and legal state ownership, benevolent welfarism, technocratic efficiency, and political passivity. In contrast to this, Mao Zedong reclaimed Marx and Engels' vision of communist society, and Lenin's brief but historic experience in leading practical efforts toward creating a new socialist society as a transition to full communist society. in which men and women would consciously and voluntarily, and through great struggles, change the world and themselves. At the same time, while learning from the positive experiences of the first efforts to build a socialist economy in the Soviet Union, Mao profoundly rethought and recast the prevailing model of a planned socialist economy that became institutionalized under Stalin. Mao was conceptualizing and implementing a set of solutions to the real problems of developing a planned socialist economy that does not rest on bureaucratized regulation or reproduce oppressive capitalist relations. His approach meant subjecting growth and development to social and political criteria, linking the question of economic coordination to the question of mass initiative and participation, putting emphasis on issues of motivation and collective benefit, and on the ideological and political environment in which decisions are taken at all levels, and combining a system of coordinated planning with decentralized management. The Maoist model also represents a complete rejection of the orthodox Western approach to underdevelopment, which sees underdevelopment as nothing more than delayed development that can only be sped up and put on track through absorption of foreign capital and participation in the international division of labor. Revolutionary China, by contrast, delinked itself from the world imperialist system. It formulated and implemented a developmental strategy based on giving priority to agriculture, utilizing simple and intermediate technologies that could be spread and adopted throughout the economy while seeking to develop and apply advanced technology in a way that would not distort and disarticulate the economy, promoting self-reliance, and above all, unleashing people. On such a basis, a poor country whose development had been twisted and scarred by semi-colonial domination was able to achieve sustainable and balanced growth and to meet the basic needs of its population. To be sure, there were problems and mistakes. The economy had certain weak points. The new social institutions certainly had some flaws, and in the sweep and swirl of mass struggle, errors were unavoidable. Sometimes due to people getting carried away in their zeal to change things, other times due to rigidity. But all this was in the context of a revolution uprooting exploitation and class oppression and drawing the broad masses into political life. The CIA couldn't deny the favorable growth rates. Observer after observer couldn't help but be struck by the forging of new values and attitudes. Yet as impressive as all that was, these mechanisms and principles were part of a larger solution to a deeper set of problems: how to revolutionize society and people in order to make the stormy passage to classless society, to communism. In short, Mao's political economy is what might be called the political economy of a visionary and viable socialism. The guardians of the present order vilify the Maoist experience for rather obvious reasons. It stands so totally opposed to their whole system and outlook of exploitation. But it has also become a fashion in some more enlightened intellectual circles to dismiss Maoism as an artifact of an era bypassed by history. Whether intended as such or not, it is an argument for the status quo. Still, the question remains: is this experience and understanding relevant to achieving genuine liberation? For those seeking to really understand and change the world, and radically so, it is nothing less than essential. Marxism and the nature and building of socialism. A political economy of socialism refers to two things: the theorization and continuing investigation of the economic substructure, the relations of production, of socialist society, and a model of and operational approach to economic development and planning. The doctrine of socialist reorganization of the economy and society has long been part of the arsenal of the workers' movement, but a comprehensive and revolutionary political economy of socialism is actually a relatively recent development. Until the Bolshevik Revolution, Marxian economics had focused its analytic attention almost exclusively on the capitalist mode of production. There was historical reason and necessity for this. By the mid-19th century, industrial capitalism had matured. It had revolutionized productive technique, spawning modern industry and a vast, new class of industrial wage laborers. I had widened the scope and accelerated the pace of technological change as had no economic system before it. Industrial capitalism was literally, and quite brutally, remaking the world. It had created a capitalist world market and forged an international division of labor suited to its requirements. Developmentally, this system was given to a characteristic pattern of rapid growth, punctuated by severe economic disturbance. It was unstable and crisis-prone. And, of great historical moment, its class relations and contradictions had led to the emergence of a new political force, the proletariat, or working class, that was waging a struggle for emancipation. This capitalist mode of production had to be understood. A revolution strategy and tactics to serve the rising struggle of the working class had to be formulated. Karl Marx theorized the capitalist mode of production. He placed it in historical perspective, showing it to be but a specific and transitory stage of social development founded on a particular organization of social labor and a particular mechanism by which the propertied ruling class extracts surplus labor from the subordinated producing class. He identified the key relationship in capitalist society as between wage labor and capital. He disclosed the fundamental contradiction of this system as between socialized production and private appropriation. Large-scale and highly developed productive forces, usable only if they are used in common by thousands and millions of workers, yet productive forces utilized for the competitive enhancement of particular private interests. And he unearthed capitalism's inner economic contradictions and laws of motion development trends. These discoveries enabled Marx to show that capitalism creates both the material basis, the enormous growth and socialization of the productive forces, and the agency, the proletariat, for a higher core-erative mode of production, socialism, leading finally to communism, with the abolition of class distinctions and all social divisions containing the seeds of class division. But Marx never sought to lay down a detailed blueprint for this future society. Socialism, in Marx's view, would be fought for and forged in the concrete. The exact forms taken by socialism and ultimately communism would be conditioned by prior historical development and the specific circumstances of revolution. Reviewing the course of Marxian economics after Marx's great discoveries, it really should come as no surprise that Marxism's theorization of socialism and communism would lag behind its analysis of capitalism. Surplus labor is the labor time over and above that required to provide for the needs of the laboring classes themselves. Talism. The socialist movement of the late 19th and early 20th centuries had to solve certain pressing and more immediate political questions thrown up by the particularities of capitalist development and the demands of the class struggle. This was especially so in Germany and Russia, where the workers' movement was growing apace, and both the German and Russian Marxists had made important analyses of the structural changes that had brought capitalism to a new stage of development. Lenin's work, Imperialism, was the culminating and most outstanding of these analyses. Not that the socialist movement prior to 1917 showed no interest in the political economic organization of the future society. It did, and thorny issues of the time, like the agrarian question, were considered with an eye towards socialist reorganization. Still, this was of secondary theoretical concern, and in the case of the most influential wing of that movement, German social democracy, socialism was more often than not conceived of in neoist and non-revolutionary terms, as the evolutionary extension and rationalization of capitalism's tendencies towards socialization, centralization, and organization. Yet something more fundamental explains the lag in conceptualizing socialism. In a very real sense, socialism had to reveal itself before it could be grasped in theoretical depth. Socialist revolution had to be made, and the practical challenges of socialist transformation taken on as a condition for comprehensive knowledge. But that was neither the beginning nor end of the problem, because socialism's inner nature was by no means obvious or transparent, It had to be penetrated. To know the objective laws, Mao wrote in his Critique of Soviet Economics, you must go through a process. The process of knowing the laws of socialist society, and by this is meant the structure and dynamics of socialist society, has been one of theoretical deepening and reconceptualizing based on and carried out in connection with the social practice of building socialism. It is a process that has involved the investigation of concrete social reality, the addition to and correction of previous knowledge, and the class and ideological struggle in socialist society over the road forward. There are markers in this process, pivotal historical episodes that have not only required but also enabled Marxism to elaborate and extend a political economy of socialism. Here we are referring to the first attempt to construct a socialist society and economy that took place in the Soviet Union between 1917 and 1953, the subsequent restoration of capitalism there after the death of Stalin, and China's Cultural Revolution of 1966 to 76, led by Mao. There is also a milestone in this process. Mao Zedong's theoretical synthesis of the underlying contradictions of socialist society and the historical tasks facing the proletariat in power. Marx and Engels laid the foundations of socialist political economy. As indicated, they identified the tendencies in capitalist production that were not only hurling capitalist society into greater crisis, but also opening up the material possibilities for a higher form of economic and social organization. Only a system based on social ownership and social planning could overcome the anarchy, the spontaneous and destructive regulation of the economy by the market of capitalist production, and resolve the contradictions that capitalism continually generates. And only a violent political revolution could clear the way to create such a system. The task before the proletariat was to seize power and set up its dictatorship, the rule of the majority of producers over the minority of former exploiters. The proletariat would transform the private basis of control over technically advanced social productive forces, put an end to exploitation, and begin to collectively master society. No longer would the products of human activity govern their creators. No longer would mental and manual work be opposed and class-specific realms of human activity. The proletarian revolution would initiate a world historic process through which the working class would emancipate itself and all of humanity from exploitative economic relations and oppressive social relations as a whole. For Marx, the new society was not the realization of an ethical idea or a utopia created outside of capitalist society. Socialism would be born out of the conditions and contradictions of the old society. Thus Marx saw the communist revolution as passing from a lower to a higher stage. From socialism, which replaces capitalism, yet still bears its material and ideological birthmarks, to communism, which is marked by the absence of classes, the abolition of the state, and the creation of common material abundance. For Marx, the socialist revolution entailed two radical ruptures, with traditional property relations and with traditional ideas. This was scientific socialism, and Lenin would restate and deepen these theses in his State and Revolution. But Marx and Engels did not live to see the working class conquer power and launch the historically unprecedented task of transforming class society. They could only theorize the nature of socialist society and the character and duration of the transition to communism in broad yet powerful and telegraphic strokes. Moreover, they made certain assumptions about the economic underpinnings of socialism that turned out not to be in correspondence with the actual material conditions in which socialist society has developed. They expected that all means of production would, more or less immediately, become common social property, that the production of society's needed goods would no longer have a commodity character, involving production for exchange against money. Once unplanned production for profit was replaced by planned production for use, that money wages would cease to exist in the socialist stage. No socialist society has achieved this. It has not been possible, especially given the persistence and economic weight of peasant-based agriculture in the countries where socialist revolutions have so far taken place, to effect a rapid socialization of all means of production to the level of public state ownership. It has been necessary to introduce collective ownership as an intermediate stage between private and public state ownership. It has not been possible to do away with commodity exchange relations among production units, and although the socialist principle of from each according to their ability to each according to their work was implemented in socialist societies, the distribution of consumer goods still took place through the medium of money and involved payment of money wages. Marx and Engels also expected socialism to make its initial breakthrough in the advanced capitalist countries, where the productive forces were highly developed. Obviously, this is not how things worked out. Capitalism evolved to a higher stage, imperialism, marked by the dominant economic role of huge monopolies and finance capital, the internationalization of capitalist production, the acute rivalry between imperialist nation-states, and the dominance of a few rich car-italist countries over the oppressed nations of the Third World, where the majority of humanity lives. The development and contradictions of the imperialist system have profoundly affected the course of socialist revolution. The proletarian movement spread to the colonized and oppressed countries, while its progress has been impeded in the advanced capitalist countries, where the ruling classes have utilized the vast wealth accumulated through international exploitation and plunder to secure relative stability for extended periods. Some bourgeois critics of Marxism suggest that its explanatory value is called into question since socialism unfolded somewhat differently than Marx had anticipated. It is a rather superficial argument. Marx's suppositions were entirely plausible, and they were not cast as hard and fast predictions. Marxism makes no claim to forecasting all the particular features of future social development. More to the point, and what the experience of the 20th century has powerfully validated, is Marx's view of revolution and of socialism as historical phenomena flowing from the contradictions of capitalist production and development, which must now be understood even more fully as a global process. But the fact that not all of Marx's specific expectations did materialize does have important practical and theoretical significance. Bob Avakian, chairman of the Revolutionary Communist Party, USA, has summed up the problem this way. Socialism as it actually emerged in the 20th century has proven to be a more complex and unstable social formation, and socialist transformation a more difficult and protracted process than either Marx or Lenin had foreseen. This complicatedness is very much bound up with the historic problem that confronted the international workers' movement during its first wave of socialist revolutions. The problem of making, sustaining, and advancing revolution in a world still dominated by capitalism, imperialism. This is not only a question of the political military strength of imperialism, important as that is, but also of the continuing dominance on a global scale of capitalism as a mode of production, which has exerted pervasive material and ideological effects on newly emergent socialist societies and limited and distorted what they have been able to accomplish. That socialist states have existed in a sea of capitalism, imperialism underscores that a socialist state is not an end in itself. The highest task of the revolution in power is not to develop and defend socialism within its existing confines, although this is a crucial task. A socialist state must function first and foremost as a base area to support and spread the world proletarian revolution. There is an important point of orientation here that is stressed in the Shanghai Textbook. Final victory in the proletarian revolution can only be won on an international level, and the working class cannot be free until all of humanity is free. Secondly, the complexity of socialist revolution is bound up with the nature of socialism itself. Historical experience has revealed socialism to be a unique, transitional form of society. This applies on all levels: economic, political, social, and ideological. Take the question of commodity production under socialism, which is a major topic of the textbook. In commodity-producing systems, of which capitalism is the most developed type, goods are produced for exchange, sale to others. This process of exchange is based on multiple divisions of labor, people specializing in this or that activity, and these divisions of labor are deepened and extended by the exchange process. The producers of commodities are objectively interconnected with one another. They depend on each other as suppliers and customers. But they are also socially isolated from one another, because the individual units of production are privately controlled, making separate production decisions. That is, products are created as the property of particular agents of production. The social process of determining what gets produced and in what quantity, and how labor should be allocated, is not the result of conscious society-wide coordination, but occurs through the exchange of commodities. Individual commodity-producing units respond to market and price signals, which ultimately reflect underlying conditions of social production. The commodity form of production obscures and distorts the real social relations that bind individuals to one another. It makes it seem as though things, commodities, and money have a life of their own rather than expressing social relationships. A Nike sneaker, for example, is produced by super-exploited workers in South Korea, a neo-colony of the United States. But this rather crucial social information is not conveyed by price. People define themselves in relation to things, and the acquisition of things becomes the be-all and end-all, while people themselves are treated and used as things. Commodity production creates the illusion that we are all private actors taking unlinked actions to pursue our own purposes. And the competitive struggle of the independent commodity producers, our sellers, including the proletarians, whose essential saleable commodity is their ability to work, labor power, underlies the me-first mentality of a market-based society. Under capitalist commodity production, everything becomes subject to cold-hearted calculation. Lenin's phrase. What does not register as price is not worthy of attention. Socialist society must restrict and eventually overcome commodity production. If this is not happening, the new society cannot be built. Why? Because commodity production and the law of value that regulates it cannot be allowed to determine what gets produced and how. If profit efficiency considerations dominate, then social need, the fundamental needs and interests of the masses of people, will not be met. Because in commodity production and exchange through money lies the germ of capitalist oppression, the separation of workers from the means of production, and the exploitation of wage labor. Because in commodity production, and the divisions and separations it engenders, lies a barrier to people grasping their social connectedness and mastering their own social organization and activity as a community of free individuals carrying on their work with the means of production in common. Marx's phrase. The Shanghai Textbook explains how socialist society concretely subordinates the commodity form of production and money relations as the primary vehicle for organizing social production. It explains how the proletariat sets out to initiate a form of direct social production, involving a different way of organizing an economy, socially planned production for social need, to transform the labor process, the producers dominating the conditions of production, rather than vice versa, and to develop a different social psychology, people working for the common good. But this new type of production has not and cannot break free totally of commodity elements, and various types of commodity-money relations persist under socialism and continue to influence people's thinking. The principle of exchange based on equivalent amounts of labor still plays a role. Socialist enterprises must pay attention to efficiency and must still utilize monetary calculation to compare between the planned cost and the actual cost of producing something. The textbook explores the reasons for this and the complications and dangers posed. By the same token, while the working class rules in socialist society and aims to abolish classes and class distinctions, socialist society continues to reproduce classes and social differences and inequalities that find expression as class antagonisms. Socialism is a society in which the danger of reversion to capitalism is omnipresent. One could, of course, dispense with the complexity of socialism definitionally. Since workers' rule in the Soviet Union during the 1917–53 period, and in China under Mao, did not correspond in important ways to what Marx prefigured, then what existed there was not really socialism. It is a tack taken by some. Others, recognizing real difficulty, have concluded that socialism has simply failed and must be reinvented. These approaches would substitute abstract and ideal categories for the complexity of real life. Worse, they negate the rich and liberatory experience that socialist revolution, for all its difficulties and setbacks, has in fact yielded up. The Soviet Union, breakthrough and limitations. This brings us to the Bolshevik Revolution and the Soviet Union. The October Revolution is the first case of a working-class state carrying out the expropriation of the former propertied classes and establishing a socialist form of economy. Privately controlled means of production were converted into public property, and economic development was subjected to conscious planning. Through the instrumentalities of their party and state, workers and peasants set out to collectively control and rationally utilize society's economic resources. This planned form of economy required not only coordination and social mobilization, but also a guiding theory of economic development and transformation. And so it was in the first workers' state that research into the political economy of socialism was inaugurated, and that a systematic socialist political economy was first propounded. It was a theoretical enterprise infused with the spirit of discovery, debate, and ferment that characterized the early years of the revolution. But it was not, nor could it be, a self-contained intellectual exercise. The course of understanding and policy formulation was shaped by the sharp struggle within the Communist Party over the direction and viability of the revolution, and by the life-and-death struggle to defeat counter-revolution from within and from without. What emerged from this first attempt was a certain conception of the nature of socialist society and of the tasks and methods of socialist construction. There were elements of theoretical advance here, reflecting the sweeping changes taking place in Soviet society. On the other hand, the understanding of socialist economy and society was partial, owing mainly to the limitations of historical experience. It was also flawed in key respects, owing to problems in approach and methodology. Here only a few summary points can be offered. The Soviet Revolution triumphed in a backward capitalist country with a huge peasantry. The working class represented only 5% of the population. That reality alone posed an awesome challenge. Could the revolution consolidate its support and survive? Could socialism be built if the material prerequisites, like a highly developed industrial base and large-scale agriculture, were not yet present? The Bolsheviks were acutely aware of the difficulties. In the immediate flush of victory, they anticipated and counted on support in the form of revolution and the spread of socialism to the more developed countries of Europe. But the revolutionary movement in Europe, in particular Germany, ran aground. It soon became clear to the Bolsheviks that the newly formed Soviet Republic would have to go it alone, and perhaps for some time. Lenin was determined that the revolution make its way. After all, the Bolsheviks had taken the risk of leading the masses to make revolution, and now they would take the risk of leading them to carry it forward. The revolution would and did fight for its life. It had to crush the counter-revolutionary efforts of the old possessing classes, aided by foreign imperialist intervention. Economic policy swung from the radical market-restricting measures of war communism to the temporary market-widening provisions of the new economic policy. But it was a revolution fighting for its life, and it continued to unfold economic and deep-going social transformation. New political and social organs of popular rule were established, and battle-steeled workers staffed important governmental and managerial positions. The former Tsarist prison house of nations, ceased to be. The revolution recognized the right of self-determination, and a multinational state based on equality of nations and nationalities was established. Great strides were made towards emancipating women. By 1921, divorce was easily obtainable. The formal stigma attached to illegitimacy was removed, abortion legalized, and equal rights and equal pay became policy and law. Mass campaigns were launched to eradicate illiteracy. Written languages were created for national languages that had previously had none. In the years following Lenin's death in 1924, the question of whether socialism was possible under conditions of internal economic and cultural backwardness and imperialist encirclement was posed anew and even more sharply. Stalin fought for the view that socialism could and must be built in one country absent the near-term spread of revolution, for the survival and continued development of the revolution in the Soviet Union, and for the cause of world revolution. Relative to the alternative positions advanced at the time, Stalin's was the most correct. But as Bob Avakian points out in Conquer the World, the socialism in one counter debate and struggle to a certain degree begged the most important question. Just what is socialism? For the Soviet leadership, socialism came to be identified with two things: the elimination of antagonistic classes and the establishment of modern, large-scale industry under state ownership. These were problematic notions that Mao would critique, and that Maoism has continued to probe. With respect to the question of classes, the dominant view among the Bolsheviks was that the economic and social basis of exploiter-exploited relations and of a bourgeois class ceased to exist once private ownership of the means of production was abolished. In other words, after the resistance of the overthrown classes was broken, classes and class struggle would no longer play a significant or determining role in economic and political life. The Bolsheviks were aware that the issue of classes and social polarization was not so simple a matter as decreeing an end to exploitation. Lenin in State and Revolution had dwelled on the persistence of inequality under socialism, and saw in the continuing division between mental and manual labor a chief source of this inequality. In the 1920s, he had also begun to grapple with the phenomenon of bureaucratic degeneration among some government officials and with the problem of the regeneration of commodity relations under socialism, and the dangers this posed for the revolution. But these were exploratory investigations and informed by a conception that tended to connect commodity production under socialism only with private small-scale production, and classes only with private property forms. The complexity and contradictory nature of public-state property, a point that will be returned to, was not understood at the time. In the mid-1930s, Stalin tended to formulate the issue of class in the following way. With the overthrow of the old propertied classes, and with the nationalization of industry and the collectivization of agriculture, the economic basis of exploitation was eliminated. Society consisted of two non-antagonistic classes, the working class and the collectivized peasants, along with a stratum made up of the intelligentsia and white-collar groupings. The old ruling classes were liquidated as classes. What remained were remnants of these overthrown classes, that is, individuals associated in some way with the pre-revolutionary class formation. But these remnants of the old order could only be propped up externally. Thus, the threat to society came from agents of the deposed classes cultivated and supported by foreign capital. Again, antagonistic classes and class struggle were not seen as playing a crucial role in socialist society, since a bourgeois class was seen to exist only in relation to readily detectable forms of private ownership. It was a line that did not correspond with reality and social practice, since society was in fact teeming with class differences and contradictions. This notion of class was linked to a conception of the developmental foundations of socialism. There was a tendency to view socialism in material technical terms. That is, socialism was equated with the attainment of a certain level of development of the productive forces under public ownership. From this flowed a particular programmatic and historical approach to the achievement of communism. State ownership of the means of production, combined with industrialization, would lead to higher levels of socialism, and ultimately, to the relatively harmonious passage to communism. Socialist industrialization would lay the basis for and be the stimulus to the transformation of social relations, division of labor, and ideologies inherited from class society. These changes were expected to follow almost as automatic adjustments to socialist industrialization. Thus, once social ownership of the means of production was achieved, the key task was to develop the material productive forces. In its specific conditions of backwardness, the Soviet Union needed more factories, machinery, modern technology, transport, and infrastructure. It needed more trained technical personnel, engineers, etc., and an educational system geared toward turning out such people. It needed a shift of population from countryside to the towns. Socialist construction came to be identified with the mobilization of resources for the rapid development of capital-intensive heavy industry, and the destruction of the legal basis of private property in the major means of production and the establishment of state ownership were seen as the guarantee that the process of industrialization would serve working-class rule. The complexity and contradictoriness of state property forms and the fact that juridical formal legal workers, state ownership can mask bourgeois relations was not understood. The Shanghai Textbook sheds important light on this point, emphasizing the need to go beyond form to the actual content of state ownership. Who is really running state enterprises? Is a political ideological orientation of restricting or expanding inequalities and differences in command? These were not particularly or peculiarly Bolshevik or Stalinist notions. They were the prevailing understanding within the international communist movement. But Mao broke with this conceptual framework. He developed a theory of classes and class struggle under socialism, grounding it in the material, social, and ideological contradictions of socialist society. And he approached the problem of the foundations of socialism rather differently. Technological advance and economic growth are not the fundamental guarantor of socialism and communism. The mere increase in productive forces, economic development, will not in and of itself eliminate exploitative relations and other oppressive social and ideological relations, like patriarchy. There is, Mao emphasized, a dialectical relationship between economic development and ongoing and deep-going social and ideological transformation. If a socialist society does not promote socially collectivistic aims, then what of socialism remains? The key issue confronting socialist society, and what determines its overall character, is the road on which it is traveling. Is society overcoming the relations of class society to the greatest degree possible? Is the labor of the working class serving this end? And does the working class, through its state and political leadership, have the overall initiative in carrying forward and persisting on this road? In short, what is key is whether the revolution is continuing and deepening on all fronts. If this is not happening, then the ground is being laid for the working class to lose state power, and capitalism will be restored. If the revolution is continuing, then working-class state power will be strengthened, and the struggle for communism will be propelled forward. There will be times when great leaps can and must be made in pushing the revolution forward. At other times, consolidation becomes the necessary emphasis, and there will be twists and turns. Through this wave-like process, revolution advances. But this occurs within and is conditioned by the international framework, by the development and contradictions of the world imperialist system, including its rivalries, military interventions, and the direct and indirect effects of the structure and turns of the imperialist world economy on the socialist economy, and by the relative strength, forward thrusts, and requirements made of the socialist state by the world revolution. The proletarian revolution and its conditions of development must in fact be grasped fundamentally as an international process. At those historic turning points when the world revolution can make major breakthroughs, and these are invariably moments of great danger and crisis as well. Any already existing socialist state must be prepared to put its material and ideological strength on the line to advance the world revolution. This is a critical summation of the experience of socialist revolution. With this understanding in mind, let us return to Soviet theory and practice. The view of socialism described earlier was deeply embedded in Soviet political economy. It was clearly in evidence in the debate over industrialization strategy that occurred in the 1920s and in the economic theory that guided the implementation of the first five-year plan and collectivization of agriculture in the years 1929 to 1932. Valuable work was undertaken. This was the real and creative beginning of practical socialist political economy, and a vast new literature was produced. Theoretical discussion ranged over such issues as the nature of socialist construction, the relationship between the structure of the economy which the proletariat inherits and must transform, and the economic structure which the revolution aims to bring into being, methods and forms of industrialization, investment priorities and the means to generate investment resources, the desirable tempo of socialist growth, intersectoral relationships, such as between agriculture and industry, and the establishment of material balances within and between sectors. The Soviet economists pioneered what has since come to be called input-output analysis, the role of money and prices in economic calculation, in the mobilization of society's surplus, and in balancing the distribution of income between the urban and rural populations. Advances were also made in the development of mathematical techniques to serve planning. On the development of socialist economic theory in the Soviet Union and associated debates over economic strategy during the 1920s, see N. Spulber, Ideos, Foundations of, and this was political economy. Social and political issues figured in the discourse. For instance, the effects of various policies on the worker-peasant alliance and other social relations. Economic problems and policies were seen, to varying degrees, in the context of the old social order being transformed into a new one. But by and large, the political economy practiced had a decidedly productivist and technicist edge to it. On the one hand, what largely drove and delimited inquiry and debate was the imperative of finding the way to the most rapid expansion of state industry, resting on modem technique, which was seen as the underlying foundation of socialism. On the other hand, planning tended to be approached as technical activity in pursuit of this goal, mainly as a means of rationally organizing the productive forces and coordinating growth. The experience of developing and planning a socialist economy in the Soviet Union in the years 1917 to 56, when the Soviet Union was a socialist society, could not but be highly contradictory. Not only was something new being tried, it was happening under very difficult and hostile circumstances. Imperialist military threats and encirclement forced the new Soviet power to divert resources to build up military-industrial capacity to defend itself and conditioned the whole strategy of rapid industrialization that was embarked upon and the forms of industrial organization that were adopted. Indeed, for the better part of its existence, the first workers' state had to wage war, prepare for war, and dress the wounds of war. But if the challenges of constructing a socialist society and economy were formidable, the achievements were truly remarkable. A new mode of production, which neither rested on exploitation nor experienced the destructive economic crises of capitalist market forces, was established. A modern socialist industrial base and a system of collectivized agriculture were created. A central planning mechanism was able to give overall direction to economic development. It was a system of planning that made it possible to rapidly expand aggregate industrial capacity, to promote the development of the more backward republics and regions, and to marshal resources and capabilities on a monumental scale as part of the heroic effort to defeat German imperialism. Soviet strategy for economic growth. Selected Soviet essays, 1924–30. Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1964. And Maurice Daub, Soviet Economic Development Since. Alism. 1,500 major factories were relocated eastward in the span of a few weeks. IHE slogan of the first five-year plan was, "We are building a new world," and millions of workers and peasants, especially during the late 1920s and early 1930s, were fired with the spirit of storming the heavens and doing this for the cause of world revolution. The collectivization drive ignited a genuine upheaval against centuries-old authority, tradition, and oppression in the countryside. IHE old educational system was overhauled and opened up to the masses, and young workers were mobilized as a social force to confront the old and hidebound. Artists, writers, and other cultural workers chronicled the great changes taking place in society, and an art to serve the revolution was struggled for and debated over. And the new workers' state gave support to and helped to formulate the line for revolutionary struggles throughout the world. In all, these were real and historic accomplishments. But, and here the focus is on the economic planning front, there were serious problems as well. The Soviet planning system was able to steer a major portion of society's investment resources to key industrial sectors, and this promoted rapid growth. But the system overemphasized heavy industry. This created serious imbalances as heavy industry absorbed a tremendous share of economic resources at the social and economic expense of peasant agriculture, and secondarily, at the expense of adequate development of transport and distribution. At the same time, the goal of high-speed industrial development and the preference for large-scale investment projects, with many being located in already industrialized areas, contributed to a huge increase in the urban population and an unnecessary concentration of industrial activities. This had the effect of reinforcing some of the inequalities between town and country, and of intensifying to an excessive degree aspects of occupational specialization. Stalin recognized the need to overcome such differences as between town and country and mental and manual labor, but he approached the problem mainly from the standpoint of developing production. The task of restricting these differences and relations to the greatest degree possible within the existing material conditions, of waging and drawing the masses into political struggle against bourgeois forces and lines and policies that would widen the gap between city and countryside and break the worker-peasant alliance, and challenging elitism, the worship of expertise, disdain for manual labor, and old habits and ideas. This was not sufficiently grasped. The political and ideological struggle was not recognized as the essential aspect. There were also problems with the institutions and methods of planning. Socialist construction and management in the Soviet Union rested on an over-centralized planning apparatus. The Soviet planning system, as it had evolved by the early 1950s, but especially as it was formalized into a model to be adopted by other socialist countries, put a premium on tight control by the top industrial ministries and planning agencies, extending down to details at the enterprise level. Built into this model was a reliance on specialists and hierarchy that cut against the conscious activism of the producers. Its strict lines of authority and forms of one-man management tended to reproduce certain aspects of the traditional social division of labor. Motivationally, the system relied too much on material incentives, on stimulating hard work and sacrifice by offering people higher pay and bonuses, and with this came a certain ideological endorsement of wage and income differentiation. The Soviet planning system proved administratively bulky and bureaucratic, overloading itself with tasks beyond its capabilities. When it came to figuring out material balances, for example how much steel would be needed by local enterprises, and allocating materials, the system operated in such a way that everything had to be calculated and balanced at the highest levels. The rigidity of planning and its lack of flexibility at lower levels held back local dynamism and made it harder to adjust to unforeseen circumstances. This led to waste, and actually made it more difficult to ensure that plans would be suitably modified in order to be carried through. Mao's conceptual leap. Mao rethought and recast this model of a planned socialist economy. While learning from the positive aspects of this first attempt to build socialism, he criticized the top-down methods and the strong tendency toward technological determinism that characterized Soviet planning. Yes, socialist construction requires a state economic plan to represent the fundamental interests of the working class. But Mao approached the question of centralized planning in a more dialectical way than had Stalin. That is, he understood the unity and struggle of opposites, between agriculture and industry, heavy and light industry, between the center and the localities, and between balance and imbalance. He understood that a plan could not be approached either in its formulation or implementation as an exact blueprint, and that production targets could not be treated as though they were simply laws subject to administrative enforcement. The socialist transition period is one of great struggle, transformation, and experimentation. The dynamism and change that is socialism is one of its great strengths, the more so as the masses are unleashed. And economic development will of necessity reflect this. It cannot be smooth and even. This understanding must inform planning methodology. At a deeper level, Mao was critical of the view of a plan as a technical instrument of control over the economy. On the contrary, i.e., a plan is an expression of ideology, of the goals and outlook of a class. A plan is a class-based reflection of social reality that in turn acts on reality, and which, from the standpoint of the working class and its emancipation, seeks to bring about the conscious social control of production. The formulation of a plan is never merely a question of gathering technical information and anticipating economic developments. It involves class struggle in the ideological realm over the goals and direction of society. In reaching these conclusions, Mao was summing up both the Soviet and China's own revolutionary experience. Let us draw together Mao's key insights into the nature of socialist society. Socialism, Mao emphasized, is not some sort of economic machine and set of political institutions that just tick along. It is a momentous struggle to replace production for profit by production for social use, a struggle to revolutionize all institutions and social relations in society, to forge new values and attitudes, to establish all-round control of society by the working people so they can master and transform all aspects of society, and to narrow and ultimately abolish all class distinctions. In short, it is a struggle to uproot the old and build a new world. Capitalist ideologues delight in sarcastically describing socialism as a supposed workers' paradise. But socialism is not some kind of utopian endpoint. It is a period of revolutionary transformation between capitalism and communism. It is a form of class rule, proletarian dictatorship, that itself constitutes a transition and a means to carry out the struggle to transform the material and ideological foundations of class society, and to continue the revolution to achieve classless society. For Mao, socialism is a highly contradictory phenomenon. On the one hand, it is a great leap. Production is carried out to meet the needs of society according to a plan, and is organized on the basis of conscious social initiative and coordination. Labor power is no longer bought and sold as a commodity. It is no longer controlled by a force alien to it. It is no longer reproducing economic relations that perpetuate domination and servitude. Yet, as much as a leap as socialism is, it remains a transitional society, containing both the scars of capitalism and the seeds of communism. Socialist society will either move forward to communism or backward to capitalism. Two roads open up, the socialist road and the capitalist road, and what direction society goes in will be determined in the furnace of intense class struggle and upheaval. This is a struggle between the formerly oppressed, who aspire to run and transform society, and reactionary forces, especially new bourgeois forces, who seek to reimpose the old order and restructure society according to capitalist principles. These new bourgeois forces are generated out of the contradictions of socialist society, out of differences in income, the specialized positions different individuals occupy in production, the particular roles that people play in administration and leadership, the gaps between town and country, and other major social contradictions that still exist under socialism, as well as the general environment of commodity-money relations. In particular units and spheres of socialist economy, it becomes possible for capitalist relations of control and exploitation to gain ground and even ascendancy. And various elements of the. With respect to socialist state enterprises, TBA Shanghai Textbook points out that even though ownership is socialized and relations between these enterprises are built on a foundation of social cooperation, there persists an important degree of enterprise separateness, a relative independence of operation and management that can lead to competition and fragmentation. Superstructures such as education and culture can also become bourgeois strongholds when a bourgeois elitist line is dominant. As a class, the new bourgeoisie represents the bourgeois aspects, the inequalities, social differences, etc., within socialist relations of production and actual relations of exploitation that can develop within a collective property form. This class develops inside the framework of socialist ownership. As a political force, its strength is concentrated in and organized tough power centers at the highest echelons of the governing party state apparatus in socialist society, including the armed forces. In other words, with the overthrow of the old exploiting classes, the defeat of their subsequent attempts at comeback, and the consolidation of a new mode of production, class relations change and the ground and turns of the class struggle shift. As Mao pointed out in 1976, "You are making the socialist revolution, and yet don't know where the bourgeoisie is. It is right in the Communist Party, those in power taking the capitalist road." Mao's focus on the party is crucial to a correct understanding of the class struggle under socialism. The masses still need a leading core in order to wage the complicated and protracted battle to rule and remake society and achieve communism worldwide. The proletarian party becomes the leading political force in the exercise of mass political power. It becomes the main directing force of an economy based on state public ownership. This vanguard position and role are essential to proletarian rule. But this vanguard position has a dual character, because it is precisely within this leading institution, especially at its highest reaches, where a new bourgeoisie will be centered. The party thus emerges as a decisive arena of the class struggle under socialism and must itself be revolutionized. Socialist society is characterized by the extremely close and direct links between the exercise of political and economic power. Not only is the power to allocate and manage means of production expressed in a concentrated way as political leadership over ministries, finance, trade, and individual production units, etc., but also the overall direction society moves in hinges on what line, aims and outlook, and policies are leading at the top levels. Those in the highest positions of power and influence who depart from the socialist road and divorce themselves from the masses, and who champion and seek to implement a neo-capitalist line, will ultimately organize into a bourgeois headquarters. These capitalist roaders are the main force of the bourgeoisie, understood as an actual class, and the main target of the continuing revolution. The political program of the capitalist roaders is to seize on and expand the capitalist factors within socialist society in order to transform socialist ownership into a mere shell. And when the conditions are ripe, the capitalist roaders will, as they must, make a bid for power. The Cultural Revolution led by Mao was a means and method to defeat the forces that wanted to restore capitalism. Through the mobilization of and the heroic determination of the masses, the bourgeois centers of power within the party and state institutions were politically bombarded. Leading bourgeois elements were struck down, and many of the portions of power they had usurped were seized back from below through revolution. Most importantly, society was sprung into the air, and on the basis of mass upheaval, economic, political, and social relations, as well as people's thinking, were revolutionized. In this way, by continuing the revolution, the proletariat attacks the material and ideological foundations of privilege, a bourgeoisie, and a social base in support of it. The proletariat digs up the soil out of which classes arise. The class struggle in socialist society is a struggle over whether a plan will serve socialist development or sow capitalist development, whether the results of the proletariat's labor will be used to build up the basis to eliminate classes, or be used against the producers, whether the capitalist aspects in society and their manifestations in the realms of ideas and culture will be restricted and overcome, or expanded, whether the scope of participation and initiative of the masses in running society will be widened or hemmed in, whether the socialist state will act as a base area for world revolution or turn its back on the international proletariat. In short, will the revolution continue or will it be reversed? Of course, the economy must be developed and the productivity of social labor must be raised. But the productive forces must be developed not as an end in itself, nor even with the guiding principle of maximizing material welfare, but rather to provide the necessary material basis for carrying forward the social, political, and ideological transformations that are at the heart of the transition and revolutionary struggle to a higher form of society no longer divided by classes. Politics must command production. And Mao emphasized that the productive forces have to be developed on the basis of continually revolutionizing production relations and people's outlook. As Mao said, class struggle is the key link. Grasp revolution, promote production. Once political leadership departs from this standpoint, once production is taken as the key link in moving society forward and the most efficient methods of production become the all-important yardstick, then what sets in is production for its own sake. The domination of dead labor, means of production produced by previous labor, over living labor. And that puts you on the capitalist road. Once planning is construed as a technical activity of administering and controlling, then the plan begins to dominate the proletariat rather than the other way around. And that puts you on the capitalist road. The struggle to create a world without classes and class distinctions, to make and deepen socialist revolution, has required the application of Marxism to a new set of problems and the formulation of new concepts adequate to the complexity of socialist society. Mao Zedong decisively extended the range of Marxism. He did so on the theoretical level of conceptualizing what is being acted on, socialism as a transitional form of class society. And he did so on the political level of developing an orientation for how that society must be acted upon, persisting in class struggle and continuing the revolution. Mao systematized the fullest understanding yet achieved by Marxism of the economics and politics of the transition from socialism to communism. As to the subject at hand, the point can be put this way. With Mao, a scientific and comprehensive political economy of socialism can now, for the first time in the history of the workers' movement, be said to have been established. The Shanghai Textbook is persuasive testimony. The Shanghai Textbook, its history and legacy. The Shanghai Textbook was conceived of as a rigorous exposition of socialist political economy, yet one accessible to broad numbers. The text and the larger work from which it is derived are the product of a process of struggle and learning. Socialist political economy became a matter of intense theoretical concern to the Chinese revolutionaries after the countrywide seizure of power in 1949. How would China make the transition from the national democratic to the socialist revolution? What path would socialist development take given China's concrete conditions? How would a socialist China link up with the Soviet-led socialist camp, confront the forces of imperialism, and aid revolutionary struggles internationally? These were among the critical issues facing the revolution in power. And these issues framed more particular problems of socialist development and planning, the relationship between industrialization and agricultural collectivization, investment priorities, the law of value and planning, the role of different incentive systems in spurring the growth of the productive forces, the place of advanced technology, etc. The Chinese communists were hardly coming from nowhere in leading the masses in transforming and running society. They had accumulated valuable experience and understanding from waging more than 20 years of People's War. In the revolution's base areas from the late 1920s up through the anti-Japanese War over more or less a decade, ending in 1945, and then until nationwide victory in 1949, the party had mobilized the populace to carry out economic construction and transformation, as well as to wage military combat. And Maoist war fighting involved principles, such as combining centralized military line and command with decentralized operations that had wider applicability. There was also the Maoist party tradition of conducting deep social investigation among the masses to understand their needs and experiences, and politically winning over the masses to take up lines and policies that concentrate their higher interests. But in terms of unfolding socialist construction, what was most relevant was the Soviet Union. It had pioneered the way to developing and managing a full-fledged socialist economy, and China's initial approach to planning and development was heavily influenced by Soviet experience and thinking. The Chinese had translated and closely studied Stalin's essay Economic Problems of Socialism, 1952, as well as a comprehensive Soviet textbook, Political Economy, a textbook. This Soviet textbook, the drafting of which was guided by Stalin's essay, though it did not appear until the mid-1950s, after his death, looms large in the narrative of Maoist political economy. It was the most advanced and systematic presentation of socialist political economy available to revolutionaries. In 1959, Mao instructed party members to study the third edition of the Soviet political economy text with certain problems in mind. But the book soon became an object of critique by Mao, with regard to its methodology as well as specific theoretical formulations. China had adopted much of the Soviet planning and developmental industrialization model when it embarked on socialist construction. "Let's be modern" and Soviet was a slogan of the first five-year plan. But as the plan drew to a close in 1956 to 57, with very mixed results, Mao began to rethink the Soviet paradigm. Huge, heavy investment projects threatened to absorb too high a level of resources. Agriculture required more attention and stimulation so as to raise growth rates. Planning mechanisms and management methods were not fostering mass participation. In this period, the revolution was also moving to socialize ownership to higher levels, completing the nationalization of industry in the cities and pushing forward collectivization in the countryside, and was experiencing new social struggles. In his 1956 speech, on the 10 major relationships, Mao set forth a different approach to developmental priorities, including placing more emphasis on agriculture and light industry relative to heavy industry, without sacrificing heavy industry's core role, and putting more responsibility in local hands, and development itself was seen as a series of economic social relationships and contradictions rather than simply a matter of technical production variables. In 1958, at the time of China's Great Leap Forward, Mao criticized Stalin's economic problems of socialism for, among other things, its one-sided emphasis on the productive forces and its downplaying of questions of politics, ideology, and culture. From the beginning to the end of book, Stalin says nothing about the superstructure. He does not take man into consideration. He sees things but not people. He also took issue with the elevation of technology over politics and of cadre over the masses. In 1961 to 62, Mao wrote his reading notes on the Soviet text Political Economy. Wide-ranging in its observations and thematic considerations, and written with characteristic pungency, the essay stands as an essential work of Marxian political economy. In it, Mao attaches great importance to the need to revolutionize the relations of production after socialist ownership has been achieved. He views the movement from lower to higher social property forms as a process of political revolutionary struggle and conceptualizes the passage from socialism to communism as nothing less than a social revolution. So during the 1956 to 64 period, Mao was articulating an alternative approach to socialist development. It was an approach rooted in revolutionary struggle and mass participation. During this period, there had been direct experience from which to learn. The negative impacts of the Soviet-influenced growth strategy and industrial organization model that had been adopted in the early 1950s, and the positive experience of the Great Leap Forward in China. The Great Leap was the crucible through which the new approach was initially forged. It had led to the formation of peasant communes in the countryside, experiments in new forms of worker management, broad efforts to restrict the differences between town and country, and mental and manual labor, and the introduction of new planning priorities and mechanisms to serve these goals. During this same period, Mao was further developing and synthesizing the understanding of the question of classes and class conflict under socialism. In a 1962 Party Congress speech, Mao put forward an important thesis on class contradictions and class struggle under socialism, which he now begins to see as being of relatively long duration, and the Chinese Party's polemics with the Soviet Union of 1963, written under Mao's overall guidance, pointed to the existence of a privileged ruling stratum that had reversed the revolution in the Soviet Union. This was very much related to the issues of economic development and transformation. The struggle raging on the economic front and over economic policy in China was definitely revealing that such a stratum, later to be understood as a bourgeois class, existed in China. Indeed, Mao was leading the class struggle against the conservative revisionist forces in the Chinese Party who had attacked and tried to sabotage the Great Leap Forward. These forces were pushing a capitalist program under a banner of modernization and efficiency. Not surprisingly, they too were systematizing a political economy of socialism, in name. From the 1950s until the overthrow of the revolutionary forces in 1976, the conservative revisionist forces, sometimes split among themselves and sometimes shifting their positions, basically advanced two economic models: a decentralized economy in which individual production units enjoyed considerable autonomy in production and marketing decisions, and a more centralized economy in which ministries, planning agencies, and the upper reaches of the party concentrated decision-making and economic power over the allocation of investment and financial resources, etc. Despite the surface differences, what they shared in common was a vision of industrialization and modernization as ends in themselves, and reliance on efforts. Revisionism is false communism. It is a bourgeois current within the workers' movement that revises and distorts fundamental principles of Marxism, as regards the nature of capitalism, political revolution, and socialism, communism. Revisionism guts Marxism of its emancipatory heart. It appeals to workers on a basis of reformism and narrow material interest, and its aim and effect is to perpetuate or to restore capitalism in the name of Marxism and in pursuit of defense of bourgeois class position and interest. Revisionism is capitalism RFI, disguised as socialism. See Chapter 2 of the textbook. Sciency norms and rate of return indicators, as well as capitalist mechanisms of control, management, and motivation to get there. The Cultural Revolution of 1966 to 76 was the quantum leap in Maoist theory and practice. In the wake of the Cultural Revolution's first and tumultuous phase of power seizures and radical institutional transformations, the Maoist forces decided to consolidate a political economy of socialism. To sum up and draw on, they had the experience of this second revolution, as the Shanghai Textbook describes the Cultural Revolution and what had been learned about the nature of socialist society and its class relations. And to build on, they had Mao's summations of the paths and strategies of socialist construction in the Soviet Union and China, his analysis of the revisionist takeover in the Soviet Union, and his theory of continuing revolution. A comprehensive analysis of the economic structure and social contradictions of socialism and of the causes of capitalist restoration was now possible. It was also vitally needed as a theoretical compass for understanding and navigating what was now understood to be a protracted socialist transition period, and, more immediately, as theoretical support for policies being implemented and promoted by the revolutionary forces in the face of fierce opposition from the conservative revisionist forces. Some background is necessary to more fully appreciate this. In the early and mid-1970s, the political situation in China had grown more complicated and dangerous. This was very much bound up with shifts and developments in the overall world situation. Starting in the late 1960s, the Soviet Union was threatening and making serious moves towards attacking China. By 1969, they had massed an enormous military force on their border with China, and were openly talking about a nuclear option. How China would face this mounting Soviet danger became a focus of policy debate and the class struggle in the ensuing years. Lin Piao, the head of China's armed forces, had argued for a policy of accommodation with the Soviet Union. Rebuked by Mao, Lin attempted an unsuccessful coup against Mao in 1971. On the debates over issues of economic theory in the 1950s and 1960s, see E. L. Wheelwright and Bruce McFarlane, The Chinese Road to Socialism, New York Monthly Review Press, 1970. Socialist Construction and Class Struggle in the Field of Economics. Peking Review, 16, 17 April 1970. Stephen Andor's China's Industrial Revolution, New York Pantheon, 1977. And Christopher Howe and Kenneth R. Walker, editors. The Foundations of the Chinese Planned Economy. London Macmillan. The largely pro-Western conservative elements within the party leadership saw an opening and sought to take advantage. They exploited the fact that Lin was identified with the Cultural Revolution to discredit its achievements. They used the threat of Soviet attack as an argument that China must strengthen itself through full-scale military advance and economic integration with the West and the adoption of capitalist modernization and management. And they argued that China could no longer tolerate the upheaval and experimentation of the Cultural Revolution. The gains of the Cultural Revolution and the policies and programs of the Maoists were coming under increasing attack. A major struggle was shaping up. This was to be Mao Zedong's last great battle to prevent capitalist restoration, and that battle, as it unfolded and deepened between 1973 and 1976, very much influenced theoretical work. In June 1971, research and writing of a political economy of socialism text commenced. It was to be an authoritative study of the foundations and dynamics of a socialist economy, identifying the key properties of a socialist economy and the key tasks and struggles posing themselves in the transition to classless society. Its method was to take Marxist categories of political economy and of class struggle, and to apply them to the complex historical reality of socialism. Political economy of socialism was seen as an ongoing work. The process of writing and circulating and improving drafts was a fertile one. Between 1972 and 1976, 4 drafts of the book were published, each a significant marker of a deeper theoretical grasp, and each implicitly setting an agenda for further research. In tracking the changes in the successive drafts of the text, it becomes apparent that the Maoists were creatively tackling many of the most vexing issues of socialist political economy, from the character of the socialist labor process to the status of economic laws under socialism, to the relationship between economics and politics, to the nature of the contradictions between the forces of production and the relations of production under socialism. The fifth manuscript of the Political Economy of Socialism never saw the light of day. It was seized off the printing presses immediately after the October 1976 rightist coup. The Shanghai Textbook is a popularization of political economy of socialism. The overall organization and argumentation of the two books are basically the same. Textual comparison shows very little difference in matters of theoretical substance, and the revisions that the Shanghai Textbook underwent roughly correspond to successive editions of the larger work. The version of the textbook translated here is based on the fourth manuscript of Political Economy of Socialism dating from late 1975. The economists who had worked on the project were connected with the Institute of Political Economy at Fudan University in Shanghai, and Shanghai in general was a center of radical Maoist activity. Hence the title change for this English edition of the Fundamentals of Political Economy textbook. The key figure giving direction to the Political Economy of Socialism project was Chang Chunqiao, Zhang Chunqiao. Chang was part of the National Leadership Corps, on whom Mao had relied to guide and sum up the complicated struggles of the Cultural Revolution. He first came to prominence during the Great Leap Forward, having written several important articles on wages, policies, and issues of socialist ownership. But it was in 1967, as the Cultural Revolution gathered hurricane force, that Chang emerged as a major figure. He had played a pivotal role in the 1967 worker uprising in Shanghai that came to be known as the January Shanghai Storm. He eventually became a vice premier and member of the Standing Committee of the Politburo of the Communist Party Central Committee, the party's highest leadership body. And he helped steer the political campaigns launched by the Maoist forces to prevent capitalist takeover. He was also a major revolutionary theoretician. In October 1976, Chang and Chiang Ching, Mao's wife, were arrested along with Yao Wenyuan and Wang Hongwen. They were the Gang of Four. Tried before a kangaroo court in 1980, Chang and Chiang Ching stuck by revolutionary principle, defending Mao and the Cultural Revolution, while Yao and Wang caved in. They received life sentences. Chiang Ching died in jail in 1990. At this writing, it is still not clear whether Chang is alive or dead. It was Chang who had approved the initial plans for the Political Economy of Socialism. He had issued directives about its contents, had led several important discussion meetings concerned with the text, and had, according to accounts by the current Chinese leadership, reviewed final drafts. After the first manuscript appeared in September 1972, Chang evidently identified three key themes to be elaborated on in the text: why there are capitalist factors inside socialist relations of production, why the question of ownership is a question of power, and why relations between people in the production process are class relations. His essay, On Exercising All-Round Dictatorship Over the Bourgeoisie, published in 1975, advanced important theoretical issues expanded upon in the last two editions of Political Economy of Socialism. The Shanghai Textbook is a work of considerable synthesis and originality, and given the scope and complexity of the subject, its clear-eyed and sharp-edged presentation of ideas, it is no small accomplishment. The textbook, following Mao, conceptualizes socialism as three interrelated things. First, it is a form of class rule through which the proletariat, in alliance with other popular strata, most especially the poor peasantry in the oppressed Third World nations, rules over old and newly engendered bourgeois and exploiting forces. Second, it is a mode of production in which social ownership replaces private ownership of the means of production, and social need replaces private profit as the purpose and measure of social production. Third, it is a period of transition marked by intense class struggle and deep-going transformation, the aim of which is to eliminate classes and class distinctions on a world scale and as part of a worldwide process of revolution. The opening chapter explains that the object of inquiry of Marxist political economy is the relations of production of society, and the book goes on to examine these relations in China. The role of politics, ideology, and culture in economic development is examined. The path and tempo of the socialization of the means of production in China's industrial and agricultural sectors, and the relations between these sectors, are surveyed. There are chapters dealing with the transformation of the social division of labor within the workplace, and social production is treated richly, as involving social relations, not just technical functions. Planning methodology, forms of wage payment, distribution of society's output of goods, and the goal of simultaneously raising the living standards of people and creating greater equality between people. The role and dangers of money and monetary calculation. The task of narrowing and eventually overcoming what Maoists called the three great differences between industry and agriculture, town and country, and mental and manual labor runs as a theoretical thread through the work. The text is anything but formulaic and dogmatic in approach. It poses provocative questions. How can the proletariat delegate certain powers to representatives, yet guard against the abuse and monopolization of these powers and loss of control over the means of production? How does one determine the real nature of state ownership? Of particular importance in this 1975 edition is the issue of bourgeois right. Bourgeois right is a birthmark of capitalism within socialist society. Bourgeois right refers to economic and social relations, as concentrated in law and policy, that uphold formal equality but which actually contain elements of inequality. The socialist principle of distribution, from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work, is one example. On the one hand, an equal standard is applied to all, payment according to the amount of work performed. On the other hand, not everyone has the same needs and not everyone can work as productively as the other. And so this equal standard actually serves to reinforce inequality. The text draws attention to the forms of existence of bourgeois right and the ideological influence of bourgeois right, using the term more broadly, to signify all the relations of socialist society that contain the seeds of capitalist commodity and social relations. China at the time was conducting a nationwide campaign to educate people about why bourgeois right is a breeding ground for capitalism. Capitalist roaders try to widen social and economic differences by expanding bourgeois right, and why it must be restricted and ultimately transcended, which, in the case of distribution, requires the application of the communist principle of from each according to one's ability to each according to one's need. This 1975 edition of the Shanghai Textbook builds on the advanced understanding that Maoism had developed of the material and ideological conditions in socialist society, giving rise to new privileged forces and emergent capitalist relations. But it does not incorporate Mao's later analysis of the nature and location of the new bourgeoisie under socialism. Up until then, rightists and revisionists had generally been viewed as agents or representatives of bourgeois and feudal classes. Several months after this text was originally published, Mao issued a series of statements explaining that the core of the bourgeoisie in society was to be found at the highest levels of the party and state organs. Guided by these insights, Mao's followers carried their research further, and there is strong evidence that this theoretical development was substantively addressed in the 1976 edition of Political Economy of Socialism. This work was not intended as an analysis of the performance of the Chinese economy or of policy disputes at the time. It does, however, speak to broad growth and developmental trends, as well as basic lines of demarcation between revolutionary and revisionist approaches to China's socialist developmental needs. One of the strengths of the work is precisely that it breathes the rich lessons of China's socialist revolution. These are its experiential reference points. But all this serves the larger purpose of the work, to provide a comprehensive theoretical accounting of socialist political economy. Beyond that theoretical contribution, the Shanghai Textbook can also be read on several other levels. Written in direct and non-academic language, It was designed to reach an audience that was not necessarily professionally trained. The text was one of several titles published between 1972 and 1976, comprising a youth self-education series. Books like this played a vital role in Maoist China. A key aim of the Cultural Revolution was to create an educational system that attacked rather than reinforced elitism. As part of this effort, a down to the countryside, up to the mountains movement was launched. Some 12 million young people, most of them of college age from the urban areas, took up assignments in China's rural areas, where the majority of the population lived. This book was written for these young people. They studied it, alongside companion volumes dealing with philosophy, literature, the social and natural sciences, and agricultural technology, to help prepare them for work and learning and political struggle in the countryside. Thus, we learn something about how a new generation was being trained to look at socialist society. And we also get a sense of how Marxist theory was being made available to a broad audience. Because this information was to be shared with peasants at the same time that students learned from the peasants. Broad public study and discussion of theory, including political economy, were a vital feature of political life in Maoist China. The text is polemically charged in sections. The grounds for this should, in retrospect, be obvious. A momentous struggle was shaping up in China, and those who wanted to restore capitalism eventually won out. Thus, the book can be read on yet another level. It reveals how the Chinese revolutionaries were preparing for battle, how they were training people to identify the structures and mechanisms within socialist society that had to be transformed and to understand what was ultimately at stake, to continue the revolution or see it defeated and reversed. The Shanghai Textbook is a valuable sourcebook for students and scholars of comparative economics, China studies, and Third World development. It should be of special interest to all who thirst for fundamental change. One thing that cannot be forgotten: the Chinese revolutionaries intended their theoretical work as a contribution to and aid for the international struggle of the working class and oppressed people. For those engaged in revolutionary struggle in various corners of the world, the book should help to clarify the scope and tasks of socialist political economy, and indeed the socialist transformation of society overall. And the dialectics of struggle and knowledge will continue to assert itself. Out of one or several of these triumphant revolutions will no doubt come the next manuscript of the political economy of socialism. June 1994. Study some political economy. The object of political economy is the relations of production. What kind of science is political economy? We must start from its object of study. The object of study of Marxist political economy is the relations of production. Engels clearly pointed out that economics deals not with things, but with relations between persons, and in the last resort, between classes. How do the relations of production among people arise? We must start from man's productive activities. Chairman Mao said, "Marxists regard man's activity in production as the most fundamental practical activity, the determinant of all his other activities." But prior to the development of Marxism, a little over 100 years ago, people did not have this scientific understanding. Thinkers of the exploiting classes all denied this viewpoint. They either championed the fallacy that human society developed according to God's will, or peddled the nonsense that heroes make history. These supposedly great thinkers glossed over the simplest fact, namely that people must first be able to feed, clothe, and shelter themselves before they can engage in politics, science, fine arts, and religious activities. And if people are to have food, clothing, and shelter, they must engage in productive activities. Therefore, the direct production of material goods is the basis of development of human society. Without the productive activities of the laboring people, humanity cannot survive and society cannot develop. It was Marx who discovered this law of development of human history. To produce people must enter into certain mutual relations. Isolated individuals cannot engage in production. Just as Marx pointed out, in order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production take place. These relations formed by people in the production process are called the relations of production. In class society, these relations are ultimately manifested as class relations. The relations of production consist of three aspects. 1. The form of ownership of the means of production. 2. The position and mutual relations of people in production. 3. The form of distribution of products. The form of ownership refers to who owns the means of production, including means of labor such as machines, factories, and land, and objects of labor such as raw materials. The form of ownership of the means of production is the most important aspect of the relations of production and the basis of production relations. The form of ownership of the means of production determines the nature of the relations of production. Primitive society, slave society, feudal society, capitalist society, and socialist society are classified according to the differences in the forms and patterns of ownership of the means of production. The form of ownership determines people's roles in production and their mutual relations, and thus the form of distribution of products. To produce, it is necessary not only to have relations among people, but also relations between people and nature. Human beings must conquer and transform nature. The power which humans develop and utilize to conquer and transform nature is called the productive forces. Productive forces are composed of people and materials, the latter called means of production. Among the productive forces, tools of production are the most important. The types of tools used for production reflect the magnitude of humanity's power to conquer nature. But we cannot regard tools of production as the determining factor in productive forces. It is people, not things, that are decisive. 5. Of all things in the world, people are the most precious. Tools have to be used by people, created by people, and renovated by people. Thus, without people, there would be no tools and no know-how. Without people, the best automatic tools are never really automatic. The relations of production and the productive forces constitute the two aspects of social production. In overall historical development, the productive forces generally play the principal and decisive role. Any transformation of the relations of production is necessarily a result of a certain development of the productive forces. The relations of production must correspond to the demands of development of the productive forces. When certain relations of production fetter the development of the productive forces, these relations of production must be replaced by some other, new relations of production which correspond to the development of the productive forces. This is to say, the form of production relations is not determined by man's subjective will, but by the level of development of the productive forces. The relations of production must conform to the development of the productive forces. This is an objective law independent of human will. The emergence, development, and disintegration of certain relations of production unfold with a corresponding evolution of the contradictions of certain productive forces. Therefore, in the study of production relations, Marxist political economy also studies productive forces. If in the overall development of history the productive forces are revealed to be the principal determining factor, does this mean that the relations of production are entirely passive in relation to the productive forces? Definitely not. When the relations of production correspond to the productive forces, they are an active spur to the development of the productive forces. When the relations of production no longer correspond to the productive forces, they will fetter the development of the productive forces. When the productive forces cannot be developed without changing the relations of production, The transformation of the relations of production plays the principal determining role. When old China was under the rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, the landlord and the comprador classes represented the most reactionary and backward relations of production in China. The development of the productive forces was severely restricted and undermined. Before liberation in 1949, China did not have any machine-building industry or any automobile or airplane manufacturing. Outside of Northeast China, the annual output of steel was only several 100,000 tons. Even daily necessities were imported. Cloth was called foreign cloth. Umbrellas were called foreign umbrellas. Even a tiny nail was called a foreign nail. Under those circumstances, the overthrow of the reactionary rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, the transformation of comprador feudal relations of production, and the establishment of socialist relations of production played the principal determining role in promoting the development of the productive forces. The major development of the productive forces generally occurs after changes in the relations of production. This is a universal law. The major development of the productive forces in capitalist society took place after the disintegration of feudal relations of production, brought about by the bourgeois revolution, and the rapid development of capitalist relations of production. In England, for example, the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th and early 19th centuries was carried through only after and on the basis of the bourgeois revolution of the 17th century. All this gave great impetus to the development of the productive forces. Similarly, large-scale modern industry in France, Germany, the United States, and Japan developed rapidly, only after the old superstructure and relations of production had been transformed in various ways. On the question of variations of production and the productive forces, one of the principal issues in the long struggle between Marxism and revisionism has always been whether one insists on upholding the theory of the dialectical unity between the productive forces and the relations of production, or promotes the reactionary theory of the productive forces. Lin Piao, in league with Chen Pechta, advocated that the principal task after the Ninth Party Congress of 1969 was to develop production. This is the same revisionist fallacy inserted into the resolution of the Eighth Party Congress by Liu Shaoqi and Chen Pechta, which held that the contradiction between the advanced socialist system and the backward social productive forces was the principal contradiction in Chinese society. In China, the socialist relations of production are basically in harmony with the growth of the productive forces. This opens up whole new horizons for the development of the productive forces. But these relations of production are still far from perfect, and this imperfection stands in contradiction to the growth of the productive forces. The practice of socialist revolution teaches us that it is always the superior socialist system that promotes the development of the productive forces. It is always after the transformation of those parts of the relations of production that do not correspond to the development of the productive forces that the development of the productive forces is promoted. Where is the contradiction between the advanced socialist system and the backward social productive forces? The criminal intention of Liu Shaoqi, Lin Piao, and other such swindlers who peddled this nonsense was to futilely attempt to use the theory of productive forces as a weapon to oppose continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat and exercising all-round dictatorship over the bourgeoisie and to oppose the party's basic line. This is their impossible dream. The relations of production must correspond to the development of the forces of production. The development of the productive forces necessitates the destruction of old relations of production that are not compatible with their development and their replacement by new relations of production that are compatible with the development of the productive forces. But the process of disintegration of old production relations and the emergence of new production relations cannot be a smooth one. The transformation of old relations of production and the establishment and perfecting of new relations of production are often realized only through revolutionary struggles. Therefore, if one wants to understand how old relations of production are transformed and new relations of production established and perfected, it is not enough to study this solely in terms of the contradictions between the relations of production and the productive forces. The relations between the superstructure and the economic base must also be investigated. The superstructure refers to the national government, army, law, and other political institutions, and their corresponding ideological forms, such as philosophy, literature, and fine arts. The economic base consists of the relations of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which rises a legal and political superstructure, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. 7. This statement by Marx scientifically explains the relation between the superstructure and the economic base. In the contradiction between the superstructure and the economic base, the latter, in general, plays the principal and decisive role. The economic base determines the superstructure. With change in the economic base, the entire im.Arnense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. 8. This is to say, when the old economic base disintegrates, the superstructure built upon this foundation must also disintegrate. But the superstructure does not disintegrate at the same rate as does the base. Even after the reactionary state machinery has been transformed and the old economic base replaced, the overthrown reactionary classes do not willingly quit the stage of history. They inevitably engage in prolonged and desperate struggles with the advanced classes in the political, ideological, and cultural spheres. In particular, the old ideological forms associated with the overthrown classes remain for a long time. The superstructure is determined by the economic base. Once the superstructure is established, it exerts a tremendous reaction on the economic base. Stalin pointed out, the superstructure, actively assists its base to take shape and consolidate itself, and does its utmost to help the new system to finish off and eliminate the old base and the old classes. This explains why the superstructure always serves its economic base. The socialist superstructure serves its socialist economic base, and the capitalist superstructure serves its capitalist economic base. In capitalist society, with the intensification of the contradiction between socialized production and private ownership of the means of production, there is an urgent objective need to replace capitalist private ownership with socialist public ownership. But the bourgeoisie controls the reactionary state machinery and uses it to maintain and defend the capitalist economic base. If the proletariat does not first smash the capitalist state machinery, it is impossible to destroy the capitalist economic system. The new and old revisionists claim that capitalism can peacefully grow into socialism is a pack of lies. In socialist society, the superstructure and the economic base are basically compatible. But due to the existence of the bourgeoisie and its ideological forms, the existence of certain bureaucratic styles of work in the state organs, and the existence of defects in certain parts of the state system, the consolidation, improvement, and further development of the socialist economic base are hindered or undermined. We must make the socialist superstructure better serve the socialist economic base. We must firmly grasp the struggle in the superstructure and carry the socialist revolution in the superstructure through to the end. Political economy touches upon the most practical and immediate interests of various classes and strata. It explains the most acute and intense problems of class struggle. Marxist political economy, like Marxist philosophy, openly proclaims that it is in the service of proletarian politics. Political economy is a science that concerns itself with class struggle. Political economy is the theoretical basis upon which the party formulates its basic line. Marxist political economy came into being with the emergence of the modern proletariat and advanced productive forces, particularly large-scale industry. Marx participated in the class struggles of his time. He used revolutionary materialist dialectics to analyze capitalist society. He revealed the secrets of how the capitalists exploited the workers and scientifically disclosed the contradictions between socialized production and capitalist ownership. These contradictions were manifested as acute antagonisms between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. With the daily development of the contradictions of capitalist society, the proletariat, the grave diggers of the capitalist system, grew in strength. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. From this flowed the revolutionary and scientific conclusion that the capitalist system would inevitably be replaced by the socialist system and the bourgeois dictatorship by the proletarian dictatorship. Marx deduces the inevitability of the transformation of capitalist society into socialist society, wholly and exclusively from the economic law of the development of contemporary society. Thus, Marxist political economy, along with Marxist philosophy and scientific socialism, became the theoretical basis enabling the proletarian political party to formulate its basic line. On the theoretical basis of Marxism and under capitalist conditions, the proletarian revolutionary leaders of the proletariat formulated for the proletarian party the basic political line of using revolutionary violence to seize political power. They guided the proletariat to struggle for the complete overthrow of the bourgeoisie and all exploiting classes, the replacement of bourgeois dictatorship by proletarian dictatorship, the triumph of socialism over capitalism, and the ultimate achievement of communism. In socialist society, Marxist political economy still provides the theoretical basis for the proletarian party to formulate its basic line. Chairman Mao has penetratingly analyzed the contradictions between the socialist relations of production and the productive forces, and between the superstructure and the economic base, and revealed the protracted and complex nature of the struggle between the two classes and between the two lines in the socialist period. On this theoretical basis, he further formulated the basic line for our party for the entire socialist period. This basic line teaches us socialist society covers a considerably long historical period. Throughout this historical period, there are classes, class contradictions, and class struggle. There is the struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road. There is the danger of capitalist restoration, and there is the threat of subversion and aggression by imperialism and social imperialism. These contradictions can be resolved only by depending on the theory of continued revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and on practice under its guidance. The party's basic line guides the Chinese people, enabling them to persist in continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, to struggle for the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the prevention of capitalist restoration, and the construction of socialism, and to struggle for the magnificent ideal of the worldwide realization of communism. Chairman Mao has pointed out, in a word, China is a socialist country. Before liberation, she was much the same as a capitalist country. Even now she practices an 8-grade wage system, distribution according to work, and exchange through money, and in all this differs very little from the old society. What is different is that the term of ownership has been changed. Chairman Mao has also pointed out, our country at present practices a commodity system. The wage system is unequal too, as in the 8-grade wage scale, and so forth. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, such things can only be restricted. Therefore, if people like Lin Piao come to power, it will be quite easy for them to rig up the capitalist system. That is why we should do more reading of Marxist-Leninist works. The bourgeois rights embodied in the commodity system and the principle of distribution according to work provide an important economic foundation out of and upon which capitalism and new bourgeois elements are engendered. Grasping the profound character of this question has important implications in persevering in exercising all-round dictatorship over the bourgeoisie. These are all questions in the realm of political economy. By studying some political economy, we can deepen our understanding of the party's basic line and raise our consciousness so that we can better implement it. Marxist political economy stands in opposition to all bourgeois and revisionist political economy. It developed through the process of challenging bourgeois and revisionist political economy. Studying Marxist political economy helps us to distinguish between Marxism and revisionism, between socialism and capitalism, and between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. It will also enable us to correct deviations and heighten our ideological awareness. In summary, we must study some political economy if we want to defeat anti-party, anti-Marxist ideology, truly persevere in exercising all-round dictatorship over the bourgeoisie, thoroughly implement the party's basic line, and continue to score new and greater victories in the great socialist revolution and the cause of socialist construction. Combine theory with practice to learn political economy well. Political economy is an application of, and demonstrates the validity of, dialectical materialism and historical materialism. In studying political economy, we must follow the guidance of dialectical materialism and historical materialism. The dialectical method regards every historically developed social form as in fluid movement, and therefore takes into account its transient nature, not less than its momentary existence, because it lets nothing impose upon it and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. 15. This proletarian world outlook is in direct opposition to idealism and metaphysics. Only by grasping dialectical and historical materialism and using them to observe and analyze the laws of motion of capitalist society and economy can we understand why capitalism is bound to perish and socialism bound to triumph. And only by using dialectical and historical materialism to observe and analyze the laws of motion of socialist society and economy can we understand the protracted and complex nature of class struggle and line struggle in socialist society. And only then can we understand the general trend of historical development from socialism to communism, which is independent of human will. This will strengthen our resolve to struggle for the ultimate victory of the cause of communism, with full determination and fearing neither difficulty nor sacrifice. In studying political economy, we must insist on the revolutionary style of learning which combines theory with practice. Chairman Mao teaches us, it is necessary to master Marxist theory and apply it, master it for the sole purpose of applying it. To combine theory and practice is a question of whether one has a revolutionary style of study, of whether one has party spirit. We must combine study of political economy with criticism of revisionism, with criticism of the reactionary fallacies peddled by Liu Shaoqi, Lin Piao, and similar swindlers, with the three great revolutionary movements of class struggle, the struggle for production and scientific experiment, and with the transformation of world outlook. Chairman Mao has pointed out, Lenin said that small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale. They are also engendered among a part of the working class and of the party membership, both within the ranks of the proletariat and among the personnel of state and other organs, there are people who take to the bourgeois style of life. 17. We should use Marxist political economy to consciously combat the bourgeois style and to wage a persistent struggle against capitalist forces and the bourgeoisie. Is it difficult to learn Marxist political economy? Yes. In the preface to the first edition of Capital, Marx said, "Everything starts out difficult. Every science is this way." In the concrete analysis of objective phenomena, Marxist political economy penetrates beneath the surface, grasps the essence, and undertakes scientific abstraction. When we start, we often come across some terms and concepts which are difficult to understand. But Marxist political economy was written for the proletariat and deals with the theory of proletarian revolution. If we seriously study it, then we can gradually come to understand it. Nothing in the world is difficult for one who sets one's mind to it. To cross the threshold is not difficult, and mastery too is possible, provided one sets one's mind to the task and is good at learning. Marx once pointed out, "There is no royal road to science, and only those who do not dread the fatiguing climb of its steep paths have a chance of gaining its luminous summits." 19 revolutionary leaders of the proletariat devoted their entire lives to founding and developing Marxist theory. Following their shining examples and diligently reading works by Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao, we should struggle to study and master this Marxist theoretical weapon for the socialist revolution and socialist construction, and for the achievement of communism worldwide. 2. Socialist society ushers in a new era in human history. Socialist society and the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the middle of the 19th century, Marx and Engels, the teachers of the world proletarian revolution, analyzed the emergence, development, and decline of capitalist relations of production, and reached the scientific conclusion that the proletariat would certainly overthrow the bourgeoisie and all exploiting classes, that proletarian dictatorship would certainly replace bourgeois dictatorship, that socialism would certainly replace capitalism, and that communism would certainly be realized in the end. They called on the proletariat of the world to unite with the broad laboring masses and take up arms to struggle fearlessly for the destruction of the bourgeois state machinery, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the achievement of socialism and communism. In the past 100 years and more, the proletariat of the world, fearing no sacrifice, has marched forward unwaveringly under the brilliant guidance of Marxism. The international proletariat has turned the scientific socialist ideal into a reality that illumines a large area of the world.
The socialist system will eventually replace the capitalist system. This is an objective law independent of man's will.
The socialist society under proletarian dictatorship, established through violent revolution, is a fundamental negation of the exploitative capitalist system and all exploitative systems. It ushers in a new era of human history. Proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat are the prerequisites for the emergence of socialist relations of production. Socialist relations of production cannot emerge within capitalist society. The transition from one form of society to another in human history is impelled by the fundamental contradiction in society, namely, the contradiction between the relations of production and the forces of production, and between the superstructure and the economic base. Marx pointed out, at a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or, what is but a legal expression for the same thing, with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. The material conditions for socialist relations of production, socialized production, and the proletariat, acting as the gravediggers of capitalism, steadily develop under capitalist conditions. When capitalism develops into imperialism, the death knell of capitalism is sounded, and the time for proletarian socialist revolution has come. In human history, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism are all exploitative systems based on private ownership of the means of production. The transitions from slavery to feudalism to capitalism always take the form of a new system of private ownership replacing an old system of private ownership. Under these conditions, new relations of production can gradually emerge and develop in the old society. For example, capitalist relations of production emerged gradually towards the end of feudal society. But even under these conditions, in order for a new system of private ownership to become the dominant economic basis of society, it must rely on the newly emerging exploiting class, which represents this new system of private ownership, to launch revolutions, seize political power, and engage in life-and-death class struggle. This is a time-tested law. Socialist relations of production are relations of production based on public ownership. They cannot possibly emerge within capitalist society. The socialist system of public ownership stands in fundamental opposition to the system of capitalist ownership in which the means of production are privately owned. To implement socialist public ownership of the means of production implies the expropriation of the bourgeoisie's means of production. This cannot be carried out in capitalist society under bourgeois dictatorship. The bourgeois state machinery and its whole superstructure exist for the protection of the system of capitalist private ownership. The bourgeoisie will never allow socialist relations of production to take shape within the capitalist society. All fallacious arguments that capitalism can peacefully evolve into socialism, championed by new and old revisionists, are totally contrary to the facts. These theories sow to preserve the capitalist system and to prevent the proletariat from rising up and rebelling. With the development of capitalism, the path to complete and revolutionary societal transformation is clear.
The proletariat seizes state power and to begin with transforms the means of production into state property. 3.
The fundamental issue of revolution is political power. Chairman Mao pointed out,
Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun.
only by overthrowing the bourgeois state machinery and establishing proletarian dictatorship through revolutionary violence can the proletariat institute socialist nationalization of the capitalist economy and socialist transformation of the individual economy, and establish and develop production relations based on socialist public ownership. Thus, proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship become the prerequisites for the emergence of socialist relations of production. The Paris Commune of 1871 was the historic first, great attempt made by the proletariat to overthrow the capitalist system with revolutionary violence. Although the Paris Commune failed, the principles of the Commune lived on. The experience of the Paris Commune demonstrated that the proletariat must destroy the bourgeois state machinery. That is to say, the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. Lenin's leadership in the October Revolution was a brilliant application of the Marxist theory of violent revolution. The experience of the October Revolution demonstrated that in the period of imperialism and proletarian revolution, as long as there is a proletariat of some size, as long as there are masses suffering oppression, and as long as there is a relatively mature proletarian party which is able to combine a Marxist line with revolutionary practice in that country, and which is able to correctly lead the proletariat, the poor, and the suffering peasants by uniting all forces that can be united to wage a persistent struggle against the class enemy, it is possible to overthrow bourgeois rule through armed revolution, even in the most backward capitalist country, and thereby establish a socialist state under proletarian dictatorship. The cannon fired in the October Revolution brought the Chinese people Marxism-Leninism. The great Chairman Mao formulated a general line for China's new democratic revolution by combining the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with China's revolutionary situation. The general line was,
The revolution against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism will be waged by the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat.
under the guidance of this revolutionary line, the path of establishing base areas in the countryside and the rural areas and laying siege to, and finally seizing, the urban areas was followed. After a prolonged period of revolutionary war, the Chinese people overthrew the reactionary rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucracy capitalism, destroyed the old state machinery, and established the People's Republic of China under a people's democratic dictatorship, a specific form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The birth of the People's Republic of China was the greatest world historical event since the October Revolution. The experience of the Chinese Revolution demonstrates that, in the period of imperialism and proletarian revolution, if the proletariat of the colonial and semi-colonial countries seriously combines the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with concrete revolutionary practice in those countries, assumes firm leadership of the democratic revolution, and leads the people to victory in this revolution, it is entirely possible to enter the stage of socialist revolution immediately after completing the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal tasks. The triumphs of the October Revolution and the Socialist Revolution in China are the great victories of the Marxist theory of armed revolution. New and old revisionists constantly and maliciously attack armed revolutions. They espouse the fallacy of peaceful transition, which is nothing but a refurbished version of the benevolence preached by the philosopher Confucius, a spokesman for the then decadent slave-owning class in China. Confucius's benevolence has never been benevolent at all, and the bourgeoisie has always used reactionary force to suppress the proletariat. The so-called "a way of loyalty and trust" was a hoax perpetrated by the exploiting class to sap the fighting will of the laboring people. That veritable present-day disciple of Confucius, Lin Piao, even picked up such dust-covered weapons as
"One who wields virtue prospers, one who wields force perishes,"
vainly attempting to restrict the freedom of the proletariat, and to oppose the use of revolutionary violence against the reactionary class. With respect to the fallacy of peaceful transition and the opposition to revolutionary violence consistently pushed by domestic and foreign revisionists, Chairman Mao solemnly pointed out,
The seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution. This Marxist-Leninist principle of revolution holds good universally for China and for all other countries.
This is a universal law of proletarian revolution. The crux of the theory of the productive forces is its opposition to proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship. The most fundamental betrayal of Marxism by the new and old revisionists is their opposition to proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship. The tattered banner they often hoist in opposition to proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship is the reactionary Thekrai of the productive forces, or the productivity first theory. The revisionists Bernstein and Kautsky of the Second International tried very hard to promote the idea that, by virtue of the development of the productive forces, capitalist countries with highly developed industrial economies would gradually evolve towards socialism. In these countries, it was therefore unnecessary to resort to violent revolution. The corollary was that in capitalist countries with underdeveloped industries, in the colonies, and in the dependent countries, it was necessary first to develop the productive forces, since, it was alleged, without highly developed productive forces, the proletariat could not wage revolution. This was an early version of the theory of the productive forces in the international communist movement. This erroneous theory treated social transformation purely as an issue of the development of the productive forces. It completely ignored that the relations of production react back upon the development of the ductive forces, and that the superstructure reacts back upon the ECC Nornic base. It ignored the principle of historical materialism that in class society social transformation can be realized only through fierce class struggle. The founders of Marxism dealt a firm blow to the revisionists' theory of the productive forces. Engels pointed out,
According to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this, neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Hence, if somebody twists this into saying that the economic element is the only determining one, it transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase.
and in the course of the proletarian revolution in Russia, people like Trotsky and Bukharin again picked up this shop-worn theory of the productive forces in a futile attempt to oppose the Russian proletariat's triumphant advance against the capitalist system. They insisted that economically backward Russia was not qualified to establish a socialist system. This type of nonsense was roundly criticized by Lenin. Lenin asked,
Why cannot we begin by first achieving the prerequisites for that definite level of culture in a revolutionary way, and then, with the aid of the workers' and peasants' government and the Soviet system, proceed to overtake the other nations? 9.
in the course of the Chinese Revolution, leaders of the revisionist line, like Chen Tu-Xiu, borrowed the reactionary theory of the productive forces from the revisionists of the Second International and the Trotskyites. They said that China's economy was backward, and that the proletariat could seize political power only after capitalism was highly developed. This theory, in effect, negated the need for revolution in China and would have kept China in her semi-colonial and semi-feudal state. Chairman Mao countered this position with this observation: in the absence of political reforms, all the productive forces are being ruined, and this is true both of agriculture and of industry. 10. Referring to the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of China's old society, Chairman Mao pointed out that China's revolution must proceed in 2 steps. The first step is the new democratic revolution. The second step is the socialist revolution. These are 2 distinct yet interrelated revolutionary processes. The democratic revolution is the necessary preparation for the socialist revolution. The socialist revolution is an inevitable trend of the democratic revolution. This totally and thoroughly demolishes the conspiracy of people like Chen Tu-Xiu, who unsuccessfully attempted to stem the rolling torrent of the Chinese People's Revolution by resorting to the reactionary theory of the productive forces. Chairman Mao said,
True, the productive forces, practice, and the economic base generally play the principal and decisive role. Whoever denies this is not a materialist. But it must also be admitted that in certain conditions, such aspects as the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure in turn manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role.
The history of the international communist movement shows that the line of demarcation between Marxism and revisionism in the proletarian struggle for political power lies in whether one persists in upholding the theory of the dialectical unity between productive forces and the relations of production and between the economic base and the superstructure, or whether one pushes the reactionary theory of the productive forces. Socialist society is a fairly long historical period. Socialist society is a period of struggle between declining capitalism and rising communism. What kind of a society is the socialist society established through proletarian revolution? What are its basic characteristics? Marx pointed out,
Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. There corresponds to this also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but to be revolutionary dictatorship of TBE proletariat. 12.
the period described by Marx as
The period of revolutionary transformation of the one into the other,
and
a political transition period,
is the historical period of socialism. The society in this period is socialist society under the dictatorship of the proletariat. In socialist society, the system of public ownership of the means of production replaces the system of private ownership. The laboring people control the lifelines of the socialist economy and become the masters of society. Marxist ideological education gradually liberates lions of laboring people from the influence of the old society so that they can advance along the socialist and communist paths. From this aspect, socialist society already contains some elements of communist society. But socialist society is merely a preliminary stage of communist society, not a completely communist society. Just as Marx pointed out,
what we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. 13.
Changnan Mao, referring to the socialist system, said,
In a word, China is a socialist country. Before liberation, she was much the same as a capitalist country. Even now, she practices an 8-grade wage system, distribution according to work and exchange through money, and in all this differs very little from the old society. What is different is that the system of ownership has changed.
Chairman Mao pointed out,
Our country at present practices a commodity system. The wage system is unequal too, as in the 8-grade wage scale, and so forth. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, such things can only be restricted.
the scientific analysis of socialist society by the revolutionary teachers shows that in various spheres of socialist society there still exist capitalist traditions and birthmarks. The bourgeoisie and all exploiting classes have been overthrown, but these classes and their influence on economics, politics, and ideology will continue to exist for a long time. The differences between worker and peasant, town and country, and mental and manual labor, which are left over from the old society, will continue to exist for a long time, as will bourgeois right. In short, the soil that engenders capitalism and new bourgeois elements will continue to exist for a long time. Consequently, the entire historical period of socialism
Has to be a period of struggle between dying capitalism and nascent communism.
The very nature and characteristics of socialist society determine that socialist society will not be a short and transient period of transition, but will extend over Fafra-Litong historical period. Before the Socialist Revolution, the revolutions to replace slavery with feudalism and feudalism with capitalism merely represented the replacement of an old exploitative system by a new exploitative TM. The proletarian socialist revolution is fundamentally different. It must thoroughly abolish all exploitative systems among people. It must abolish class distinctions generally, abolish all the relations of production on which they rest, abolish all the social relations that correspond to these relations of production, and revolutionize all the ideas that result from these social relations, thereby making it impossible for the bourgeoisie to exist or for a new bourgeoisie to arise. Hence, this revolution is richer, wider, and more complex than any other revolution in history. The goal of communism can be realized in the end only through prolonged struggle and by creating favorable conditions step by step. To eliminate classes, socialist society must make a thorough and clean break with all influences and traditions of private ownership and of the old society. The legacy of Confucius, who stubbornly defended slavery in China more than 2,000 years ago, has been used by the exploiting classes of various historical periods to consolidate their reactionary rule. Today, the reactionary thought of Confucius is still used by the bourgeoisie and revisionists as an ideological weapon to restore capitalism. It is a protracted and complex task to solve the issue of whether socialism or capitalism will win out in the sphere of political ideology. Chairman Mao pointed out,
There must also be a thorough socialist revolution on the political and ideological fronts. Here, a very long period of time is needed to decide who will win in the struggle between socialism and capitalism. Several decades won't do it. Success requires anywhere from 1 to several centuries. 15.
the final victory of a socialist country not only requires the efforts of the proletariat and the broad masses of the people at home, but also involves the victory of the world revolution and the abolition of the system of exploitation of man by man over the whole globe, upon which all mankind will be emancipated. Oh, we are still in the period of imperialism and proletarian revolution. The final triumph of the socialist revolution will be won only after a series of difficult, complex, and protracted class struggles in the world. Correctly understanding the nature and characteristics of socialist society. Correctly understanding that socialist society is a fairly long historical period. And drawing a clear distinction between scientific socialism and all kinds of phony socialism have great significance for the success of the proletariat of all countries in making socialist revolution and struggling to prevent capitalist restoration after the victory of the revolution. The victory of socialism in large areas of the world will force its enemies to disguise themselves as socialists. They will hoist various socialist banners to deceive the world and win fame for themselves. In the contemporary period, there is the developed socialism served up by Brezhnev, the real socialism peddled by Lin Piao, and so forth. People like Brezhnev vainly hope to hide under the cloak of developed socialism in order to intensify the exploitation and oppression of the laboring people in their own country, as part of their unscrupulous restoration of capitalism. Abroad, they step up aggression and expansion in their futile attempt to achieve world supremacy. The so-called developed socialism is a new form of bureaucrat monopoly capitalism, that is, social imperialism. The real socialism peddled by people like Lin Piao was merely a disguise. His reactionary program was Confucius's
restraining oneself and restoring the rights.
He clamored that,
Of all things, this is the most important.
his intention was to sabotage China's socialist system under the dictatorship of the proletariat and to restore capitalism. The so-called real socialism was in fact real capitalism. This company of renegades sought to mix the genuine with the sham in order to paralyze the revolutionary spirit of the broad masses of people. But Marxist scientific socialism cannot be faked. Once a comparison is made with the nature and characteristics of socialist society as explained by Marxism, it becomes easy to expose the various brands of sham socialism. The theory of the basic contradictions in socialist society is the theoretical basis for continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. After proletarian dictatorship was established in China, Chairman Mao laid down a general line for the party in the transition period.
Bring about, step by step and over a fairly long period, the socialist industrialization of China and the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce high on the state. 1.
According to this general line, China had basically completed the socialist transformation of the system of ownership of the means of production in 1956. Does this mean, then, that after the basic completion of the socialist transformation of the system of ownership of the means of production, socialist society ceases being an historical process of the motion of contradictions? What are the basic contradictions in socialist society? Are these contradictions mainly manifested in the contradiction and the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie? It is exactly in answer to these questions that there exist fundamental differences between Marxism and modern revisionism. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique flatly denies that contradictions exist in socialist society from beginning to end. It flatly denies that these contradictions are mainly manifested in the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. It flatly denies that it is precisely the unity and struggle between opposites that propels the development of socialist society. By denying all of this, the Soviet revisionist clique aims to conceal its high crime of totally restoring capitalism and implementing fascist dictatorship. Liu Shaoqi, Lin Piao and company followed in the footsteps of the Soviet revisionists. After the great victory achieved in China's socialist transformation of the system of ownership of the means of production, they fabricated the nonsense that
there was a contradiction between the advanced socialist system and the backward social productive forces.
they unsuccessfully attempted to use this non-existent contradiction to negate the ever-present contradiction between the relations and forces of production, between the superstructure and the economic base. To cover up their conspiracy to restore capitalism in China, they denied that the principal contradiction in Chinese society was the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie. Confronted by this revisionist countercurrent, Chairman Mao has advanced the great theory of the basic contradictions in socialist society, based on the fundamental principles of Marxism and the accumulated experience of the international communist movement. Chairman Mao pointed out that the universal law of the unity and struggle between opposites in nature, human society, and human thought is equally applicable to socialist society.
The basic contradictions in socialist society are still those between the relations of production and the productive forces, and between the superstructure and the economic base. 18.
Chairman Mao's theory of the basic contradictions in socialist society represents a continuation, a defense, and a further development of Marxism-Leninism. It has dealt a fatal blow to modern revisionism and is a powerful weapon for the proletariat and the broad laboring people. The socialist relations of production correspond to the development of the productive forces. This permits the productive forces to develop rapidly, at a speed that was not possible in the old society. The state system and law under proletarian dictatorship and other elements of the superstructure, such as socialist ideology, which are guided by Marxism, also conform to the socialist economic base, namely, socialist relations of production. This is the fundamental aspect. But there is another aspect. Not only is there correspondence between the relations of production and the productive forces, and between the superstructure and the economic base, there is also contradiction. The correspondence and contradiction of the various aspects of the basic contradictions of socialist society propel socialist society forward. In order to correctly understand the contradiction between the relations of production and the productive forces under socialism, it is necessary to make a concrete analysis of the relations of production in socialist society. For a certain period of time in socialist society, there still exist non-socialist relations of production. In regard to the ownership system, for example, The joint state-private enterprises in China were basically socialist in nature, but the capitalist could still obtain interest at a fixed rate. In other words, exploitation and remnants of capitalist private ownership still existed. After the fixed interest was abolished, there were still remnants of individual economy in the urban and rural areas for a fairly long period of time. In regard to mutual relations between people, opposition between classes representing the capitalist relations of production and the laboring people still existed. In regard to the distribution of personal consumption goods, high salaries were still paid to the capitalist and bourgeois experts whose services were retained for a period of time. These high salaries did not embody the socialist principle of from each according to one's ability and to each according to one's work, but were in fact a form of buying them out. All these non-socialist relations of production were in conflict not only with the development of the productive forces, but also with socialist relations of production. In the process of development of socialist construction, these non-socialist relations of production must be transformed step by step. On the other hand, the socialist relations of production themselves also undergo a process of development from a less mature to a more mature state. In socialist society,
Communism cannot as yet be fully ripe economically and entirely free from traditions or traces of capitalism. 19.
the establishment of the system of socialist public ownership was a fundamental negation of the system of private ownership. But this does not imply that the issue of ownership is completely settled. Bourgeois right has not been abolished entirely in the sphere of ownership. Furthermore, owing to the practice of the commodity system, exchange through money, distribution according to work, and the existence of basic differences between workers and peasants, town and country, and mental and manual labor, bourgeois right still exists to a serious extent in the mutual relations between people, and holds a dominant position in distribution. This kind of bourgeois right in the historical period of socialism cannot be entirely abolished, and in certain aspects it is still allowed to exist legally and is protected by the state. It can only be restricted under the dictatorship of the proletariat, which actively creates the conditions for the elimination of bourgeois right from the stage of history. At the same time, with the rapid development of the productive forces, there arise conditions in which some aspects of socialist production relations are no longer compatible with the development of the productive forces, and they must be adjusted and improved in a timely manner. But, in the final analysis, the central problem of perfecting socialist relations of production cannot but be a process of struggle, in which the rising communist factors gradually triumph over the declining capitalist traditions and influences. To understand the contradiction between the superstructure and the economic base under socialism, it is also necessary to conduct a concrete analysis of the superstructure in socialist society. To begin with, in socialist society, there still exist the ideologies of the bourgeoisie and other exploiting classes. Furthermore, the existence of certain representatives of the bourgeoisie in the state organizations, certain bureaucratic styles of work, and certain defects in the state system are all in conflict with the socialist economic base. Only by continuing, usually resolving such contradictions, can the superstructure further meet the need to consolidate and develop the socialist economic base. The basic contradictions in socialist society are fundamentally different in their nature and conditions from the contradictions between the relations of production and the forces of production, and between the superstructure and the economic base in the old society. The basic contradictions of capitalist society are manifested as violent antagonisms and upheavals. These contradictions can only be resolved through violent revolution by the proletariat, the overthrow of the bourgeois dictatorship, and the elimination of capitalist relations of production. The contradictions between the socialist relations of production and the productive forces, and between the socialist superstructure and the economic base, are an entirely different matter. Viewed from the perspective of the objective law of historical development of human society, the process of the ceaseless emergence and resolution of these contradictions is also the process of transition from socialist society to communist society. In this process, workers, peasants, and other laboring people who are the ruling class are not overthrown by any opposition power. They still remain the masters of society. The system of public ownership is not destroyed, but is developed to a higher stage. In this sense, the contradictions of socialist society
are not antagonistic and can be resolved one after another by the socialist system itself. 20.
The correspondence and contradiction between the relations of production and the productive forces, and between the superstructure and the economic base, in socialist society constitute a ceaseless dialectical process of development which propels socialist society forward towards communist society. Of course, the motion of socialist society, like that of other historical epochs of human society, cannot avoid temporary twists and turns in the course of its development. There had been the restoration of the class of slave masters in feudal society. There had been restoration of the feudal dynasty in capitalist society, and there had also been restoration of capitalism in socialist society, of which the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union is a concrete example. Historical development proceeds through many twists and turns, but the counter-revolutionary restoration of the reactionary classes is a desperate attempt before death that runs counter to the law of development of social history and cannot last for too long. It is certain that the Soviet Union will return to the Marxist-Leninist road in the future. Chairman Mao's theory of the basic contradictions in socialist society is the theoretical basis for continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Chairman Mao pointed out,
In China, although in the main socialist transformation has been completed, there are still remnants of the overthrown landlord and comprador classes. There is still a bourgeoisie, and the remolding of the petty bourgeoisie has only just started. The class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the class struggle between the different political forces, and the class struggle in the ideological field between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie will continue to be long and tortuous, and at times will even become very acute. 21.
this was the thesis, drawn clearly for the first time in the historical theory and practice of the international communist movement. After the socialist transformation of the ownership system of the means of production is basically completed, there still exist classes and class struggle. The proletariat must continue the revolution and wage the socialist revolution on the political, economic, ideological, and cultural battlefronts to the very end. Keep firmly to the basic line of the party for the entire historical period of socialism. Chairman Mao teaches us that
Everything depends on whether or not the ideological and political line is correct.
to persevere in continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat needs a correct line. Based on a detailed analysis of the basic contradictions in socialist society and his theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, Chairman Mao formulated for our party a basic line for the socialist transition period.
Socialist society covers a considerably long historical period. In the historical period of socialism, there are still classes, class contradictions, and class struggle. There is the struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road, and there is the danger of capitalist restoration. We must recognize the protracted and complex nature of this struggle. We must heighten our vigilance. We must conduct socialist education. We must correctly understand and handle class contradictions and class struggle, distinguish the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy from those among the people, and handle them correctly. Otherwise, a socialist country like ours will turn into its opposite and degenerate, and a capitalist restoration will take place. From now on, we must remind ourselves of this every year, every month, and every day, so that we can retain a rather sober understanding of this problem and have a Marxist-Leninist line. 22.
This proletarian revolutionary line formulated by Chairman Mao reveals the objective laws governing class struggle in the socialist period, and is the only correct line for achieving the basic program of the party. This basic line is a brilliant beacon for the whole party, the whole country, and the whole people. It illumines the historical path of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The protracted nature of class struggle in socialist society is the inevitable reflection of the struggle between rising communist factors and declining capitalist traditions and influences on class relations. The overthrown exploiting classes still survive and continue to challenge the proletariat, making every bid to recover their lost paradise. Because the soil and conditions that breed capitalism still exist in socialist society, new bourgeois elements will be engendered batch after batch. Chairman Mao pointed out,
Lenin said that small production engenders capitalism, and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale. They are also engendered among a part of the working class and of the party membership, both within the ranks of the proletariat and among the personnel of state and other organs. There are people who take to the bourgeois style of life.
the existence of bourgeois influence and of the influence of revisionism constitutes the political and ideological source of the new bourgeois elements. And the existence of bourgeois right provides an important economic foundation for their emergence. At the same time, international imperialism and social imperialism always try hard to convert socialist countries into capitalist countries, or even into colonial or semi-colonial countries. International class struggle will inevitably be reflected in the socialist countries. The proletariat and the broad laboring people under its leadership are the representatives of socialist relations of production. They keep firmly to the socialist road and to the Marxist theory of uninterrupted revolution and its development through stages. They restrict bourgeois right and they promote the continued néolidation and perfecting of the socialist relations of oroduction and the suor structure bourgeoisie and its agents inside the Communist Party are the representatives of capitalist relations of production. They insist on taking the capitalist road and always try hard to consolidate and expand bourgeois right and to transform socialist relations of production into capitalist relations of production. Therefore, throughout the entire historical period of socialism, there is struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and between the socialist and the capitalist roads. This is an objective law independent of human will. In a word, struggles are inevitable. Though people may want to avoid them, it is not possible. The proletariat can only gain victory by creating and seizing upon favorable conditions through struggle. Chairman Mao said,
Why did Lenin speak of exercising dictatorship over the bourgeoisie? It is essential to get this question clear. Lack of clarity on this question will lead to revisionism. This should be made known to the whole nation.
Chairman Mao's directive has great immediate practical and long-range importance for consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, preventing capitalist restoration, constructing socialism, and achieving communism. Only by exercising all-round dictatorship over the bourgeoisie, in all stages of revolutionary development and in all spheres, and by creating the conditions in which it will be impossible for the bourgeoisie and all exploiting classes to exist or for a new bourgeoisie to arise, can the proletariat accomplish the historical task of proletarian dictatorship and realize the great ideal of communism. Class struggle in socialist society develops in a wave-like motion, sometimes rising high and sometimes subsiding. This is due to differences in the conditions of class struggle, and not to whether there is class struggle or not. The history of socialist society tells us that class enemies and all monsters and freaks will show themselves. Chairman Mao pointed out,
Great disorder across the land leads to great order. And so once again, every 7 or 8 years, monsters and demons will jump out themselves. Determined by their own class nature, they are bound to jump out. 23.
the law of class struggle finds expression in a major struggle every few years. Only after repeated tests of strength will the forces of the reactionary classes become weaker, and will the proletariat be able to finally fulfill the great historical mission of eliminating the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes. Class struggle in society is of necessity reflected in the party, and is manifested as a struggle between the two lines inside the party. The basic party line tells us that the struggle against revisionism is a long-term struggle. The struggle between our party and the 4 anti-party cliques headed by Cao Kang, Zhao Shuxi, Peng Tehuai, Liu Shaoqi, and Fin Piao was a struggle against revisionism. Chairman Mao personally launched and led the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. It was a great revolution in the superstructure, a great political revolution under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It could also be called the Second Revolution of China. In the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Chairman Mao led the whole party, the whole armed forces, and the whole people to destroy the 2 bourgeois headquarters commanded by Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao. This bunch of renegades and traitors conspired to usurp the supreme power of the party and the state and sought to fundamentally transform the basic party line and its basic policies for the entire historical period of socialism in order to convert the Marxist-Leninist Party into a revisionist fascist party, to sabotage the dictatorship of the proletariat, and to restore capitalism. The substance of their revisionist line is extreme rightism. Their counter-revolutionary conspiracy has been crushed by the hundreds of millions of revolutionary people of China. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution has won a great victory. Revolution is still developing, and struggle is still continuing. The struggle between the 2 lines inside the party, which is a reflection of class struggle, will exist throughout the historical period of socialism. Chairman Mao pointed out,
The current great cultural revolution is only the first one, and we are to carry out many later ones. The victory of a revolution can only be decided after a long historical period. It is likely that capitalism may be restored any time if we do not have our work done well. Members of the whole party and people of the whole country should not think that 3 or 4 great cultural revolutions are sufficient to bring peace to the nation. You must be always on guard and never for a moment slacken your vigilance.
Socialist Shanghai constitutes the beginning of people consciously making history, the great soaring leap in the history of human development. The proletariat and the laboring people continue the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat in order to make the superstructure serve the socialist economic base, to make the relations of production conform to the development of the productive forces, and to consciously transform society and nature in accordance with the economic laws of socialism. This is a giant stride in human history. There are several thousand years of written human history. But before the birth of socialist society, this long period of history was but a prehistory in the development of human society. The producers were enslaved not only by nature, but also by the means of production which they themselves created.
It is not the producers who dominate the means of production, but the means of production which dominate the producers 25.
That is to say, the exploiting class, which controlled the basic means of production and thus state political power, viciously oppressed and exploited the broad laboring people and reduced them to a dark and miserable existence. The proletarian socialist revolution is like spring thunder and has shaken human history. It has brought an end to this prehistory and has ushered in a new era in which people consciously make history. The material basis for this great leap in human history lies in the transformation of private ownership of the means of production into socialist public ownership after the proletariat and the laboring people have seized political power. In socialist society, public ownership of the means of production enables the laboring people, who are the majority of the people, to become masters of the state and enterprises. Only when the laboring people have become the masters of social relations can they become the masters of nature and consciously transform the world and make history under the guidance of Marxism. Certainly, compared with an advanced communist society, socialist society is only the beginning of an era in which people consciously make history. In addition to the limitations imposed by the level of development of the productive forces and by the conditions of our knowledge of the physical world, the main obstacle lies in the continuing existence in socialist society of the bourgeoisie and its ideological influence, of the differences between worker and peasant, town and country, and mental and manual labor, and of the soil-breeding capitalism. I herefore, although the proletariat and the broad laboring people control state political power and the basic means of production, their conscious activities in transforming the world and making history are still restricted by history. Nevertheless,
The important thing is that the ice has been broken, the road is open, the way has been shown. 26.
the proletariat will ultimately enter the communist New World along the socialist road. Bring the initiating role of the superstructure fully into play. Consciously make use of objective laws. In socialist society, people begin to consciously make their own history. This does not mean that people can make history at will. It simply means that for the first time, people of the entire society can consciously identify and make use of objective economic laws to serve the interests of the proletariat and the broad laboring people. Freedom is the understanding of necessity and the transformation of necessity. 27 economic laws are objective laws governing the development of social economy and are not subject to change according to human will. People cannot transform or create objective laws, but people are not entirely helpless before objective laws. In socialist society, people can correctly identify them, utilize, and rely on them, and channel the destructive forces of certain laws, or restrict their scope of operation. On the other hand, a larger scope of operation is given to laws that are constructive, and which serve the purpose of transforming the objective world. Under different social systems, the forms of expression of economic laws have different characteristics. In capitalist society, owing to private ownership of the means of production, production is carried out under blind competition and chaotic conditions. Therefore, economic laws always assume an external, alien form in capitalist society. Socialist society is based on public ownership of the means of production. The laboring people are the masters of social-economic relations. This makes it possible for people to consciously master and apply economic laws. Just as Engels once prophesied,
The laws of man's own social activity, which have hitherto confronted him as external laws of nature dominating him, will then be applied by man, with full knowledge and hence be dominated by him. 28.
the establishment of a system of public ownership of the means of production makes it possible for people to identify and consciously act in accordance with economic laws. But to turn this possibility into reality, struggle is inevitable. The efforts of the proletariat to act in accordance with economic laws of society and to accelerate the transformation of socialist society into communist society will certainly meet with violent resistance from the bourgeoisie and other decadent social forces, and especially with interference and sabotage from the revisionist line. The process of conscious application of socialist gnomic laws is the process of struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the Marxist line and the revisionist line. At the same time, people must also resolve the contradiction between the objective laws of economic development of a socialist society and our subjective understanding them in practice. 29. This represents another process. It is necessary to start from practice, conduct investigation and research, go from no experience to experience, and from a little experience to a lot of experience, and gradually overcome spontaneity and raise consciousness. This process of understanding cannot be divorced from the process of transformation of people's world outlook. People with the proletarian world outlook can more correctly identify the laws of development governing socialist economy. Those stubbornly clinging to the bourgeois outlook can never correctly identify the laws of development governing socialist economy. Therefore, this process of understanding is also a process of destroying the bourgeois world outlook and establishing the proletarian world outlook. Those viewpoints which regard the conscious application of economic laws in socialist society as an easy matter that requires neither hard work nor overcorning resistance and interference from the bourgeoisie and the revisionist line, nor struggle between the two world outlooks, are wrong. These viewpoints advocate, let nature take its own course, or let us extinguish class struggle. And in socialist society, in order to consciously apply objective economic laws, it is necessary to give full scope to the active and initiating role of the superstructure. The immense capability of the socialist superstructure is manifested first and foremost in the leadership of the proletarian political party. The proletarian political party is established in accord with Marxist revolutionary theory and revolutionary style. It is good at comprehending the objective laws governing historical development, assimilating the wisdom of the masses, grasping the general trend of historical development, and formulating correct theory, programs, lines, and general and specific policies based on actual conditions in the various stages of social development. These correct theories, programs, lines, and general and specific policies come from the masses and return to the masses, leading them to victory in their struggle. The Communist Party of China uses Marxism-Leninism-Mao Zedong thought as the theoretical basis guiding its thinking. The reason that the party's theory of revolution, especially its theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the Marxist line and general and specific policies formulated by the proletarian political party can be so invincible is that those theories correctly reflect the objective laws governing the economic development of society.
Without a revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. 30.
It is therefore important to seriously study the Marxist theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat as a guide to correctly identify and act in accordance with the economic laws governing socialist society. In the final analysis, party leadership is leadership by the Marxist line. Only by grasping revolution in the superstructure, including the ideological sphere, and making sure that the ideological and political lines are correct, can a Marxist party lead the proletarian revolutionary cause from victory to still greater victory. The state political power of the dictatorship of the proletariat, under the leadership of the Marxist-Leninist Party, is a powerful tool of class struggle in the hands of the proletariat that can be used to continuously defeat the bourgeoisie, restrict bourgeois right, and eliminate the soil that engenders capitalism. It plays an immense role in guaranteeing the thorough implementation of the basic party line and in organizing and leading the socialist economy. By exercising its own state political power, the proletariat can unfold socialist revolution on the economic battlefront, establish and develop socialist relations of production, plan, organize, and lead the whole national economy. Develop social productive forces and socialist revolution on the political, ideological, and cultural battlefronts in order to consolidate the socialist economic base by steadily perfecting the socialist superstructure. Continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat means giving full play to this initiating role of the state political power of the proletarian dictatorship. These conditions cannot be created under bourgeois dictatorship. It is true that the bourgeoisie, for a certain time following the seizure of political power, also used its state power to consolidate and promote capitalist relations of production. But as these relations became increasingly moribund, the bourgeois state lost its revolutionary role and became a fetter on change in relations of production and the development of the productive forces. As far as the socialist revolution is concerned, the seizure of political power by the proletariat is merely the beginning of revolution. With the development of the productive forces, socialist relations of production undergo an historical process by which the new supersedes the old. The state political power under proletarian dictatorship, promoting such renewal and transformation and propelling the development of the productive forces, is, in the Yang, the most powerful weapon with which the proletariat continues socialist revolution. With this weapon, the proletariat can now crush the resistance of the bourgeoisie and other reactionary forces, unite the whole laboring people around itself, triumphantly unfold the three great revolutionary movements of class struggle, the struggle for production and scientific experiment, and promote the steady consolidation and perfecting of the socialist economic base and superstructure so that socialist society can advance along the path charted by the basic party line until the achievement of the highest ideal, communism. Major study references: Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program. Lenin, Economics and Politics in the Era of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. Collected Works, Volume 30. Mao, On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People, Selected Readings. Notes: Mao Zedong, Speech at the Meeting of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR in celebration of the 40th anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution, cited in quotations from Chenan, Mao Zedong, Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1966. 14. Hereafter, this source is referred to as the Red Book. Marx, Preface to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. MESW 1, pages 503-504. Engels, Anti-Dubring, Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1976, page 362. Mao, Problems of War and Strategy, SW2, p. 224. Marx, The Civil War in France, Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1974, page 064. Mao, Speech at a Conference of Cadres in the Shanxi Suiyuan Liberated Area, SW4, PR 238. Mao, Problems of War and Strategy, page 219. Engels, To J. Bloch in Königsberg, September 21st to 22nd, 1890, MESW 3, PA 487. Lenin, Our Revolution, CW 33, 1973, pages 47,879. Mao, On Coalition Government, SW3, PS 252. Mao, On Contradiction, SW1, Ponners 336. Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program. Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1972, pages 27 to 28. Ibid, page 15. Lenin, Economics and Politics in the Era of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. CW 30, 1974, page 107. Communist Party of China, CPC. Khrushchev's Phony Communism and Its Historical Lessons for the World, in the polemic on the general line of the international communist movement, Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1965, or pages 471-72. Mao, quoted in CPC. Important Documents on the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China. Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1970, page 11. Mao, quoted in Commemorate the 50th Anniversary of the Communist Party of China. Peking Review Number 27, 1971. Mao, on the correct handling of contradictions among the people. In selected readings from the works of Mao Zedong, S.R., Peking Foreign Languages Press, 1971, pages 443-44. Lenin, The State and Revolution. Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1973, page 117. Mao, Correct Handling of Contradictions, page 443. Ibid, pages 46,364. Mao, quoted in Important Documents, pages 9 to 10. Mao, quoted in Wang Hung Wen, Report on the Revision of the Party Constitution, in 10th Party Congress Documents, Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1973. Reprinted in Lotta, and Mao Makes Five, page 96. Mao, quoted in Wang Hung Wen, Report to the Central Study Class, in Lotta, and Mao Makes Five, page 57. Engels Anti-Dubring, page 378. Lenin, 4th Anniversary of the October Revolution, CW 33, 57. Mao, Talk on Questions of Philosophy, in Stuart Schramm, Edome, Chairman Mao Talks to the People, New York, Pantheon, 1974, page 228. Engels Anti-Dubring, pages 366-67. Mao, Correct Handling of Contradictions, page 477. Lenin, What is to be Done? Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1975, page 28. The Socialist System of Ownership by the Whole. People and Collective Ownership by Working People. After the proletariat seizes political power, in order to eliminate the sources of capitalism and all other exploitative systems, and to establish a socialist economic foundation, it is necessary to transform step by step the system of private ownership of the means of production into a socialist system of public ownership. This is an important step in consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat and defeating capitalism with socialism. The socialist system of ownership by the whole people is the principal economic foundation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat and working people must control the means of production. In the past several thousand years, the fundamental reason for the exploitation and oppression of the laboring people by the slave owner, the feudal landlord, and the capitalist was the fact that the means of production were not in the hands of the laboring people. The subjugation of a man to menial service in all its forms presupposes that the subjugator has at his disposal the means of labor through which alone he can employ the person placed in bondage, and in the case of slavery, in addition, the means of subsistence which enable him to keep the slave alive. Successive generations of laboring people launched various forms of struggle as they attempted to take the means of production into their own hands, but for historical reasons, all these attempts failed. In capitalist society, the proletariat, nurtured and tempered by capitalist large-scale industry, emerged as a social force. This class lost all control over the means of production. Aside from the chains on their necks, the workers had absolutely nothing else. With the increasing intensification of the contradiction between the private character of capitalist ownership of the means of production and the social character of production, the possibility for the proletariat to control the means of production developed. However, the exploiting classes are never willing to give up exploitation. They not only use the state machinery to protect their private ownership of the means of production, but also concocted all sorts of fallacies in the ideological realm. For example, they said that the poverty of the worker was due to the rapid increase in population, the lack of a just and reasonable principle of distribution, and so forth, attempting to deceive and dupe the laboring people so they would not touch bourgeois ownership and wrest control of the means of production. The revolutionary teachers of the proletariat denounced these fallacies. They pointed out that the root cause of the exploitation and enslavement of the laboring people lay in the fact that the means of production were not in the hands of the laboring people, but were instead in the hands of the exploiting class. The first sentence in the Gotha program, reflecting the influence of Ferdinand Lassalle on the German workers' movement of the 1870s, stated, "Labor is the source of all wealth and culture." On the surface, labor was accorded a very high position. But Marx at once saw the theoretical error of this statement. He pointed out that labor could create wealth and culture only in combination with the means of production. Without the means of production, and without ownership of the means of production, what would happen to labor? Marx incisively pointed out,
The man who possesses no other property than his labor power must, in all conditions of society and culture, be the slave of other men who have made themselves the owners of the objective conditions of labor. He can work only with their permission, hence live only with their permission.
the proletariat must replace the system of private ownership under capitalism by the system of public ownership under socialism before it can free itself. This insight of Marxism has theoretically and politically demolished the exploiting class's insane capitalist conspiracy to monopolize forever the means of production and to exploit and enslave the laboring PIC. It indicates the correct orientation of struggle for the proletariat. The development of capitalist society makes it possible for the proletariat and the laboring people to collectively own the means of production. To fully realize this possibility is a fairly long historical process. Proletariat must first smash the bourgeois state machinery and establish a proletarian dictatorship before it can eliminate the cause of poverty and sow seeds of wealth, that is, transform the system of private ownership of the means of production into a system of public ownership, and take the means of production into its own hands. This is the necessary starting point from which all exploitative systems will be fundamentally negated, and from which the proletariat and the laboring people will be liberated economically and proceed along the socialist road to common abundance. On this road there will still be plenty of struggles. Only by persistently and firmly holding the fate of the socialist economy in its own hands can the proletariat create favorable material conditions for the elimination of all classes and class differences and realize the lofty ideal of communism. Once political power and the means of production are lost, and once control over the state machinery and economic lifelines is usurped by the bourgeoisie and its agents in the party, the socialist economy will degenerate, and the proletariat and the laboring people will once again become shivering and hungry slaves. This possibility exists throughout the entire historical period of socialism. Confiscation and buying out are ways to establish the system of socialist state ownership. More than 100 years ago, Marx and Engels pointed out that after the proletariat seizes political power, it will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class. Highly socialized productive forces objectively require a social center to centrally coordinate all the economic departments and enterprises. In capitalist society, this objective requirement is difficult to realize. In socialist society, this social center is the socialist state under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Only by first establishing this state, representing all the laboring people, and the socialist system of ownership by the whole people of the means of production, can the laboring people firmly maintain their hold over the socialist economic lifelines, and can the exploitative capitalist system be basically eliminated. By what means, then, can the proletariat transform the bourgeois ownership of the means of production into a socialist system of ownership by the whole people, according to the experience of the international communist movement and the Chinese experience? After the proletariat seizes political power, big enterprises are immediately socialized, while medium and small enterprises are gradually transformed. In general, after the proletariat seizes political power, it confronts a situation in which big, medium, and small capital coexist. Big capital represents the most reactionary production relations. It controls the lifeblood of the national economy and seriously impedes the development of social productive forces. It is also the main economic prop of bourgeois reactionary rule. Immediately after the seizure of political power, if the proletariat fails to secure control over the national economy and lets the big capitalists take it over, it can never consolidate its power. In summing up the experience and brilliant achievements of the Paris Commune, Lenin pointed out that one of the two mistakes that proved fatal to the outcome of the struggle was the failure of the proletariat to seize the big enterprises like the Bank of France, which was the vital nerve center of the national economy. Therefore, big capital must be immediately confiscated by the socialist state. Big capital in old China was bureaucrat capital. This was the comprador and feudal state monopoly capital owned by the bureaucrat bourgeoisie, headed by Chiang Kai-shek. Chairman Mao made a penetrating analysis of the reactionary nature of this capital, pointing out, during their 20-year rule, the four big families, Chiang, Sung, Kung, and Chen, have piled up enormous fortunes valued at 10 to 20,000 million US dollars and monopolized the economic lifelines of the whole county-wide. This monopoly capital, combined with state power, has become state monopoly capitalism. This monopoly capitalism, closely tied up with foreign imperialism, the domestic landlord class, and the old-type rich peasants, has become comprador, feudal, state monopoly capitalism. 4. In light of the reactionary nature of bureaucrat capital, our party, early in the process of the democratic revolution, clearly stipulated the policy of confiscating bureaucrat capital and transferring it to the People's Republic led by the proletariat. 5. This confiscation of bureaucrat capital was achieved in a step-by-step way upon victory of the War of Liberation. The confiscation of bureaucrat capital, which accounted for 80% of the fixed capital assets in China's manufacturing and transportation industries before liberation, eliminated the major portion of China's capitalist economy and put the proletarian political power in control of the lifeblood of the national economy. The economic basis of socialism was thus established, creating favorable conditions for the development of the socialist revolution and socialist construction. After the proletariat seizes political power, confiscates big capital, and establishes a socialist economic foundation, it is possible to gradually subject medium and small capital to socialist transformation through the policy of buying out this capital and to transform the capitalist system of ownership of the means of production into a socialist system of ownership by the whole people. The class nature of medium and small capital is the same as that of big capital. They are all enmeshed in the capitalist exploitation of the laboring people. They have interests contrary to those of the laboring masses and are the objects of socialist revolution. However, there are some differences between them. While medium and small capital often have the strong desire to develop capitalism, they can, at the same time, also be compelled into accepting compensation for their assets by the proletariat under certain conditions. Marxism believes that, under certain conditions, the workers would certainly not refuse to buy out the bourgeoisie. Once the proletariat has seized political power and secured control over the lifeblood of the national economy, it will be advantageous to the proletariat if these capitalists can be compelled to accept a policy of being bought out by the proletariat and transferring their capitalist enterprises into socialist enterprises. In China, the national bourgeoisie owning medium and small capital assumed a dual character. In the period of democratic revolution, it assumed a revolutionary character as well as a compromising character. In the period of socialist revolution, it can be compelled into accepting socialist transformation, but it also has the strong reactionary desire to develop capitalism. The industrial and commercial enterprises operated by this class played a dual role in the rehabilitation of China's national economy. They played a positive role in increasing production, expanding economic exchanges between the urban and rural areas, and maintaining employment, thus contributing to the national economy and to people's livelihoods. But they also exploited the workers and did anything for profit, thus playing a negative role in socialist reconstruction and the improvement of people's livelihoods. In view of the dual character of the national bourgeoisie and the dual role of the national capitalist economy, our party formulated a policy to utilize, restrict, and transform national capitalist manufacturing and commercial enterprises. This meant making use of their positive role, which was beneficial to the national economy and the livelihood of the people, restricting their negative aspect, detrimental to the national economy and the livelihood of the people, and gradually transforming them into a part of the socialist state economy. The socialist transformation of capitalist manufacturing and commercial enterprises in China was conducted through various forms of state capitalism. This state capitalism was capitalism which could be restrained, the limits of which could be fixed, 7 by the state under the dictatorship of the proletariat. In manufacturing, elementary state capitalism consisted of processing, ordering, unified procurements, and contract marketing. In commerce, it consisted of purchasing and distribution by commission. In this form, the capitalist economy could be restricted to a certain extent, both in its orientation of production and operation and in the degree of exploitation. Even so, this form did not change the nature of ownership and control over the means of production by the capitalist, nor could it fundamentally resolve the antagonistic contradiction of the capitalist relations of production, obstructing the development of the productive forces. With the development of China's social productive forces, what was objectively required was to turn elementary state capitalism into advanced state. Small and medium capitalist enterprises were supplied with raw materials and given contracts to produce finished goods for the state. In this way, control was exerted over them. Capitalism, namely joint state-private operation. In joint state-private enterprises, the state sent cadres to do leadership work. They managed the enterprise in accordance with state plans and by relying on the working masses. Ms. in effect, forced the capitalist to give up his control of the means of production in the enterprises. The exploitation of labor by capital was severely restricted. In China's practice, this advanced form of state capitalism was divided into 2 stages: joint state-private operation in individual enterprises and then joint state-private operation in whole industries. In the stage of joint operation in individual enterprises, the capitalist participated in profit distribution according to his share in the total capital of the enterprise. The profit obtained by the capitalist increased with the development of production. This was unfavorable to the full mobilization of labor enthusiasm and to the accumulation of funds by the state. After an entire industry was put under joint state-private operation, the capitalist was allowed to receive only a fixed dividend, that is, fixed interest, about 5% per annum, for a certain period of years. This rate was fixed according to the total value of his fixed assets before joint state-private joint operation was introduced. Thus, the capitalist's right of ownership of the means of production was expressed exclusively by a fixed dividend according to the size of his shares. Such joint state-private enterprises were basically socialist in nature. At the end of the period in which fixed interest was payable to the capitalist, as stipulated by the state decided to stop paying interest. Thus, the state-private enterprises became enterprises under the full-fledged socialist system of ownership by the whole people. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, there is a difference between the transformation of medium and small capital and that of big capital. But this does not imply the absence of class struggle. In fact, acute class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie runs through the entire process of the socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce. This struggle is manifested as a struggle between restriction and counter-restriction, transformation and counter-transformation. In the spring of 1950, it was necessary to wage struggle against speculative activities in order to stabilize prices. In 1951, there was the 5 antis struggle: anti-bribery, tax evasion, theft of state property, shoddy workmanship and inferior materials, and theft of state economic secrets. In 1957, there was a struggle against the frantic attacks from the rightists. These were acute class struggles. Ihese class struggles were also reflected in the party itself as struggles between the two lines. Revisionists like Liu Shaoqi repeatedly peddled the nonsense that capitalist
Exploitation has merit.
and opposed the socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce in an attempt to preserve capitalist influence. Under the leadership of the party Central Committee, headed by Chairman Mao, the conspiracies of these renegades were crushed in time, their revisionist lines criticized, and victory in the socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce finally secured. This demonstrated that only by firmly adhering to the struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, the Marxist line against the revisionist line, and effectively defeating a handful of reactionary capitalists and their agents in the party who opposed the socialist revolution and who were hostile to and sabotaged socialist construction, could the national bourgeoisie be compelled to gradually accept socialist transformation. The socialist system of ownership by the whole people possesses immense superiority. The replacement of capitalist private ownership by socialist ownership by the whole people represents a revolutionary leap in production relations. The system of socialist ownership by the whole people is a system of public ownership in which both the means of production and products of labor are owned by the proletarian state, representing the whole laboring people. The appearance of the system of socialist ownership by the whole people shows that the liberated laboring people have not only become the ruling class of society, but have also been transformed from wage slaves of the capitalists into masters of socialist production. In China, the scope of socialist ownership by the whole people includes mineral deposits, rivers, and territorial waters, forests, virgin land, and other natural resources placed under the jurisdiction of the state by law, and enterprises such as railways, postal and communication services, banks, state-run factories, farms, and commerce. As the representative of the whole laboring people, the state owns the means of production and sees to it that they are allocated rationally and in a unified manner. This creates a new situation in which, for the first time in our country's history, the national economy is systematically guided and developed, thus paving the way for the development of social productive forces. The system of socialist ownership by the whole people is a system of socialist public ownership that conforms to the highly social nature of production. In modern industry, departments and enterprises are interconnected and interdependent. They are integral and organic components of social production as a whole. The appearance of the socialist system of ownership by the whole people is an inevitable result of the contradiction between highly socialized, productive forces and capitalist private ownership in modern industry. Only with socialist ownership by the whole people can the contradiction between the social nature of production and the private ownership of the means of production in capitalist society, and the contradiction between the organized nature of production in individual enterprises and the anarchy of production in society as a whole, be resolved. Only on this basis can the squandering and destruction of productive forces and products characteristic of the capitalist system, along with the extravagance and waste of the bourgeoisie and its political representatives, be eliminated, thereby promoting the more rapid development of the productive forces. The state economy based on the socialist system of ownership by the whole people controls the lifeblood of the national economy. The state economy includes the modern industries and transport. State-operated industries furnish large quantities of machines, materials, equipment, fuels, and motor power to promote technical improvement in various departments of the national economy. They furnish large quantities of tractors, harvesters, transport equipment, electricity, fuels, chemical fertilizers, and pesticides to promote agricultural mechanization. They also accumulate vast funds for economic, cultural, and defense construction. The socialist state economy occupies a leading role in the national economy as a whole. It is the material base from which the state pursues socialist revolution and construction. The socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce in China was realized under the leadership and guidance of the state economy. The consolidation and development of the collective economy was also linked to the leading role of the state economy upon the basic completion of socialist transformation. The socialist state economy is a strong material force for consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat. In agriculture, the segment of the economy that falls under the system of socialist ownership by the whole people is mainly the state farm. In China, the state farm assumes some roles different from those of the collective economy. 1. In addition to funds accumulated by the farm itself, investment can also, when necessary, come directly from the state to accelerate agricultural mechanization, thus permitting the state farm to play a leading role and to be a model. 2. The state farm is an important base for the state to conduct agricultural scientific experiments. Scientific experiments that require more specialized research personnel, more funds, and a long period of time to obtain useful results often cannot be conducted by the collective economy in the countryside because of manpower, material, and financial constraints. The state farm, on the other hand, can concentrate manpower, material resources, and funds under a unified plan in order to conduct various scientific experiments and to disseminate the useful results, superior strains, and advanced experience to agricultural people's comunes in good time. 3. State farm is superior to the collective economy in the large-scale reclamation of virgin land, development of forests, and lumbering. Socialist ownership by the whole people is a form of socialist ownership with a high degree of public ownership, and the direction of its development is towards growing into a system of communist ownership by the whole people. From the standpoint of public ownership of the means of production by the working people as a whole, this form of ownership already has a communist element. But socialist ownership by the whole people is a system that has barely emerged from the womb of the old society, and hence cannot but carry with it the traditions and birthmarks of the old society. First off, the system of socialist ownership by the whole people is still a form of ownership closely bound up with classes and class struggle. The 10 by the whole people is shorthand for the laboring people as a whole, and this system of socialist ownership serves only the proletariat and laboring people. Second, socialist ownership by the whole people of necessity takes the form of socialist state ownership, and the socialist state, as pointed out by Lenin, is, in a certain sense, a
bourgeois state without the bourgeoisie.
This is so because the state must still protect bourgeois right. Third, socialist ownership by the whole people is bound up with the commodity term, exchange through money, and distribution according to work, and equal rights within the commodity system. In the process of exchange, through money and distribution according to work, are still bourgeois rights. These phenomena stress that there are no grounds to view the system of socialist ownership by the whole people as the purest. Only when socialist ownership by the whole people develops further into a system of communist ownership by the whole people can society rid itself of the stamp of classes and the traditions and birthmarks of capitalism. Once the system of socialist ownership by the whole people has been established, there is still a long process of consolidating and continuously improving it. Whether socialist ownership by the whole people progresses or retrogresses is one of the central issues in the struggle between the two classes, the two roads, and the two lines in the socialist period. There will be no consolidation of socialism without socialization of agriculture. It is necessary to subject the small peasant economy to socialist transformation. After the proletariat seizes political power, it not only faces a highly socialized capitalist economy, it also often faces extensive systems of private economy based on ownership by the individual laborer. Its components can be found in agriculture, the handicraft industry, transportation, and commerce, but they are most numerous and widespread in agriculture. Those participating in this individual economic activity are individual laborers. The individual household is a unit of production and operation. Although the individual laborers participating in these economic activities own some means of production, the amount is very small, and their lot is an uncertain one. They can be reduced to bankruptcy at any moment by the capitalist economy. When the proletariat overthrows bourgeois rule and establishes a system of socialist ownership by the whole people of the means of production, can systems of individual economy be allowed to continue their operation? Chairman Mao said, "Without socialization of agriculture, there can be no complete, consolidated socialism." 8. What we have to analyze here is the issue of what road systems of individual economy and agriculture should follow under conditions of socialism. Since the road followed by individual economy and agriculture is also, in principle, the road followed by other systems of individual economy, such as individual handicraft industry. The system of socialist ownership by the whole people established by the proletariat after the seizure of political power is the main economic foundation of the state system under the dictatorship of the proletariat. But the small peasant economy, based on individual labor and ownership, is in conflict with the system of socialist public ownership and with the superstructure of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is because the small peasant economy, based on private ownership, is a hotbed of capitalism. It will certainly polarize the peasantry into a majority of poor peasants and farm laborers, and a minority of rich peasants who constitute the bourgeoisie in the countryside. Lenin pointed out,
Small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale.
9. China's People's Democratic Revolution was a great victory in thoroughly transforming the land system, confiscating land from the feudal class and distributing it to the peasants, and eliminating the feudal ownership system, thus enabling the broad masses of peasants to liberate themselves from feudalism. But after land reform, there is still a question of where the individual peasants should go. Should they follow the capitalist road or the socialist road? Within a few years after China's land reform, spontaneous capitalist tendencies developed steadily. New rich peasants appeared everywhere, and many better-off middle peasants tried very hard to become rich peasants. Many poor peasants were still suffering from poverty because of insufficient means of production. Many of them were in debt. Some had to sell or rent their land. The emergence of these conditions underscored the fact that if, after land reform, the proletariat did not immediately lead the broad masses of peasants to take the socialist road and subject the small peasant economy to socialist transformation in good time, but rather let it polarize, then those upper-middle peasants bent on taking the capitalist road would grow further and further removed from the interests of the working class, while those peasants who had recently lost their land again and were still beset by poverty would protest that the proletariat did not rescue them and help them solve their problems. Thus, the Worker-Peasant Alliance, established on the basis of land reform, would face the danger of collapse. Such a situation would also threaten the dictatorship of the proletariat and the consolidation of the socialist economic base. After land reform, the small peasant economy, based on private ownership, played a certain role in reviving and developing agricultural production. But this economy was, after all, predicated on backward relations of production. Individual and scattered operation made it impossible to adopt advanced techniques and modern farm tools, rendered the small peasant economy helpless in the face of natural calamities, and made it impossible to sustain expanded reproduction. Therefore, the small peasant economy proved incapable of satisfying the socialist economy's demand for commodity food grain, industrial raw materials, and increased labor power. Nor could it provide a large domestic market for industrial development. The small peasant economy was thus in sharp conflict with socialist industrialization. To resolve this contradiction, it was necessary for the proletariat to take appropriate measures to lead the scattered and backward small peasant economy onto the socialist road. How can the small peasant economy be led onto the socialist road? Getting organized is the necessary road for the socialist transformation of the small peasant economy. A peasant is a laborer and an ally of the proletariat. The means of production owned privately by the individual peasant cannot be expropriated. Engels once pointed out,
When we are in possession of a state power, we shall not even think of forcibly expropriating the small peasants, regardless of whether with or without compensation, as we shall have to do in the case of the big landowners. Our task relative to the small peasant consists, in the first place, in effecting a transition of his private enterprise and private possession to cooperative ones, not forcibly, but by dint of example and the proffer of social assistance for this purpose.
10. This is to say, agricultural cooperativization is realized by getting organized. This is the only road to liberation for the people, the only road from poverty to prosperity. 1.1 in China, the broad, the position and mutual relations of people in socialist production. The position and mutual relations of people in production are an important component of the relations of production. After the establishment of socialist public ownership, it is very important to forge mutual relations of people in production that are compatible with this form of ownership. If this middle link of the relations of production is grasped and constantly improved, the system of socialist public ownership and its relations of distribution will continue to consolidate and develop further. The position and mutual relations of people in a production have undergone a fundamental change. The system of socialist public ownership is the precondition for the establishment of socialist mutual relations. In history, the position and mutual relations of people in production have always been determined by the system of ownership of the means of production. The system of slave ownership determined the relationship between the slave owner and his slaves. The system of ownership of the feudal lords determined the relationship between the landlord and the peasant. The system of ownership of the capitalist determined the relationship between the capitalist and the worker. In slave and feudal societies, the mutual relations between people in production are a nakedly unequal relationship. The relations of exploiting and being exploited, of oppressing and being oppressed, are very transparent. But as between the capitalists and workers in capitalist society, the relations of exploiting and being exploited, of ruling and being ruled, are concealed by the false appearance of equality. Besides, these relations often involve goods and are manifested as relations between goods. For a long time, bourgeois economists have written books and concocted theories about relations between things in an attempt to conceal the reality of class antagonisms between people.
Where the bourgeois economists saw a relation between things, the exchange of one commodity for another, Marx revealed a relation between people.
All economics deals not with things, but with relations between persons, and in the last resort, between classes.
2. The mutual relations between people in socialist production are established only after the proletariat and the broad masses of laboring people overthrow the bourgeois state machinery with violence and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat and the system of socialist public ownership of the means of production. In socialist society, the relationship which existed in the old society between the ruling and the ruled, with the working class and the broad mass of peasants on one side, and the bourgeoisie, the landlords, and the rich peasants on the other, has been reversed. This reversal has as its precondition the transformation of the system of private ownership of the means of production into the system of socialist public ownership. The establishment of the system of socialist public ownership is a coercive economic measure. In this system, the exploiting class is deprived of its means of exploiting the laboring people, and is forced to accept transformation by the proletariat and the broad masses of laboring people. On the other hand, with the establishment of the system of socialist public ownership, the proletariat and the broad masses of laboring people, once slaves in the old society, become masters of the new society. From here on, the proletariat and the laboring people are in the ruling position in the socialist production process, while the bourgeoisie and all exploiting classes are in the position of being ruled. Socialist mutual relations are to be established and developed on this basis. The system of socialist public ownership enables the laboring pill to rise from the position of being oppressed and ruled in social production to the position of ruling. It is the greatest change of mutual relations between people in production since the appearance of the slave system several thousand years ago. From the aspect that the laborers have become the masters of social production, mutual social relations already contain a communist element. But, as is also the case with socialist ownership and socialist relations of distribution, the socialist relations between people have yet to rid themselves of the traditions and birthmarks of the old society. Even among the laboring people, bourgeois right, equality on the surface but inequality in actual fact, still exists to a serious extent. This is so because in socialist social production, even though the laboring people all are in the position of being the masters, there still exist important differences. Between worker and peasant, there exist differences in working conditions and material cultural living standards. And among the laboring people, there still exists the division of labor between mental and manual labor. Generally, the mental laborer has better working conditions and living standards than the manual laborer. Furthermore, the economic relations between industry and agriculture, and between town and country, still require the support of commodity exchange, while the relations of cooperation between state enterprises still follow the principle of equal exchange. These are all expressions of bourgeois right in the spheres of production and exchange, and these phenomena are all rooted in the three major differences and the old social division of labor that is bound up with them. The struggle between restriction and counter-restriction of bourgeois right as regards mutual relations is an important component of the struggle between the two classes, the two roads, and the two lines in the socialist period. During the entire historical period of socialism, the proletariat and the broad masses of laboring people will try hard to defend and consolidate their ruling position in socialist production, and to restrict bourgeois right, so as to consolidate and perfect socialist mutual relations. The bourgeoisie and all exploiting classes will never forget their past position of dominance over the laboring people, the good old days when they could reap without work. They will attempt to free themselves from the position of being ruled and remolded, and will try hard to expand bourgeois right and to restore the capitalist mutual relations. Lin Piao's espousal of Confucius's extremely reactionary political proposal to
revive states that are extinct, restore families that have lost their positions, and call to Amki those who have fallen into obscurity
was a conspiracy to rehabilitate all fallen exploiting classes, to overthrow the laboring people as the new masters, and to restore capitalist mutual relations. Therefore, the process of consolidating and developing socialist mutual relations is essentially a process of struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Socialist mutual relations still bear the stamp of class. In class society, mutual relations between people exist ultimately as relations between classes. How then are the mutual relations between people in socialist production manifested as class relations? To better understand the class relations in socialist production, it is necessary to briefly retrace the class relations in semi-colonial and semi-feudal China. The economic base of old China gave rise to the following classes: the proletariat, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie, the national bourgeoisie, the bureaucrat bourgeoisie, and the landlords. At that time, the position of and interrelations among these classes could be characterized in the following way. The landlords and the bureaucrat bourgeoisie, who controlled the major means of production and the reactionary state machinery, and who colluded with imperialism, occupied a dominant position in social production. They relentlessly exploited and oppressed the proletariat, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie. The national bourgeoisie also owned a large quantity of the means of production. On the one hand, they were connected in the overall process of production with imperialism, the landlords, and the bureaucrat bourgeoisie. They shared in the exploitation of the proletariat and the laboring people. On the other hand, they were hemmed in and stifled by the landlords and the bureaucrat bourgeoisie. The proletariat and the broad masses of poor peasants were in a helpless position in social production, subject to triple oppression and exploitation from the imperialists, the feudal forays, and the bourgeoisie.
Overthrowing the old social system and establishing a new one, the system of socialism, is a great struggle, a great change in the social system and in men's relations with each other.
3. When China entered the historical period of socialist revolution, with the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicraft industry, and capitalist industry and commerce basically achieved, and as socialist public ownership of the means of production became the sole economic foundation,
Class relations were changing throughout the country.
The landlords and the bureaucrat bourgeoisie had already been overthrown and were in the position of being ruled and transformed through social production. The means of production belonging to the national bourgeoisie had already passed into the hands of the proletariat and the laboring plebe as a whole. Having lost their controlling position in enterprises, the national bourgeoisie had to accept education and transformation from the working class. The peasants, including individual handicraftsmen, had been transformed from individual producers into collective laborers and, with the working class, became masters of the socialist economy. The urban petty bourgeoisie had been assimilated into socialist production relations through the process of socialist transformation. The working class had become the leading class in the country, controlling the lifeblood of the socialist economy and occupying a leading position in the whole process of social production. The old classes of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal society still existed, but the relations among these classes had undergone fundamental change. Revisionists from Khrushchev and Brezhnev to Liu Shaoqi and He Piao and their associates peddled the doctrine that when the system of socialist public ownership becomes the sole economic foundation, all exploiting classes vanish. Consequently, the relations of production, which include relations between people, lose their class character, and the mutual relations between people become relations among so-called comrades, friends, and brothers. This fallacy runs totally counter to Marxism and flies in the face of the reality of socialist society. In socialist society, although the exploiting class has lost its means of production, it still exists as a class. After socialist transformation of ownership of the means of production is basically accomplished, the existence of classes is bound up with people's economic relations prior to socialist transformation and their political stands in the struggle between the socialist and capitalist roads. Moreover, and of great importance, the continuing existence of the three great differences and the continuing existence of bourgeois right, the soil that nurtures capitalism and from which new bourgeois elements are engendered, means that classes will exist for a long time. In fact, after the land reform and socialist transformation of the means of production have basically been accomplished, not only do the landlords and the bourgeoisie still exist, but within the laboring classes, new bourgeois elements are constantly being engendered. Lenin once pointed out,
In order to abolish classes completely, it is not enough to overthrow the exploiters, the landowners and capitalists, not enough to abolish their rights of ownership. It is necessary also to abolish all private ownership of the means of production. It is necessary to abolish the distinction between town and country, as well as the distinction between manual workers and brain workers. This requires a very long period of time.
although some people concede that there are still exploiting classes in socialist society, they refuse to admit that these classes survive within socialist relations of production. After overthrowing the exploiting classes, the proletariat still needs to transform step by step the great majority of members of these classes into self-supporting laborers. For this to happen, it is impossible to seal them off in a vacuum. It is necessary to put them to work in the socialist state and collective enterprises so that they can receive supervision from and undergo transformation by the proletariat and the poor and lower middle peasants. These relations, whereby the proletariat miles and transforms the members of the exploiting classes, are an essential part of the basic content of the mutual relations between people in socialist society. To think that socialist relations of production do not manifest themselves as relations in which the working class and the laboring people rule and transform the exploiting classes will lead to the revisionist conclusion that socialist relations of production are independent of classes. Some people think that since we all earn our living through labor, everyone is the same, and that therefore classes no longer exist. This erroneous concept is closely related to the theoretical negation of the class nature of socialist relations of production. In the conditions of China, there exist two exploiting classes and two laboring classes. The two exploiting classes are the remnants of the landlord and comprador classes and the bourgeoisie and their affiliated intellectuals. The two laboring classes are the working class and the collective peasants and their affiliated laboring intellectuals. The mutual relations in socialist production are mainly the relations among and within these four classes. The relations among these four classes are not of equal importance. Throughout the entire historical period of socialism, the principal contradiction is between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The relationship between the ruling proletariat and the dominated bourgeoisie is the basic class relationship in socialist society. Mutual relations between people in production are inevitably governed, regulated, and influenced by this relationship. Modern revisionists gloss over the class nature of mutual relations between people in production. They loudly proclaim that the mutual relations between people are all relations among comrades, friends, and brothers. The Lin Piao clique trumpeted such slogans as,
While the two struggles turn all people into enemies, the two pieces turn all people into friends,
and
within the four C's all are brothers.
how absurd! Anyone who has been exposed to Marxism-Leninism knows that there are no relations among comrades, friends, and brothers that are independent of classes in a class society. The hatred of the proletariat for the bourgeoisie originated in the exploitation and oppression of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie.
There is absolutely no such thing in the world as love or hatred without reason or cause.
6. These two classes can never be friends, not to mention brothers. Is it conceivable that the proletariat and the laboring people will relinquish their rule and become brothers and friends of the bourgeoisie? The intention of the modern revisionists in espousing these fallacies is to defend the bourgeoisie, deceive the laboring people, and conceal their conspiracy to transform the socialist mutual relations into capitalist mutual relations in order to restore capitalism. 7. In socialist production, the two exploiting classes are now in the position of being ruled. In China's conditions, these two classes are handled differently. The contradiction between the landlord and comprador classes and the people is handled as a contradiction between the enemy and the people, while that between the national bourgeoisie and the people is handled as a contradiction among the people. These two exploiting classes are forced to accept transformation by different methods, but their relations with the worker and the peasant are still based on class opposition. In socialist production, the laboring people, occupying a dominant position, are the masters in the socialist relations of production. Through persistent and resolute struggle, the working class and the poor and lower-middle peasants will gradually transform the majority of these two exploiting classes into self-supporting laborers after a long period of re-education through labor. The working class and the toiling people had the same painful experience of exploitation and oppression in the old society. Under socialism, employing the means of production owned by the state or by the collective, they all work, though in different roles, for the new society. They shoulder the common burden of reforming the exploiting class and share the same goal, to fight for the ideal of communism. Therefore, their basic interests are the same. In socialist production, the relations among the workers, the peasants, and the intellectuals that attach themselves to them, and the relations within each of the three groups, constitute daily developing relations among revolutionary comrades who share the same basic interests. This is a fundamental point which determines the socialist nature of the relations among the laboring people. But is there a state in which there are no differences and no contradictions of any kind in the relations among the laboring people in socialist production? No. In socialist production, Not only are there contradictions among the laboring people, but these contradictions will inevitably assume the character of class contradictions. This is due not only to the existence of the differences between worker and peasant, town and country, and mental and manual labor. It is also the case that the two laboring classes, workers and peasants, are still bound together by two different kinds of socialist ownership. Furthermore, the differences between the intelligentsia and the worker-peasant masses also assume the character of class difference. At the same time, class struggles between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie will inevitably be reflected among the laboring people. All issues of right and wrong, revolutionary and conservative, and advanced and backward, bear the stamp of class. They are governed, regulated, and influenced by the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, which is the principal contradiction in society. The contradictions among the people, though, will also reflect, to varying degrees, the contradictions and struggles between the socialist road and the capitalist road. Therefore, in the final analysis, the mutual relations among the laboring people are class relations. The immensely active role of mutual relations. Mutual relations between people in production are based on a corresponding system of ownership of the means of production. But mutual relations also play an immensely active role with respect to the two other aspects of the relations of production, namely, the form of ownership of the means of production and its corresponding relations of distribution. The function of the mutual relations between people in production, as regards the two other aspects of the relations of production, was very apparent in the historical period preceding the emergence of socialist society. For example, in order to establish and consolidate the system of capitalist ownership and its relations of distribution, the bourgeoisie had to establish mutual relations between people based on capitalist principles, that is, relations in which the bourgeoisie ruled the worker. In refuting the reactionary arguments of the defenders of the American slave system, who had claimed that the work of supervision and management justified exploitation and oppression, Marx pointed out,
Now, the wage laborer, like the slave, must have a master who puts him to work and rules over him.
8. If the capitalists and their agents did not wield absolute powers of domination over the worker, and if they could not compel the worker to work according to their will, then capitalist exploitation would not materialize, and the system of capitalist ownership and capitalist relations of distribution, in which the laborer does not reap and the reaper does not labor, could never be consolidated and developed. Therefore, the bourgeoisie pays a great deal of attention to the establishment and the revolutionary forces grouped around Mao continued to deepen the analysis of the nature of class relations and the sources and centers of power of a new bourgeoisie under socialism. See the appendix to this chapter and the introduction for further discussion. Solidation of the subordinate position of the worker to capital. In order to consolidate and develop capitalist ownership and distribution. In socialist society, the transformation of mutual relations is also an important link in the transformation of the relations of production. When this link is grasped and continually improved, the implications are enormous for consolidating and perfecting the system of socialist ownership and the relations of socialist distribution, and consequently for promoting the development of social productive forces. The historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, nationally and internationally, tells us that whether the socialist system progresses or retrogresses is tightly bound up with whether or not the mutual relations between people can be adjusted. When bourgeois right is restricted under the conditions of proletarian dictatorship, and the communist elements are promoted, making it possible to gradually establish mutual relations between people on the basis of socialist principles, the activism and creativity of the laborers can be more fully developed. The socialist orientation of enterprises can be more solidly ensured. The system of socialist ownership can be further consolidated, and the relations of distribution can be further perfected. When bourgeois right is strengthened and expanded, giving free play to capitalist money relations, capitalist labor relations, and capitalist relations of competition, and making it possible for bourgeois elements to violate and sabotage socialist mutual relations, the position of the masses as masters will be threatened, and their socialist activism will be suppressed and inhibited. As a result, socialist ownership and relations of distribution will be damaged. Indeed, they may even degenerate and change their nature. Mutual relations, gradually established on the basis of public ownership of the means of production and in accordance with socialist principles, are not confined to one enterprise. They encompass all enterprises, all economic sectors, the system of ownership by the whole people, and the system of collective ownership. Mutual relations between people are manifested in inter-enterprise activities, such as cooperation in production and exchanges of advanced experience and advanced technology. The development of such mutual links and exchanges in production, involving coordinated leadership and planning among enterprises and sectors, embodies the superiority of the system of socialist public ownership. But cooperation among socialist enterprises must often take the form of commodity exchange and comply with the principle of equal exchange, wherein lies bourgeois right and the soil that engenders capitalism. Only by restricting this ident of bourgeois right under the dictatorship of the proletariat can the proletariat promote the consolidation and development of socialist ownership, fully mobilize the forces of various economic sectors, fully tap production potentialities, and promote the rapid development of social productive forces. The step-by-step improvement of mutual relations is of great importance with respect to the consolidation of the relations of production and the development of social productive forces. It deserves our full attention. After the establishment of the system of socialist public ownership, the issue of mutual relations must be continually and painstakingly resolved. Consolidate and develop socialist mutual relations. The course of struggle. Develop relations of mutual support and mutual promotion between industry and agriculture, viewed from the perspective of social production as a whole, rather than from the standpoint of a particular enterprise. Mutual relations are primarily manifested as relations between industry and agriculture. Industry and agriculture are the two basic sectors of material production. Socialist ownership by the whole people, which is dominant in industry, and socialist collective ownership by working people, which is dominant in agriculture, are two kinds of socialist ownership. From the standpoint of class relations, this economic structure is a relationship between worker and peasant. This class relationship is fundamentally different from the relationship between the laboring class and the exploiting class. It is the relation of a worker-peasant alliance in which basic interests are identical, and leadership is in the hands of the working class. After basic victory in the sphere of ownership had been won in China's socialist revolution, Chairman Mao pointed out,
Relations between production and exchange, in accordance with socialist principles, are still being gradually established in various departments of our economy, and more appropriate forms are being sought.
9. The interrelations among various economic sectors are primarily interrelations between industry and agriculture, and consequently, interrelations between worker and peasant. The worker and the peasant are both masters of the means of production. The worker labors in enterprises under the system of ownership by the whole people. The peasant labors in enterprises under collective ownership. The worker and the peasant must trade with each other, so that social production can be carried on. In socialist society, the worker and the peasant constitute an industrial army in socialist construction. Their relationship as revolutionary comrades in production is a daily developing one of mutual support and mutual promotion based on the system of socialist public ownership. In the production and exchange processes, the worker produces various agricultural machines, chemical fertilizers, insecticides, and industrial products for daily use in the countryside in support of the development of agricultural production and the improvement of the livelihood of the peasant. I.e. peasant produces food grain, raw materials, and various agricultural and sideline products. Furthermore, in line with the rate of growth of labor productivity in agriculture, the peasant supplies an appropriate amount of labor power in support of the development of industrial production, satisfies the material requirements of industrial production, and helps ensure the livelihood of the urban population. Under the leadership of the working class, mutual support and mutual promotion between the worker and the peasant are in accord with the basic interests of these two classes and constitute a powerful force for consolidating the worker-peasant alliance and promoting socialist economic development. In addition to the direct contribution to state accumulation of finances through tax payments, the exchange activities between worker and peasant under the two kinds of socialist ownership primarily take the form of commodity exchanges of industrial and agricultural products. Therefore, even though their basic interests are the same, there may also arise some contradictions relating to matters of quantity, variety, quality, and price in industrial and agricultural product exchanges, as well as contradictions relating to the proportions of agricultural output to be marketed and to be retained by the peasant and the tax burdens on the peasant. The relations between worker and peasant in socialist production are governed, regulated, and influenced by the principal contradiction. An agricultural tax levied on the normal yield of land in the collective economy and industrial taxes applied to enterprises in the state economy contributed to state. Between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the working class, through the Communist Party, must lead the peasant to establish, consolidate, and develop the socialist collective economy, to restrict bourgeois right in commodity exchange, to consolidate the worker-peasant alliance, and to consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat. Aimé bourgeoisie always tries hard to expand bourgeois right in commodity exchange, to induce the peasant to take the capitalist road, to undermine the worker-peasant alliance, and to overthrow the dictatorship of the proletariat. The process of developing worker-peasant relations in socialist production cannot but be the process of struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. So, in handling the exchange of industrial and agricultural products, we cannot only see the relations between things. More important, we need to see the relations of worker and peasant, and see the struggle of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie to win over the peasantry. The proletariat must ceaselessly conduct socialist education, malign the peasant masses, criticize revisionism, criticize capitalist tendencies, and lead them firmly in taking the socialist road. At the same, the proletariat must also practice strict socialist management over the exchange activities between these two big sectors, that is, industry and agriculture. The proletariat must pay special attention to capitalist forces in the city and countryside that are using the channels of commodity production and exchange through money to connive together, to sabotage the socialist economy, and to undermine the worker-peasant alliance. The new bourgeois elements and those who want to use bourgeois right to develop capitalism must be hit hard in accordance with the party's policies. Promote the Lung Chiang style. Develop relations of socialist cooperation. Another important aspect of mutual relations between people in socialist production involves the relations among enterprises, among sectors, and among regions. Nie's relations are mainly manifested as relations of socialist cooperation among enterprises, sectors, and regions. Marx said,
When numerous laborers work together side by side, whether in one and the same process or in different but connected processes, they are said to cooperate or to work in cooperation.
the character and scope of this sort of cooperation will vary greatly according to different relations of production. Under conditions of capitalist private ownership of the means of production, cooperation in capitalist production is mainly confined to the narrow scope of one enterprise or one monopoly capitalist group. At the level of capitalist society as a whole, it is impossible to develop systematic cooperation among the various sectors of production and various enterprises divided by private ownership. Even certain relations of cooperation established through contracts are extremely unstable and are often disrupted. Socialist cooperation based on public ownership of the means of production can be developed not only within one enterprise, but also in a planned and organized manner over the whole of society, among different enterprises, sectors, and regions. When one plant participates, 100 plants cooperate. When each plant makes one, 100 plants form into a production line. Socialist cooperation creates a new productive force. Such cooperation is conducive to the development of one specialty and many abilities in enterprises, thus further contributing to increasing labor productivity. It is conducive to concentrating manpower, material resources, and finances to complete production and construction projects, which one enterprise, one sector, or one region could not undertake or complete alone. It is conducive to concentrating strength for a short period to overcome weak links in the development of the national economy, thus stimulating rapid development of the whole national economy. While promoting the communist style, it is also necessary to adhere to socialist principles. These are the principles that developing socialist cooperation must follow. There are no basic conflicts of interest among the constituent parts of the socialist economy. Socialist cooperation requires that proletarian politics be put in command. It requires the breaking down of boundaries among enterprises, among sectors, and among regions, concern for the whole situation, growth in the face of difficulties, and consideration for other people. Socialist cooperation also requires strict compliance with supply contracts, cooperative coordination so that plan assignments can be completed, and adoption of effective measures to guarantee the completion of assignment. Ments in accordance with stipulated variety, specifications, quality, quantity, and schedule. These cooperative relations are fundamentally opposed to capitalist mutual relations based on mutual deception, competition, and capitalist departmentalism. However, these relations of cooperation can only take shape and develop step by step through struggle. This is so for two basic reasons. First, owing to the existence of the commodity system, cooperation among enterprises, among departments, and among regions is by necessity bound up with exchange through money, and must take place in accordance with the principles of exchange of equivalents. Hence, objectively, there exists the boundary of you and me. Second, and relatedly, departmentalism, an ideological reflection of the system of private ownership, will exist in varying degrees in socialist society for a long time to come.
Lack of consideration for the whole and complete indifference to other departments, localities, and people are characteristics of a selfish departmentalist.
Ill for these two reasons. The following erroneous concepts and actions will invariably assert themselves in socialist cooperative relations: reckoning economic accounts at the expense of political accounts, paying attention only to partial interests and not to overall interests, even to the extent of benefiting oneself at the expense of others, disregarding the state's unified economic plan by cutting corners, and so forth. The appearance of these problems in forging socialist cooperation is a reflection of the struggle between the two classes, the two roads, and the two lines. The process of development of socialist cooperation is a process of struggle against bourgeois influences, especially bourgeois departmentalism. The charter of the Anshan Iron and Steel Company is a compass for handling mutual relations within enterprises. The socialist enterprises in industry, agriculture, communications and transportation, commerce, and all production and circulation departments are the basic units of human material production and exchange. Within these enterprises, there exist a multiplicity of mutual relations between people in production. With regard to the laboring people, mutual relations are chiefly of two categories. There are the relations between leadership and the masses, and there are the relations between management personnel and technicians, mental laborers, on the one hand, and the workers and the peasants, manual laborers, on the other. The correct handling of these two categories of mutual relations involves creating
A political situation in which there are both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness.
12. This is an important issue in consolidating and developing socialist relations of production and in improving socialist enterprise management. In enterprises, there are also the relations between the worker-peasant laboring people and the two exploiting classes. These relations have already been analyzed. The socialist enterprise is an enterprise of the working class and the laboring people. The working class and the laboring people are responsible for leading the enterprise through their representatives. Thus arises the issue of the relations between the leadership and the masses. Although the leadership personnel and the masses in the enterprise hold different jobs, socialist public ownership of the means of production demands that they be comrades in arms in the same trench, who share the heavy duty of properly managing the enterprise and who labor for a common revolutionary goal. Workers on the Shanghai wharfs put it nicely.
Though jobs are different in revolution, our thinking must be in unison.
These words point the way to improving the relations between the leadership and the masses in the socialist enterprises. In enterprises, it is also necessary to have some people in charge of various management and technical jobs. And thus arises the issue of the relations between the management personnel and technicians and the worker-peasant laboring masses. There are two categories of China's management personnel and technicians. One consists of management personnel and technicians left over from the old society. With the exception of a few reactionaries who are hostile to socialist society, the great majority of them love their country, love our people's republic, and are willing to serve the people and the socialist state. Another category consists of those intellectuals trained by the proletariat through struggle and through the development of socialist revolution and socialist construction. Though some of them may have been poisoned by the revisionist line in education, and their world outlook must still be continually transformed, the great majority are willing to integrate with the worker-peasant masses and make contributions to the socialist and communist cause. Therefore, in socialist society, the relations between leadership and the masses, and between management personnel and technicians, and the worker-peasant masses, are also daily developing relations among revolutionary comrades who share common interests. But the division of labor in socialist enterprises between the leadership and the masses, and between the management personnel and technicians, and the direct producers, still reflects the division of labor of the old society, and is a manifestation of the still existing differences between mental and manual labor. After the establishment of the system of public ownership of the means of production, all laborers become masters of enterprises. But those who are carrying out specialized leadership and management functions are mainly mental laborers, divorced from production, while the broad masses are mainly physical laborers. Lenin described the opposition between mental and manual labor as
one of the principal sources of modern social inequality.
13. Even though socialist society has illuminated the antagonism between mental and manual labor, it still reproduces the basic differences between mental and manual labor, and it is inevitable that the mutual relations between people carry with them bourgeois right. Under these conditions, if the leadership, management, and technical personnel responsible for organizing and guiding production do not regularly participate in collective productive labor, they will become divorced from the laboring masses and subject to the corrosive influence of bourgeois thinking, and will develop contradictions with the laboring masses. These contradictions often reflect, to varying degrees, the contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. For example, some leadership cadre, management, personnel, and technicians under the ideological sway of bourgeois right neither treat the masses nor regard themselves with the correct attitude. They think that the leadership is brighter, and do not treat the worker-peasant masses as masters of the enterprise. They resort to restrictive measures and seek to convert relations among revolutionary comrades into relations of domination and subordination. These are all manifestations of the lingering poison of the revisionist line, and reflect, to varying degrees, the contradictions and struggles between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. If these contradictions are allowed to develop, and bourgeois right is not restricted but allowed to expand, then socialist mutual relations will degenerate into capitalist relations, and socialist enterprises will gradually change color. The charter of the Anshan Iron and Steel Company, formulated personally by Chairman Mao and his series of instructions, such as management is also socialist education, 14 constitute the compass for restricting bourgeois right, eradicating the ideology of bourgeois right, gradually narrowing the basic differences between mental and manual labor, and correctly handling the mutual relations between people in socialist enterprises. The basic spirit of the Anshan Charter is to keep proletarian politics firmly in command, strengthen party leadership, launch vigorous mass movements, institute the 2 participations, 1 reform and 3-in-1 combination, cadre participation in manual labor and worker participation in management, reform of irrational and outdated rules and regulations, and establishment of 3-in-1 combinations of workers, leading cadres, and technical personnel, and go full steam ahead with technical innovations and technical revolution. Keeping proletarian politics firmly in command and strengthening party leadership are basic principles for the correct handling of mutual relations. Under the guidance of these principles, the determined and thoroughgoing implementation of the 2 participations, 1 reform and combination, will allow the relations between the leadership and the masses, and between the managerial and technical personnel and the worker-peasant laboring masses to develop steadily as relations of revolutionary comrades. The participation of cadres in productive labor is a major measure of fundamental importance under the socialist system. It is also an important element of the proper handling of socialist mutual relations. Chairman Mao pointed out,
It is necessary to maintain the system of cadre participation in collective productive labor. The cadres of our party and state are ordinary workers and not overlords sitting on the backs of the people. By taking part in collective productive labor, the cadres maintain extensive, constant, and close ties with the working people. This is a major measure of fundamental importance for a socialist system. It helps to overcome bureaucracy and to prevent revisionism and dogmatism.
15 Chairman Mao expounded this infallible truth on the basis of summing up the historical experience and lessons of the international communist movement. Those cadres who can voluntarily and regularly participate in collective productive labor are generally more conscious in restricting bourgeois right and have a higher degree of self-awareness. They show concern and affection for the masses, humbly listen to the call of the masses, are receptive to criticism and supervision from the masses, and can keep firmly to the socialist orientation of the enterprise. They are more familiar with production conditions and seldom blindly issue orders. There is a song that some women textile workers sing that describes the transformation of a leadership cadre in their factory after she participated in collective productive labor.
In the past, she never visited the workshop. Now she comes to the side of the machine to ask for advice. In the past, things were delayed. Now they are solved immediately. In the past, only big reports were issued. Now she says what she thinks in the workshop. In the past, she was called a petty bureaucrat. Now she is treated like a sister.
The fact is that this kind of leadership and the same kind of managerial and technical personnel are welcomed by the masses. Even if there are contradictions between them, they can be correctly resolved in good time. The participation of the worker-peasant masses in management is a requirement of socialist relations of production. It is the masses' right under the socialist system. Only by insisting on worker-peasant participation in management can the position of the laboring masses as masters in the enterprises be defended and consolidated. The belief that only a few bourgeois experts and authorities can manage enterprise, and that they must be relied on while the worker-peasant masses must be suppressed, will surely undermine socialist mutual relations and lead, ultimately, to the degeneration of socialist enterprises. In order to perfect socialist mutual relations and consolidate and develop socialist public ownership,
We must at all costs break the old, absurd, savage, despicable, and disgusting prejudice that only the so-called upper classes, only the rich, and those who have gone through the school of the rich, are capable of administering the state and directing the organizational development of socialist society.
participation of the masses in management primarily refers to the participation of the direct producers, the worker-peasant masses, in management. The masses who participate in enterprise management must not only direct production, technical innovation and revolution, and accounting. More important, they must also aid and supervise the cadres in thoroughly implementing the party line and its general and specific policies. In the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the workers employed the four big weapons of big contending, outpourings of opinion, big blossoming, airing views fully, big character posters, and big debates in order to take part in the management of the enterprises. The representatives of the worker-peasant masses participated directly in the work of the revolutionary committees that manage enterprises. They were not divorced from production, but they still performed their supervisory work. This is a new development in the participation of the masses in management. The implementation of the three-in-one combination of the masses, the cadres, and the technicians in the struggle for production and scientific experiment is a means of solving major technical problems of production. It is not only conducive to stimulating technical innovation on a mass basis, but also conducive to accustoming the intellectuals to labor and the worker-peasant masses to systematic knowledge, thus narrowing the basic differences between mental and manual labor, and further perfecting and developing socialist mutual relations. The reform of irrational and outdated rules, regulations, and systems in enterprise management is another aspect of the unceasing adjustment and transformation of socialist mutual relations. Any kind of social production will require certain regulations and systems. But the type of regulations and systems instituted is determined by the production relations in society. Lenin sharply pointed this out with respect to enterprise management in capitalist society,
in whose interest it is to administer while plundering and to plunder while administering.
17. The regulations and systems of capitalist enterprise aim at one thing only: how to better restrict the freedom of the worker and how to extract more surplus value from the worker. The endless rules and regulations in capitalist enterprise are all designed to safeguard and are bounded by capitalist relations of production. Under socialism,
Systems have to be favorable to the masses.
18. This is the most fundamental difference between socialist regulations and systems and capitalist regulations and systems. To say that systems must be favorable to the masses means that such systems have to be favorable to the masses' role as masters, to the improvement and development of mutual relations between people in the enterprise, to the exercise of socialist initiative by the masses, and to the development of the three revolutionary movements of class struggle: the struggle for production and scientific experiment. Regulations and systems which are favorable to the masses will certainly be favorable to the development of production, as they will unleash the activism of the masses. Under the influence of the revisionist line of Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao, the regulations and terms of some enterprises often restricted the masses. The criticism of the workers was that
there are too many rules and regulations, and they are created either for the purpose of punishment or coercion.
under good leadership, the masses should be mobilized to carefully revise the rules and regulations that are irrational, restrictive, and detrimental to production, and that sow discord and alienation among workers. Meanwhile, on the basis of the experience acquired in practice, a new set of healthy and rational systems and regulations which correspond to the requirements of socialist mutual relations and the development of the productive forces should be established. The immense influence of the superstructure on the formation of mutual relations. People's position in production and the nature of their mutual relations in production are determined by the system of ownership of the means of production. But the superstructure also reacts on the position and mutual relations of people in production, influencing both their form and development. In fact, without the active role of the superstructure, the position and mutual relations of people in production will not be able to cohere, to consolidate, and to develop. The ruling class of any society invariably uses the power of the superstructure to safeguard, by all means at its disposal, the system of ownership that has been established, and to consolidate and develop the position and mutual relations of people in production and the corresponding relations of distribution. This is a general law. Take capitalist society. The bourgeoisie of any capitalist country uses the power of the superstructure to establish and extend by force its domination of wage labor as expressed in the capital-labor relationship. Marx pointed out that to establish and extend the domination of capital over labor, the newly emerging bourgeoisie
wants and uses the power of the state.
19. From the end of the 15th century to the first half of the 19th century, the bourgeoisie in England resorted to violent measures, the most prominent of which was the enclosure movement, 20, to evict a large number of poor peasants from the English countryside. These now destitute and uprooted peasants drifted into the urban areas only to become objects of domination by capital. However, the peasants who migrated to the urban areas often preferred to become tramps rather than to surrender to the arbitrary rule of capital over labor. To coerce these ruined peasants into the factory, the British bourgeoisie passed punitive laws against vagabonds and tramps. They were
Whipped, branded, tortured by laws grotesquely terrible, into the discipline necessary for the wage system.
21. Look how cruel were the means used by the bourgeoisie to establish and develop mutual relations between people in which capital dominated labor. This relationship of domination by capital over labor was established through force, and it is a relationship that can only be destroyed by force. In socialist countries under proletarian dictatorship, this relationship was destroyed precisely by means of force. Because socialist relations of production can only be established under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the reaction of the socialist superstructure on the socialist economic base is especially apparent. Socialist mutual relations are determined by the system of socialist public ownership. They are also formed and subject to development under the immense influence of the socialist superstructure. If we thought that socialist mutual relations would automatically take shape and develop with the mere establishment of socialist public ownership, we would be seriously mistaken. In the realm of socialist mutual relations, the relationship of the working class and other laboring people to the bourgeoisie and other exploiting classes is one of ruler to ruled, transformer to transformed. Given their class nature, the exploiters will not voluntarily accept the position of being ruled and transformed. The proletariat is capable of compelling some of them into accepting socialist transformation because it controls the powerful state machinery. Without state power as a precondition, the rule over and the transformation of the bourgeoisie is impossible. As far as the relations among the laboring people are concerned, if their mutual relations as revolutionary comrades are to develop steadily in accordance with socialist principles, it is necessary to rely on and grasp the role of the socialist superstructure. The socialist superstructure enables us to educate and transform ourselves so that we can free ourselves from the influence of reactionaries at home and abroad. Chairman Mao pointed out,
The people's state protects the people. Only when the people have such a state can they educate and remold themselves by democratic methods on a countrywide scale, with everyone taking part, and shake off the influence of domestic and foreign reactionaries.
22. Only by persisting in waging socialist revolution in the superstructure, using proletarian ideology to gradually overcome bourgeois ideology, and by ceaselessly uprooting capitalist traditions and influences in the sphere of mutual relations between people, can revolutionary and comradely relations among the laboring people steadily develop. Only on this basis can the way be cleared for the formation and development of the mutual relations of socialist production. To sum up, the process of formation and development of socialist mutual relations is a prolonged process of political and ideological struggle between the two classes. To safeguard and develop socialist mutual relations, the proletariat must firmly adhere to the basic party line for the entire historical period of socialism. After a basic victory has been won in the socialist revolution, in the sphere of ownership of the means of production, the proletariat must continue to penetratingly carry out socialist revolution in the political and ideological spheres, root out bourgeois ideology, and foster proletarian ideology, and fight self and criticize revisionism. This is a fundamental issue for the consolidation and perfecting of socialist mutual relations. If we thought that after the establishment of the system of socialist public ownership, the exploiting classes would somehow vanish, and if we departed from the fundamental standpoint of the proletariat's opposition to the bourgeoisie in explaining socialist mutual relations, then our thinking would run counter to the basic line of the party, and we would fall prey to the dying out of class struggle argument. If we did not insist on carrying out socialist revolution in the superstructure, and if we allowed bourgeois ideology to run rampant, then socialist mutual relations would degenerate into capitalist mutual relations, and the system of socialist public ownership would disintegrate. The restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union teaches us, by way of negative example, to understand the scientific truth of Marxism in this regard.
Appendix.
Capitalist rotors are the bourgeoisie inside the party.
By Fang Kang. In the great struggle to criticize Deng Xiaoping, Deng Xiaoping, and beat back the right deviationist wind to reverse correct verdicts, Chairman Mao has pointed out,
With the socialist revolution, they themselves come under fire. At the time of the cooperative transformation of agriculture, there were people in the party who opposed it, and when it comes to criticizing bourgeois right, they resent it. You are making the socialist revolution, and yet don't know where the bourgeoisie is. It is right in the Communist Party, those in power taking the capitalist road. The capitalist roaders are still on the capitalist road.
This scientific thesis has incisively laid bare the bourgeois essence of the capitalist roaders in the party, further indicated the main target of the revolutionary struggle throughout the historical period of socialism, and defended and developed the great Marxist-Leninist theory on class struggle and the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is a powerful ideological weapon for us to persist in continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat and to combat and prevent revisionism. An important feature of class struggle in the historical period of socialism. The emergence of capitalist roaders, the bourgeoisie inside the party, is an important feature of class struggle in the historical period of socialism, and is closely linked with the change in class relations under the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the period of democratic revolution, the principal contradiction in our society was the contradiction between the proletariat and the masses of the people on the one hand, and imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism on the other. At that time, there were also opportunists, revisionists, and chieftains of the various opportunist lines inside the party. They were agents of the bourgeoisie and other exploiting classes in the party, but for the bourgeoisie as a whole, they were merely its appendages. Since the landlord and comprador capitalist classes held the reins of government at that time, the nucleus and the main force of the bourgeoisie, its headquarters and its chief political representatives, were outside and not inside the party. After great victory had been won in the new democratic revolution, the rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism was overthrown, and the proletariat led the people of the whole country in seizing the political power of the state. Since then, China has entered the historical period of socialist revolution, and the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie has become the principal contradiction in society. Since our party has become the ruling party, the struggle between Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line and the bourgeois and revisionist line determines not only the nature of our party, but also the character and prospects of our country as a whole. From that time on, our struggle against the bourgeoisie, both inside and outside the party, has gradually developed in depth in all spheres, centering around the basic question of whether or not to carry out the socialist revolution. The San Fan and Wu Fan movements, the socialist transformation of the ownership of the means of production, and the anti-rightist struggle were all major struggles between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie since the founding of New China. In these struggles, the bourgeoisie outside the party still had some strength to engage in a trial of strength with the proletariat, and was still able to nominate its own protagonists. But even then, a complicated situation had already developed in which the bourgeoisie inside and outside the party responded to and colluded with each other. In their unbridled attacks on the party, the bourgeoisie and other exploiting classes outside the party had the support of the bourgeoisie inside the party and banked on its help. Through the two-line struggle in the party, we brought to light the activities of the bourgeoisie inside the party against the socialist revolution and criticized its revisionist line, thereby ensuring the victories of the various major campaigns in the socialist transformation. With the continuous deepening of the socialist revolution, the bourgeoisie outside the party, which is in a position of being ruled, has lost its means of production economically and met with one defeat after another on the political and ideological fronts. Consequently, its strength has been gradually weakened. If during the bourgeois rightists' attack on the party, they still had the so-called Chang-Lo alliance playing the commander's role, then after the anti-rightist struggle, it has become much more difficult for the bourgeoisie outside the party to openly muster its forces to wage an all-round struggle against the proletariat, subvert the dictatorship of the proletariat and restore capitalism. The principal contradiction in the entire historical period of socialism is the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. With the balance of class forces having undergone a change, the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie finds expression in the party in an increasingly profound and acute way. Thus, the capitalist roaders emerge in the party as the force at the core of the bourgeoisie as a whole, and become the main danger in subverting the proletarian dictatorship and restoring capitalism. While carrying out the socialist revolution, we must not only see that the old bourgeoisie and its intellectuals still exist in society, and that large numbers of the petty bourgeoisie are still in the course of remoulding their ideology, but we must be especially aware of the bourgeoisie hidden inside the party, that is, those party persons in power taking the capitalist road. Only by waging a resolute struggle against the capitalist roaders in the party, like Liu Shaoqi, Lin Piao, and Teng, and persisting in directing our revolution at the bourgeoisie inside the party, can victory be ensured in the struggle against the bourgeoisie and the capitalist forces in society at large. Only thus can it be said that the main target of the socialist revolution has been really grasped. Anyone who fails to understand that the bourgeoisie is right in the Communist Party is not a sober-minded proletarian revolutionary. In summing up the historical experience of the Paris Commune, Engels pointed out that after the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is necessary to guard
against this transformation of the state and the organs of the state from servants of society into masters of society, in pursuance of their own special interests.
Introduction by Frederick Engels to Karl Marx's The Civil War in France. Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1974, page 15. After the victory of the October Revolution, Lenin analyzed the actual social conditions in the Soviet Union and clearly pointed out that a new bourgeoisie existed in the country, and that it was arising from among the Soviet government employees and the small producers. In the light of the historical lesson of how the Soviet Union has turned revisionist and the practical experience in exercising the dictatorship of the proletariat in China, Chairman Mao has put forward the brilliant thesis that the bourgeoisie
is right in the Communist Party, those in power taking the capitalist road.
This is an important development of Marxism-Leninism. Over the last 20 years and more, following the founding of the People's Republic of China, Chairman Mao has not only made a profound analysis of the bourgeoisie inside the party from a theoretical angle, but has also in practice led us in carrying out repeated struggles against it. The chieftains of the revisionist line, Cao Kang, Peng Dehuai, Liu Shaoqi, Lin Piao, and Teng Xiaoping were all commanders of the bourgeoisie inside the party. And the several major two-line struggles in the socialist period have been struggles waged by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie inside the party with them as the ringleaders. It is precisely in the course of these struggles that our socialist system of the dictatorship of the proletariat has been continually consolidated and developed. Class nature of capitalist roaders. Chairman Mao has pointed out in his analysis of the classes in Chinese society,
To distinguish real friends from real enemies, we must make a general analysis of the economic status of the various classes in Chinese society and of their respective attitudes toward the revolution.
It is, therefore, extremely necessary for us to apply the Marxist scientific method to reveal, both politically and economically, the bourgeois nature of the capitalist roaders, so that we can clearly see that the bourgeoisie is right in the Communist Party. The most essential political characteristic of the capitalist roaders in the party is that they push the revisionist line and cling to the capitalist road. In analysing them, we must first and foremost grasp this characteristic and, from the viewpoint of political line, get a clear understanding of their essence. It is on the basis of a common effort to push the revisionist line that the capitalist roaders form a political faction in the party in a vain attempt to restore capitalism. And the chieftains of the revisionist line that emerged on many occasions in the past were all general representatives of this line. These chieftains, like Liu Shaoqi, Lin Piao, and Teng, all held a very large portion of the party and state power. So they were in a position to recruit deserters and renegades, form cliques to pursue their own selfish interests, and set up bourgeois headquarters, turn the instruments of the dictatorship of the proletariat into those of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and hoodwink for a time a number of people who lack an understanding of the real situation and do not have a high level of consciousness, inveigling them into following their revisionist line. They were more ruthless and dangerous than the bourgeoisie outside the party in their efforts to restore capitalism. The revisionist line, pushed by the capitalist roaders in the party, represents in a concentrated way the interests of the old and new bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes, and this determines the bourgeois nature of the capitalist roaders. The socialist period is
a period of struggle between moribund capitalism and nascent communism.
Lenin, Economics and Politics in the Era of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. It is beyond doubt that the capitalist roaders as the bourgeoisie inside the party are part of the declining bourgeoisie as a whole. Precisely because the bourgeoisie is a moribund and decadent class, its reactionary nature is all the more pronounced.
The rise to power of revisionism means the rise to power of the bourgeoisie.
Mao, quoted in Wang Hongwen, Report on the Revision of the Party Constitution, 10th Party Congress, 1973, in Lotta, and Mao Makes 5, page 96. Bent on practicing revisionism, Lin Piao went so far as to cook up the outline of Project 571 and to launch a counter-revolutionary armed coup d'etat, while Teng Xiaoping, who persisted in practicing revisionism, caused the counter-revolutionary political riot like the incident at Tiananmen Square. These soul-stirring facts of class struggle have bared in an extremely sharp and clear-cut manner the reactionary nature of the bourgeoisie, the party. Economically, the reason why the capitalist roaders are the bourgeoisie inside the party is that they represent the decadent capitalist relations of production. In the socialist period, the proletariat wants to constantly transform those parts of the superstructure and the relations of production which are not in harmony with the socialist economic base and the productive forces and carry the socialist revolution through to the end. The capitalist roaders in the party, however, do everything possible to preserve those parts of the superstructure and the relations of production which hamper the development of the socialist economic base and the productive forces. Their vain attempt is to restore capitalism. If we examine the position of the capitalist roaders in the party, in the relations of social production, by following Lenin's teaching on the meaning of classes as expounded in his A Great Beginning, and Chairman Mao's analysis in On the Correct Handling of Contradictions, among the people regarding classes and class struggle in socialist society, after the basic completion of the socialist transformation of the ownership of the means of production, we will get a fairly clear understanding of their bourgeois nature. We can see from real life that once the leadership in certain units or departments was controlled by capitalist roaders like Liu Shaqi, Lin Piao, and Teng Xiaoping, they would use the power in their hands to energetically push the revisionist line and turn the socialist mutual relations among PC into capitalist relations between employers and employees. They would use legal and numerous illegal means to expand bourgeois right with respect to distribution and appropriate the fruits of other people's labour without compensation. And they would also take advantage of their position and power to dispose of state or collectively owned means of production and consumption, with the result that socialist ownership exists only in name, but is actually tuned into capitalist ownership under the control of the capitalist roaders. In the final analysis, the revisionist line pushed by Liu Shaoqi, Lin Piao, and Teng Xiaoping was designed to preserve the decadent and declining capitalist relations of production, to cling to the bourgeois ideology of oppression and exploitation of the proletariat, and to the capitalist system, and to serve the economic interests of the bourgeoisie as a whole, so as to drag our country back to those dark days of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal old China. Class and historical roots of the emergence of capitalist roaders. The emergence of capitalist roaders, the bourgeoisie inside the party, in the socialist period is by no means accidental, but has deep class and historical roots. In the struggle to repulse the right deviationist attempt to reverse correct verdicts, Chairman Mao has pointed out,
After the democratic revolution, the workers and the poor and lower middle peasants did not stand still. They want revolution. On the other hand, a number of party members do not want to go forward. Some have moved backward and oppose the revolution. Why? Because they have become high officials and want to protect the interests of high officials.
This instruction of Chairman Mao's has stung the capitalist roaders in the party to the quick. The switch over from the democratic revolution to the socialist revolution is a fundamental change in the course of which division is bound to take place within the revolutionary ranks. The workers and poor and lower middle peasants want revolution, and Chairman Mao's revolutionary line reflects their demand and guides the whole party and the people throughout the country to continue to make the socialist revolution. But a number of people in the party who cling to bourgeois democratic ideas and refuse to remold themselves do not want to go forward. In the eyes of these people, imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, which were like three big mountains weighing down on the Chinese people, were overthrown while they themselves had gained enormous political and material benefits, and that meant the end of the revolution. Some of them, whose revolutionary will had sagged, failed to keep pace with the times. Some others clung to the reactionary bourgeois stand and, in order to protect their own interests, which are, in essence, those of the bourgeoisie as a whole, came out into the open to oppose the proletarian socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, in a vain attempt to turn back the wheel of history and restore capitalism. And these people are none other than those party persons in power taking the capitalist road. The arch-unrepentant capitalist roader in the party Deng Xiaoping is just such a person, and turning from a bourgeois democrat into a capitalist roader is the course he actually followed. An important reason why the capitalist roaders oppose the socialist revolution is that they are against restricting bourgeois right. Chairman Mao has pointed out,
Lenin spoke of building a bourgeois state without capitalists to safeguard bourgeois right.
we ourselves have built just such a state, not much different from the old society.
There are ranks and grades, 8 grades of wages, distribution according to work, and exchange of equal values.
Bourgeois right is inevitable in the socialist period, and this birthmark left over from the old society cannot be eliminated overnight. But it must be restricted under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Otherwise, it would lead to capitalist restoration. Bourgeois right is an important economic basis for engendering the new bourgeoisie. Some people in the party whose world outlook has not been thoroughly remoulded and who try hard to strengthen and expand bourgeois right are bound to turn step by step into capitalist roaders or members of the bourgeoisie. To expand bourgeois right is, in essence, to safeguard the interests of the bourgeoisie as a whole and to reinforce the social basis for restoring capitalism. That Deng Xiaoping was so resentful and panic-stricken when he heard that bourgeois right was being criticized was because bourgeois right is the lifeblood of the bourgeoisie inside the party, and any restriction of bourgeois right means directing the revolution against it. In the socialist period, what attitude one takes toward bourgeois right, to restrict it or expand it, is an important criterion for distinguishing whether one is continuing the revolution or is standing still, or even opposing the revolution. On this issue, our struggle against the capitalist roaders in the party, a struggle between restriction and counter-restriction, will continue for a long time to come. 5. Develop socialist Prodika 10 with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. The nature and goal of socialist production and the means of achieving this goal. The establishment of the system of socialist public ownership has led to a fundamental change in the social relations of people in the production, exchange, and distribution processes. To begin with, the nature of social production has changed, and the goal of social production and the means to attain the goal of social production have also changed. Thus, the development of socialist production follows laws that are different from the laws of capitalist production. Only by correctly understanding and making use of these laws can socialist production be developed with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. Socialist public ownership has fundamentally changed the nature of social production. The socialist labour product is both direct social product and commodity. Production of material wealth is a necessary condition for the survival and development of human society. Under different social and economic systems, however, social products possess different characteristics. Under the system of private ownership of the means of production, production is a private affair. The product belongs to the individual producer. Therefore, production is always directly manifested as private production. The product is also directly manifested as a private product. When this product is not produced for the consumption of the producer, but is instead intended for exchange, then it becomes a commodity. The private product as commodity also possesses a social nature, but this social nature is concealed by the system of private ownership and cannot be directly expressed. Only through exchange, wherein the produced commodity has proven to meet the needs of society, can the social nature of the product be validated. In capitalist society, all products are both private products and commodities. Capitalist production is the most developed form of private commodity production. In socialist China, after the socialist transformation of the system of ownership of the means of production had been basically completed, the whole of social production, with the exception of a small amount of land retained by commune members to farm for their personal needs and family sidelines, operated by members of the rural collective economy, has been constituted on the foundation of a system of public ownership of the means of production. Taken as a whole, the production of the state economy and the collective economy, based on socialist public ownership and organised in accordance with countrywide planning, is aimed at directly meeting the needs of society, namely, directly meeting the needs of the proletariat and the labouring people as a whole. This kind of production is fundamentally different from capitalist private production. Viewed from its principal aspect, it has become direct social production. The products of labour are also socially useful from the start, and therefore they are no longer private products, but rather direct social products. Needless to say, the labour that is engaged in direct social production to create direct social products is no longer private labour, but rather direct social labour. Engels once observed,
"From the moment society enters into possession of the means of production and uses them in direct association for production, the labour of each individual, however varied its specifically useful character, becomes social labour straight away and directly."
historically, in the process of development of human society, direct social production had once existed. This was in the primitive commune. At that time,
the members of the community were directly associated for production.
2. They labored together and distributed products to the members according to custom and need. This was a
kind of direct social production based on a system of public ownership by the clan commune. It appeared under conditions in which the level of productive forces was low and the social division of labour underdeveloped. It was a primitive public ownership economy without commodity production and exchange. Socialist direct social production is large-scale social production based on a division of labour and a mode of cooperation involving millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people. From the point of view of the development of human society, socialist direct social production is a higher form of direct social production than that which existed under conditions of primitive communism. But compared with the future communist direct social production, socialist direct social production remains an immature form of direct social production. It has not yet rid itself of the traditions and birthmarks of the old society, nor has it freed itself from commodity production. In the fairly long historical period of socialist society, the socialist system of public ownership consists of two kinds of socialist public ownership, and socialist production is conducted on the basis of these two forms of ownership. Products are owned, respectively, by the socialist state and by various units and enterprises under the collective ownership system. This determines that while socialist production is direct social production, it cannot but be commodity production. To attain normal economic relations between the state and collective sectors of the system of socialist public ownership and between industry and agriculture, and to facilitate the consolidation of the worker-peasant ant-alliance, it is necessary to retain and suitably develop commodity production and exchange for a fairly long period of time. This cannot be changed at will. Lenin pointed out,
Commodity exchange is a test of the relationship between industry and agriculture.
in analysing the primitive origins of the commodity, Marx had already pointed out,
So soon, however, as products once become commodities in the external relations of a community, they also, by reaction, become so in its internal intercourse.
A community to which Marx referred is primitive communism. But this reasoning is also applicable to the socialist economy. The socialist economy is an integrated whole. The commodity relations between two kinds of socialist public ownership cannot but be reflected in the exchange relations within the system of socialist ownership by the whole people
itself. At the same time, in consequence of the existing level of social productivity, and in order to strengthen the management responsibility of enterprises, material conditions demand that the state enterprises maintain their relative independence of operation and management. Hence, even though various state enterprises all are in the same family and all belong to the same owners, it still holds that when these enterprises mutually require the products of others, these products cannot be transferred without being paid for. The same family needs to be treated as two different families, still needs to be treated like different owners, being paid according to price. Thus, in socialist society, the commodity system is not only practiced between units of the state and the collective sectors, based on two kinds of socialist public ownership, but is also practiced within the state enterprise sector itself. In socialist society, it is still necessary to maintain commodity production. But because this is commodity production bound up with direct social production, established on the foundation of socialist public ownership, it is quite different from commodity production that has existed historically. This commodity production has the following characteristics. 1. It is conducted to directly meet social needs and is mainly manifested in the exchange relations between the worker and the peasant, the two great labouring classes. 2. In contrast to unorganised and unplanned capitalist commodity production, socialist commodity production is conducted in a planned manner under the guidance of state planning. 3. Compared with capitalist society, the scope of commodities is greatly reduced in socialist society. Labour power is no longer a commodity. Land, iron mineral resources, and other natural resources are no longer commodities either. In sum, socialist society is a transitional society between capitalist society, where commodity production has developed to its peak, and communist society, where commodity production will have withered away. Commodity relations of socialist society already display in embryo the characteristics of the withering away of the commodity system. This will be analysed in more detail in Chapter 9. Since socialist products are both direct social products and commodities, categories related to commodity production and circulation, such as use value and exchange value, concrete and abstract labour, money and price, and so forth, will certainly exist. To negate the necessity of maintaining commodity production in socialist society and to attempt to abolish commodity production prematurely are quite obviously erroneous. Chen Pienta, a renegade and Trotskyite, clamoured for the abolition of commodity production and exchange during the period of the rapid development of China's rural people's commune movement. This in a futile attempt to lead revolution and economic construction astray. Chairman Mao saw through this conspiracy in time and engaged him in a resolute struggle. In the resolutions of the 6th plenum of the 8th Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, personally convened and chaired by Chairman Mao, it was pointed out,
this way of thinking, which attempts to prematurely abolish commodity production and exchange, prematurely negate the constructive role of commodities, value, money, and price, is detrimental to developing socialist construction and is therefore incorrect.
socialist commodity production must not only be retained, but must also be developed to consolidate the economic link between China's industry and agriculture and between urban and rural areas for the purpose of promoting the development of socialist construction. But on the other hand, it must also be recognized that socialist commodity production, while it differs from private commodity production, remains commodity production. It is still the case that the characteristics of commodity production and the categories associated with it are generated by the socialist system of public ownership of the means of production. As to commodity production itself in socialist society, it is not that much different from that of the old society. Concretely, 1. In socialist society, the commodity still has use value and value, that is, a dual nature. Hence, socialist enterprises, whether they operate within the sphere of collective ownership or the sphere of ownership by the whole people, must still take into account value, output value, cost, profit, and so forth, as well as use value. 2. In socialist society, the economic law of commodity production is still the law of value. The value of the commodity is still determined by the socially necessary labour time required to produce it. Hence, the production unit, whose individual labour time is lower than the socially necessary labour time, will be able to receive higher income, and those production units whose individual labour time is higher than the socially necessary labour time can only receive lower income, perhaps even suffer a loss. 3. In socialist society, owing to the existence of commodity production, money will continue to function as the general equivalent, and the value of commodities still needs to be expressed in terms of money, i.e., expressed as price. Hence, the price of commodities will still deviate from the values of commodities, allowing different commodity producers who expend equal amounts of labour to receive unequal amounts of income. The phenomena described above reveal that socialist commodity production involves bourgeois right, equality on the surface, but inequality in actual fact. These kinds of bourgeois rights in the field of commodity production are the soil-engender capitalism and bourgeois elements, and they must be restricted under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Proletariat wants to use commodity production to promote socialist construction, while the bourgeoisie wants to use commodity production to restore capitalism. In the 3 years of natural calamities, 1960 to 1962, the Liu Shaoqi clique unscrupulously advocated the extension of privately retained plots, the unregulated development of the free market, and a system of internal responsibility for profit and loss in the state economy. Their intention was to expand bourgeois right in commodity production in order to erode and break up the socialist economy and to restore the capitalist system. Chairman Mao was the first to discover this evil design of the Liu Shaoqi clique. He led the whole party to criticize and repudiate the revisionist line carried out by the Liu Shaoqi clique, and to work out and take up a series of policies and plans restricting bourgeois rights in commodity production, which achieved very good results. But owing to the protracted and complex nature of class struggle, this struggle between restriction and counter-restriction, far from ceasing after several rounds of struggle, will continue for a long time. Socialist production is a unity of the labour process and the value creation process. The duality of socialist products is reflected in the duality of the production process that generates these products. As production for direct social products, socialist production is a direct social labour process that creates in a planned manner various use values that satisfy the needs of the proletariat and the masses of labouring people. As commodity production, the labour of the producer not only creates concrete use values, but also creates exchange values. The socialist production process is a unity of this direct social labour process and the value creation process. Thus, the characteristics of socialist production can only be determined with reference to the characteristics of the direct social labour process and the value creation process. If we abstract the labour process from specific social conditions and examine it from the standpoint of the functions performed by the various primary factors of production, We find that the labour process is merely a means through which the people who possess labour power incorporate it into materials, creating desired products. It is a purposeful activity for creating use value, a process of material transformation between people and nature. However, all production processes are carried out under definite social conditions. Therefore, labour processes reflect the relations not only between people and nature, but also among people. If we examine the labour process from this standpoint, it becomes clear that there is a fundamental difference between the labour process under socialism and the labour process under capitalism. The labour process under the capitalist system is a process in which the capitalist consumes labour power. Chief among its characteristics is the fact that the worker labours under the supervision of the capitalist, while the products of that labour belong to the capitalist. Which is to say, labour under the capitalist system is hired labour, slave labour, back-breaking labour performed by the exploited. Under the socialist system, for the first time, the labouring people become masters of the state and the enterprise. Consequently, there appear in the socialist labour process new characteristics that are without historical precedent. Lenin said,
"Every factory from which the capitalist has been ejected, or in which he has at least been curbed by genuine workers' control, every village from which the land-owning exploiter has been smoked out and his land confiscated has only now become a field in which the working man can reveal his talents, unbend his back a little, rise to his full height, and feel that he is a human being. For the first time after centuries of working for others, of forced labor for the exploiter, it has become possible to work for oneself and, moreover, to employ all the achievements of modern technology and culture in one's work."
the socialist labour process is a process in which the worker, the peasant, and other labourers create material wealth for the labouring class itself. Chief among its characteristics is the fact that the labouring people, as their own masters, are engaged in organised and planned labour in socialist production. The entire labour product is distributed by the labouring class itself. Therefore, the socialist labour process is a planned labour process, not subject to exploitation. It is a voluntary and conscious labour process of the labouring people aimed at the creation of social wealth. It is a direct social labour process. However, socialist society is a society with classes. In addition to the labouring class, there are the exploiting classes. The former exploiters must also labour in the socialist society in which consumption depends on labour. Supervised labour is imposed on the landlords, the rich peasants, and members of other antagonistic classes. Neo-bourgeois elements are allowed to reform through labour in the enterprise. The treatment accorded these two exploiting classes is different because the nature of their contradictions with the labouring people is different. But as exploiters, their labour necessarily carries with it varying degrees of compulsion. Naturally, the compulsion imposed on the exploiter by the labourer is fundamentally different from the compulsion imposed by the exploiter on the labourer. In the past, the exploiter compelled the labourer to labour in order to extract surplus value from the labourer. Now, the labourer compels the exploiter to labour in order to transform him into a new person. Therefore, the socialist labour process is also a process for reforming the exploiter. This is to say, the socialist labour process does not merely involve material transformation between people and nature, but also involves social and class reform. As far as the labouring people are concerned, the socialist labour process still carries with it traditions and influences of the old society. This is because the old social division of labour, inherited from capitalist society, can only be eliminated gradually through the entire historical period of socialism. The position of the labouring people in socialist production cannot but be restricted and affected by the old social division of labour. Some people are primarily engaged in mental labour. Others are primarily engaged in manual labour. Some people occupy a position of leadership and management in production, while others occupy the position of direct producers. The antagonistic opposition between mental and manual labour is one of the most important sources of inequality in capitalist society. Socialist society has overcome this antagonism, but there still exists a fundamental difference between mental and manual labour. a difference that can also become antagonistic under certain conditions. The Soviet Union, under the rule of the Brezhnev renegade clique, is ruled by a bureaucrat monopoly bourgeoisie, a handful of people using their brains, including party bureaucrats, intellectual aristocrats, and technical bureaucrats. Therefore, the process by which the labouring people come to be the masters of society and enterprise in socialist society is a long process of struggle. It is not only a process of struggle with the bourgeoisie and its agents in the party, it is also a process in which favourable conditions are created to gradually eliminate the basic differences between mental and manual labour. In the socialist period, although all the labouring people are free from exploitation, labour has still not become life's prime want for all the labourers. The traditions and influences of the old society continue to leave their mark on labour and can only be swept away, once and for all, in the highest stage of communism. These characteristics of the socialist labour process are also reflected in the value creation process. Every commodity embodies the duality of labour. Concrete labour creates use value, while abstract labour creates value. Value reflects certain social relations. Under different social and economic conditions, the social relations reflected by value are different, and so too does this apply to the formation of value. Under the conditions of a simple commodity economy, the peasant or handicraftsman produces by using his or her own means of production. Labour products and their values naturally belong to the producer. After the commodity is sold, the producer gets back the value of the means of production used up in the production process. But the juicer also realises the new value created by his or her own labour. This new value compensates for the value of the means of subsistence required for the reproduction of labour power. In such a way, the production process can continue on the scale of simple reproduction. Marx called the value formation process under simple commodity production the simple value formation process. Under capitalism, the aim of commodity production undertaken by the capitalist is to extract surplus value from the worker. Through the production and sale of commodities, the capitalist gets back the value of the means of production used up in the production process. At the same time, the new value created by the labour of the worker not only compensates for the variable capital advanced by the capitalist to purchase labour power, but also creates a surplus. This surplus is the surplus value extracted by the capitalist. Marx called the value formation process in capitalist production the value expansion process. This value expansion process reflects the exploitative relations between capital and hired labour. In the socialist production process, the labour of the labourer, as concrete labour, transfers and preserves the value of the means of production used up in the production process. As abstract labour, it creates new value. Should this new value created by the producer belong entirely to the producer himself? Number. To realise socialist expanded reproduction and to satisfy the diverse common needs of the labourers, society must control various social funds. These social funds can only come from the new value created by the producer. If the newly created value belonged entirely to the direct producer, then the socialist economy would not be able to carry on expanded reproduction. It could only maintain simple reproduction. The common needs of the labourers could not be satisfied either. Therefore, in socialist society, the new value created by the producer must be divided into two parts. One part is at the disposal of the producer himself. It constitutes the personal consumption fund of the producer and is used to satisfy the personal living requirements of the producer. Another part constitutes various social funds. This social net income is at the disposal of society and is used to further develop socialist production and to satisfy the various common needs of the masses of labouring people. Actually, this situation shows that in socialist society, the labour of the producer is also divided into two parts. One part can be designated as the labour that constitutes the social fund. The other part can be designated as the labour that constitutes the personal consumption fund for the producer. The differentiation of the new value created by the producer into the labour remuneration fund and the social fund under the socialist term is fundamentally different from the differentiation of the new value created by the worker into wages and surplus value under the capitalist system. Under the capitalist system, labour power is a commodity and is subject to the law of value. Wage means the price of labour power. No matter how large the newly created value, the part that belongs to the individual worker is only equal to the value of those means of consumption necessary for the reproduction of labour power. The rest, that is, surplus value, is not only appropriated by the capitalist, but used as a means to increase the exploitation of the worker. Under the socialist system, labour power is no longer a commodity. The labourer is no longer exploited. All of the value created by the producer is at the service of the labouring class. As producer, part of the new value created by the labourer has to be deducted and placed at the disposal of society as social funds. As part of the labouring people, the producer is fully entitled to enjoy the social welfare made possible by the social funds. The distribution of newly created value into the personal consumption fund for the producer and the social fund at the disposal of society is regulated by an overall consideration of the common and the individual interests, and the long-term and the short-term interests of the labouring people. Consequently, the value formation process under the socialist system is different not only from the simple value formation process in simple commodity production, but also from the value expansion process in capitalist production. It is a particular and unique process of value creation reflecting socialist relations of production. The socialist production process is a unity of this direct social labour process and the value creation process. The fundamental Econ 0b, NC, law of socialism embodies the most fundamental relations of socialist production. The aim of socialist production is to satisfy the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people. If socialist production is a unity of the direct social labour process and the value creation process, what then is the principal aspect of this contradiction? The principal aspect of a contradiction in social production embodies the objective aim of this social production and reflects the most fundamental relations of this social production. It is independent of people's will and is ultimately determined by the nature of the ownership of the means of production. Social production has to serve the interests of the class which owns the means of production. Under the system of capitalist ownership of the means of production, the labour process also creates use values. But this is not the aim of capitalist production. The capitalist operates factories in order to exploit the worker and obtain profit through the value expansion process. Value expansion is the principal aspect of capitalist production. It embodies the most fundamental relations of capitalist production. Marx pointed out,
The aim of capital is not to minister to certain wants, but to produce profit.
7.
Capital and its self-expansion appear as the starting and the closing point, the motive and the purpose of production.
The system of socialist public ownership of the means of production enables the labouring people to become the masters of production. Social production must serve the needs of the labouring people as a whole. Therefore, a direct social labour process that creates use values in a planned manner to satisfy the needs of the labouring people is the principal aspect of socialist production. It embodies the objective aim of socialist production and the most fundamental relations of socialist production. The value creation process is subordinate to the direct social labour process that creates use values. In the socialist production process, it is entirely necessary to calculate labour expenditure and profit and loss. But what and how much to produce cannot be determined by the magnitude of output value and the magnitude of profit. What and how much to produce should be based instead on the needs of the masses of labouring people. Whatever is urgently needed by the labouring people should be produced in greater quantity with the greatest possible effort, even at the risk of temporary losses. On the other hand, anything that is not urgently required by the labouring people, even if it yields high output value and high profits, cannot be indiscriminately produced in great quantity. The reason the socialist enterprise must calculate labour expenditure and profit and loss is not only so that it can reduce production costs in order to reimburse expenditure FBI, it also to provide an ever-increasing social fund for developing production at a high speed and increasing the supply of social product. The subordination of the value creation process to the direct social labor process is aimed, in the final analysis, at creating an ever-increasing quantity of social wealth to satisfy the needs of the laboring people as a whole. Before the victory of the October Revolution, Lenin pointed out that in socialist society,
the wealth created by the common labor will go to benefit, not a handful of rich men, but all those who work.
the purpose of socialist production is to satisfy the needs of the laboring people as a whole. But the long-term interests of the laboring people and their overall interests can only be reflected and expressed through the state system under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Therefore, the aim of socialist production can also be described as the satisfaction of the ever-increasing needs of the socialist state and the people. These needs are multifaceted. To develop their intellectual and physical well-being and their moral sense of right and wrong, there is a need for the proletariat and the labouring people to continuously raise the level of their material and cultural life. There is also a need, since classes, class contradictions, class struggle, the danger of capitalist restoration, and the threat of sabotage and aggression from imperialism and social imperialism still exist in socialist society, for the socialist country to consolidate proletarian dictatorship and strengthen national defence. And since the proletariat can emancipate itself, once and for all, only by emancipating all of humanity, the socialist country must fulfill its internationalist duties and support the revolutionary struggles of the peoples of the world. Therefore, the aim of socialist production is to raise the level of the material and cultural life of the proletariat and the labouring people, consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat, strengthen national defence, and support the revolutionary struggles of the peoples of the world. In the final analysis, socialist production is aimed at eliminating classes and realising communism. The great strategic policy formulated by Chairman Mao to be prepared against war, be prepared against natural disasters, and do everything for the people fully embodies the objective aim of socialist PRC-duction and indicates a correct direction for the development of China's socialist production and the whole national economy. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line and his general and specific policies, China's socialist production develops vigorously. The level of the people's material and cultural life is increasing all the time. The dictatorship of the proletariat is being continuously strengthened and consolidated. Within our capabilities, we have given aid to the cause of world revolution. In the Soviet Union, under the rule of the Brezhnev renegade clique, the law of surplus value governs social production. The aim of production is to pursue profit and to guarantee that the largest possible amount of surplus value is extracted from the labouring people of the Soviet Union by the bureaucrat monopoly bourgeoisie. On the one hand, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique rants and raves that
the most important summary indicator of an enterprise's productive activity is profit and the rate of profit,
and continually calls on enterprises
to struggle to raise profit.
But, on the other hand, in order to deceive the masses, clique still morbidly clings to the signboard of pseudo-socialism, trying hard to distort the aim of socialist production. It typically proclaims that
the highest purpose is to raise people's welfare,
or that
everybody will have enough food, clothing, shoes, housing, and books. We call this communism.
This renegade clique deceives the masses with the sweet talk of bourgeois welfarism, the purpose of which is to make people forget class struggle and revolution in order to facilitate the restoration of capitalism. In the Soviet Union, the only people who eat well, dress well, and are properly sheltered are the bureaucrat monopoly bourgeoisie and the revisionist intellectual aristocracy under their wing. The broad labouring people have again fallen into the abyss of exploitation and suffering. Grasp revolution, promote production. The principal aspect of the socialist production process, the most essential thing that determines socialist production, is the satisfaction of the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people. To serve this aim, social production must be developed so as to increase total social output. Marx and Engels pointed out in the Communist Manifesto that after the proletariat has overthrown bourgeois rule, it will use its political rule to expropriate the capitalist.
It will use its political supremacy to wrest by degrees all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat, organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible.
10. When China was faced with the transition from the new democratic revolution to the socialist revolution, and when the emphasis of party work shifted from the rural areas to the urban areas, Chairman Mao also earnestly taught us to pay attention to the rehabilitation and development of production, saying,
"From the very first day we take over a city, we should direct our attention to restoring and developing its production."
There are generally two ways of developing social production and increasing total social output. One is to increase the labour force in production as the population increases. In general, this may increase the total social output, but it cannot increase per capita output. Another way is to increase labour productivity. This not only increases total social output, but also increases per capita output. From the long-range perspective, the major way to develop socialist production can only be by increasing labour productivity. When he discussed the significance of increasing labour productivity, Lenin said,
"Only by increasing production and raising labor productivity will Soviet Russia be in a state to do WTN." 12.
He also said,
"Productivity of labor is the most important, the principal thing for the victory of the new social system."
13. How then can labour productivity be increased so as to develop socialist production? Marxism holds that the productive forces develop under the constraint and impetus of the relations of production. In class society, production is always carried out under definite class relations. Even though changes and developments in social production always begin with changes and advances in the productive forces, major advances in the productive forces always occur after major transformations in the relations of production. In the early stages of capitalist development, it proved necessary to have a bourgeois revolution in order that capitalist relations of production could become the principal economic base of society, before it became possible for major advances in the productive forces to take place. In socialist society, it is also only after the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the in-depth unfolding of socialist revolution, and the carrying out of socialist nationalization and agricultural collectivization, thereby establishing socialist relations of production as the sole economic foundation of society, that major advances in the productive forces can take place. When the socialist transformation of the system of ownership of the means of production is basically completed, revolution is not yet finished. In the realm of production relations, only by consolidating socialist relations of production, corresponding to the development of productive forces, and by adjusting or transforming in a timely way those parts of the relations of production that conflict with the development of the productive forces, can socialist production be continuously and rapidly developed. Advances in science and technology and innovations in production tools play a big role in developing production and raising labour productivity. But it is people, not things, that are decisive. 14. Science and technology are discovered by people, and production tools are created by people. Of all things in the world, people are the most precious. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, as long as there are people, every kind of miracle can be performed. 15. The broad masses of China put it well.
"Fear not the lack of machines, fear only the lack of determination. With one red heart and two hands, everything can be produced through self-reliance."
The socialist activism of the broad masses must be aroused through the political and ideological work of the party. Only by grasping the key link of political and ideological work, mobilizing the masses to take up and discuss major national issues, criticizing and repudiating revisionism, the reactionary outlooks of Confucius and Mencius, and the world outlooks of all the exploiting classes, and, most fundamentally, raising the consciousness of the broad masses on questions of class and two-line struggle, Can socialist production be continuously and rapidly developed? Therefore, in socialist society, the ultimate way to develop production and increase labour productivity is to persist in continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. After the proletariat seizes political power, only by wielding the socialist superstructure to unfold in-depth socialist revolution on the political, economic and ideological battlefronts, under the guidance of the party's correct line and with the aid of state power under proletarian dictatorship, can the SAT, otage and obstruction of the bourgeoisie, and capitalist influence in general be swept away and destroyed. Only then can socialist relations of production be consolidated and improved, and can all positive factors be mobilized to promote the development of socialist production at high speed. The policy Grasp Revolution and Promote Production, formulated by Chairman Mao, correctly reflects the requirements of the objective laws governing the motion of the basic contradictions of socialist society. This policy teaches us that proletarian politics must command all economic work, and that revolution must guide and impel production. Only in this way can China's socialist production be guaranteed to advance with big strides in the correct direction. The modern-day revisionists have always used the reactionary, the ori of the productive forces to oppose continued revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The renegade cliques of Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao always opposed revolution under the pretext of developing production. They even attributed the development of production wholly to the development of science and technology and the improvement of production tools to reliance on bourgeois experts. The revisionist line pushed by the cliques of Liu Shaoqi and Lin Piao has been overthrown, but the lingering poison of this theory of the productive forces has not been completely swept away and has to be criticized and repudiated repeatedly. The fundamental economic law of socialism determines all major aspects of development of the socialist economy. The objective aim of social production and the means to realize it express the basic direction of development of social production and embody the requirements of the economic laws of society. Different social and economic systems have different aims of production and different means to achieve them. Consequently, there are different fundamental economic laws. The aim of socialist production is to satisfy the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people. This aim is attained by means of propelling the development of technology and production through revolution. Therefore, to sum up briefly, the major characteristics and requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism are to opportunely adjust and transform the relations of production and the superstructure, to steadily raise the level of technology, to develop socialist production with greater, faster, better, and more nomical results, to satisfy the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people, and create the material conditions for the ultimate elimination of classes and the realization of communism. The fundamental economic law of socialism determines all major aspects of development of the socialist economy and the basic content of socialist production, exchange, distribution, and consumption. As far as production is concerned, what and how much to PRC juice, and how production should be arranged in socialist society, must obey the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism. In drawing up plans, the socialist country specifies the variety, quantity, and arrangement of production in keeping with this law, so that the development of socialist production can be conducive to consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, strengthening national defense, supporting the revolutionary struggles of the peoples of the world, and steadily raising the level of material and cultural life of the laboring people. Socialist exchange must also obey the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism. In determining the proportions of exports and imports to domestic production and consumption, the proportions between military and civilian use, the proportions between supply to the rural areas and supply to the urban areas, and the prices of products, the first thing that the socialist country considers is not how much money can be made or how much the profit is. The first thing it considers is whether the arrangement is favorable to raising the level of material and cultural life of the laboring people, consolidating the worker-peasant alliance, strengthening national defense, and supporting the revolutionary struggles of the peoples of the world. The fundamental economic law of socialism also determines socialist distribution and consumption. In the distribution of national income and personal consumption goods, the socialist state must obey the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism. For example, the determination of the proper ratio between accumulation and consumption, as well as the level of wages, must take into account both the long-term and immediate, and the collective and individual interests of the proletariat and labouring people. Similarly, socialist consumption, whether it be collective or individual consumption, must be favourable to improving the material and cultural life of the proletariat and labouring people, revolutionising people's thought, fostering new socialist ideological standards of behaviour, consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, and accelerating socialist construction. In summary, the fundamental economic law of socialism embodies the most essential links between socialist production, exchange, distribution, and consumption. It determines the ultimate direction of development of the socialist economy. The correct understanding and use of the fundamental economic law of socialism can raise our consciousness, help us overcome spontaneity in our work, and enable us to advance with big strides in the correct socialist direction. The high-speed development of socialist production is a unity of objective possibility and subjective initiative. The socialist system enables production to develop at speeds unattainable in the old society. The aim of socialist production is to satisfy the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people. The degree of satisfaction of these needs is closely related to the speed with which production develops. The consolidation of national defense in the socialist country, the development of cultural, educational, and health facilities, and activities in socialist society, the improvement of the material and cultural life of the people, and aid to the cause of world revolution, all require rapid development of socialist production to create their material preconditions. Also, because imperialist rule is generally overthrown at its weakest link, the first countries in which socialist revolution is successful are to have a relatively weak industrial base. This creates an even greater necessity for high-speed development of socialist construction. Under the socialist system, it is not only necessary, but possible, to have rapid development of production. Chairman Mao pointed out,
In saying that socialist relations of production are better suited to the development of the productive forces than are the old relations of production, we mean that they permit the productive forces to develop at a speed unattainable in the old society, so that production can expand steadily to meet the constantly growing needs of the people, step by step.
16. Therefore, rapid development of socialist production is not a mere hope, but is based on objective possibility inherent within socialist relations of production. It is a manifestation of the superiority of the socialist system. Can socialist relations of production propel production and the whole national economy to develop at high speed? First of all, the socialist system provides wide-ranging possibilities to unleash the activism and creativity of the labouring people in the PRC production process. Under the socialist system, the proletariat and the labouring people are no longer wage slaves selling their labour power. They have freed themselves from enslavement and exploitation and have become masters of the new society. They no longer perform hard labour for any exploiter, but instead work for the interests of their own class. Labour has become a glorious and great vocation. This change in the position of the labouring people in social production allows them to begin to really concern themselves with production as masters and to exercise their inexhaustible talents. People with the ability to labour are the most important factor in production. Socialist relations of production can propel the development of production at a high speed primarily because the activism and creative talents of the labouring masses, suppressed under the capitalist system, are now liberated. Second, the socialist system eliminates the immense waste of manpower, material resources, and finances that is inevitable under the competitive and chaotic conditions of capitalism. The socialist country can fully and rationally utilize labor and material resources by drawing up a unified plan to direct the development of the whole national economy. Facilities and natural resources can be used in a planned and rational manner, and labor power can be trained and allocated in a planned and rational manner. Third, the socialist revolution has eliminated the system of man exploiting man, and has made it possible to use that part of the wealth which was formerly used by a handful of members of exploiting classes for parasitic consumption to improve the livelihood of the labouring people and to develop socialist production. Fourth, the socialist system has cleared a wide road for the rapid development of science and technology. Under the capitalist system, new technology is used only when it can bring more profit to the capitalist. New technology that has already been adopted is monopolized by the capitalist as trade secrets. This inevitably restricts the development of new technology. Under the socialist system, new technology is adopted for the purpose of economizing on labor expenditure in production. It is also adopted for the purpose of reducing labor intensity and improving working conditions. Therefore, the development of science and technology becomes a conscious demand of the labouring people. Furthermore, the advanced experience in technical innovations of any one socialist enterprise is the common property of the labouring people. It can be more quickly adopted by other enterprises after it is summed up and disseminated. Fifth, the socialist system has eliminated the contradiction between increases in production capacity and the relative decrease of mass purchasing power that is peculiar to capitalism. This is so because, with the development of socialist production, the consumption level of the proletariat and the labouring people steadily increases, while the scale of national construction steadily expands. Economic crises due to overproduction never occur. This clears away artificial obstacles to the rapid development of production. Although the objective possibility exists within the socialist system for the rapid development of production, there also exist some factors that undermine and inhibit the rapid development of production. Examples are the sabotage activities of the bourgeoisie and its agents, obstruction deriving from the continuing influence of the petty bourgeoisie, the ravages brought about by natural calamities, and so forth. In addition to the objective existence of these social and natural factors, there are also subjective factors related to the proletariat itself. Along the path in unfolding socialist revolution and socialist construction, the proletariat will certainly be faced with new situations and new problems. In order to understand the objective laws of the new situations and to find correct methods to solve the new problems, a period of time is needed to accumulate experience. Socialist construction should not be expected to proceed smoothly. It can only advance in a wave-like manner. To turn the objective possibility of high-speed socialist construction into a reality, our subjective efforts are required. Here, a Marxist line, which correctly reflects objective law, plays a determining role. If the line is correct, the potential of the socialist system to promote the rapid development of social production can be realized. If the line is incorrect, or the correct line is interfered with by the revisionist line, high-speed socialist construction will be obstructed and undermined. The general line is a compass for building socialism with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. After summing up domestic and international experiences and lessons in socialist construction, Chairman Mao in 1958 formulated the general line,
"Go all out, aim high, and build socialism with greater, faster, better, and more economical results."
It is a Marxist line that fully taps the superiority of the socialist system, fully unleashes the subjective initiative of people, and seeks to build socialism with greater, faster, better, and more economical results.
The general line for socialist construction requires the unification of greater, faster, better, and more economical results in building socialism. Greater refers to the quantity of products. Faster refers to time. Better refers to quality. And more economical refers to less labor expenditure. Requirements of greater, faster, better, and more economical results are mutually reinforcing as well as interdependent. If we pay attention only to greater and faster results at the expense of better and more economical results, the result will be poor quality and high costs. In the long run and overall, the effect will not really be greater and faster results, but rather lesser and slower results. If we pay attention only to better and more economical results at the expense of greater and faster results, although product quality may be high, there will not be enough produced. The speed of construction will be too slow to satisfy the needs of the state and the people. Only if we can build socialism with greater, faster, better, and more economical results can there be truly rapid development, and can the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people be satisfied to the greatest extent possible. Ihe General Line for Socialist Construction, and a whole series of walking on two legs policies formulated by Chairman Mao enable industry and agriculture, heavy and light industry, large-scale, medium, and small-scale industry, production by foreign and indigenous methods, etc., to complement and promote each other, thus ensuring the balanced development of the various sectors of China's socialist national economy. This general line correctly reflects both the objective requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism, the law of rapid development of socialist production, and the law of planned development of the national economy, and the revolutionary will of the people of the whole country, who demand a rapid change in the backward status of the country. How can greater, faster, better, and more economical results be achieved, and lesser, slower, worse, and more expensive results be avoided in socialist construction? The key lies in fully mobilizing the masses in building socialism. The general line for socialist construction emphasizes the combination of party leadership and the broad people. It is a new development of the party's mass line on socialist construction. Marxism has long held that
history is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims.
Chairman Mao teaches
the people, and the people alone, are the motive force of world history.
Chairman Mao pointed out more than once that the masses have to be relied upon to seize political power and build socialism. The Lin Piao clique, loyal disciples of Confucius, slandered the masses in every conceivable way. They boasted that their
brains are not those of the ordinary peasant, nor those of the ordinary worker.
They tried hard to peddle the Confucian nonsense that
only the most intelligent and the most ignorant are not subject to change,
fully exposing their position as die-hard enemies of the people. Numerous facts demonstrate that the lowest are the most intelligent, and the highest and most noble are the most ignorant. Only by fully trusting the masses, relying on the masses, respecting the innovative spirit of the masses, mobilizing all positive factors, uniting all people that can be united, and as much as possible, transforming negative factors into positive ones, can socialist revolution be victoriously unfolded on the political, economic, ideological, and cultural battlefronts. And can socialist production and scientific, cultural, and educational undertakings be developed with greater, faster, better, and more economical results? Going all out and aiming high refers to the spiritual condition and subjective initiative of people. Thus, the general line gives prominence to putting proletarian politics in command and emphasizes the role of the revolutionary enthusiasm and creativeness of the masses in socialist construction. The party's task in socialist construction is to grasp the key link of political ideological work, raise the socialist consciousness of the people, help the masses to master the party's Marxist line and general and specific policies, and mobilize and organize the broad masses to struggle for the great cause of building socialism. Chairman Mao teaches us,
social wealth is created by the worker, the peasant, and the educated. As long as these people control their destiny, have a Marxist-Leninist line, and solve problems with a constructive attitude rather than avoiding them, any difficulty in the human world is solvable.
19. Once the broad revolutionary masses have mastered the party's Marxist line, their immense revolutionary zeal will be aroused and will become a powerful material force for creating miracles in the human world. The great leap forward in China's national economy emerged because of this. Achieve a Y8 leap forward in the national economy through independence and self-reliance. Under the guidance of the general line,
go all out, aim high, and build socialism with greater, faster, better, and more economical results.
The working class and all the laboring people of China are high-spirited and combat-ready. Their revolutionary spirit of daring to think, speak, and act is sky-high. The upsurge in socialist emulation, campaigns to compare with, learn from, and catch up to the advanced, while helping the backward, is rising to ever greater heights. The correct leadership of the party's Marxist line enables China's national economy to develop vigorously through independence and self-reliance. A great leap forward situation has appeared. Under the oppression and enslavement of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, the broad laboring people of old China were in the grips of tremendous hardship and suffering. The national economy was at a standstill. For a long time, many industrial products for daily use were all imported from foreign countries. A box of now commonplace matches was called foreign fire, machine-woven fabrics were called foreign cloth, and nails were called foreign nails. There were also foreign umbrellas, foreign oil, and so forth. Foreign goods flooded the domestic market, driving out the products of China's domestic industries. This was what was left behind by old China. Since liberation, under the wise leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, the heroic Chinese working class and laboring people have stood up and are determined to transform the backward old China and construct a prosperous and strong socialist new China. The basic completion of socialist revolution in the system of ownership of the means or production and the proclamation of the party's general line for socialist construction greatly propel the development of socialist construction. Amid the seething national upsurge of the Great Leap Forward, Chairman Mao pointed out,
we cannot follow the old paths of technical development of every other country in the world and crawl step by step behind the others. We must smash conventions, do our utmost to adopt advanced techniques, and within not too long a period of history, build China into a modern, powerful socialist state. When we talk of a great leap forward, we mean just this.
Under the guidance of the Marxist line formulated by Chairman Mao and under the guidance of the policy of national construction on the basis of independence and self-reliance, the people of the whole country have developed their own independent, integrated industrial system. Not only is the light industry sector turning out a full range of products and components, it is producing enough so that China can both maintain its self-reliance and engage in export. The old days when the streets were full of imported goods are completely gone. China's own machine-building industry, metallurgical industry, chemical industry, toy, scientific instruments and measuring tools industry, and electronics industry were quickly established and have developed rapidly. In the developmental process of socialist industry, the lopsided concentration of industry in the coastal provinces that existed in old China has been changed. New industrial bases in the interior have been built, thus gradually rationalizing the location of production capacities and meeting the needs of China's economic construction and national defense construction. In the practice of the three great revolutionary movements, class struggle, the struggle for production, and scientific experiment, new scientific and technical manpower has rapidly expanded, and the level of science and technology is rising steadily. Many large pieces of precision equipment and major projects can now be designed and manufactured by us without outside help. On this basis, China has exploded atomic and hydrogen bombs and launched man-made satellites. China was the first country in the world to successfully synthesize insulin, thereby making an important contribution to the study of the origin of life. China was the first country in the world to successfully manufacture a double internal water-cooling turbo generator. Under the guidance of Mao Zedong thought, the Chinese people have broken through scientific and technological barriers, one after another, and have set new records by leaps and bounds. With the soaring leap in the development of industry, science, and technology, China's agricultural mechanization is also rapidly pushing ahead. Significant achievements have been won in China's farmland water control construction, and the acreage under effective irrigation has greatly expanded. The charter of soil, fertilizer, water, seeds, close planting, plant protection, and field management for higher agricultural output has been widely practiced. In the course of China's socialist construction, a certain pause once appeared for some time in some sectors, as a result of the sabotage and interference of the revisionist pushed by the Liu Shaoqi and Eat Piao cliques. This was a manifestation of the struggle between the two classes and the struggle between the two lines in the process of socialist construction. It is a struggle between progress and retrogression. Judging from the whole process and from the whole situation since the establishment of the People's Republic, China's national economy has been developing by leaps and bounds under the guidance of the dominant Marxist line formulated by Chairman Mao. From 1949 to 1973, the total value of our country's agricultural production has increased 1.8 times. The value of light industrial production has increased 12.8 times, and the value of heavy industrial production has increased 59 times. Along with the development of industrial and agricultural production, China's communications and transportation, its commerce, banking, and finance, and its cultural and educational endeavors have also rapidly advanced. The level of material and cultural life of the people has also been raised substantially. These indisputable facts cannot be denied by anyone. The Lin Piao clique attempted unsuccessfully to negate the brilliant achievements scored by the Chinese people under the radiance of the general line by slanderously declaring that
the national economy is stagnant.
This merely further exposed their position as agents of imperialism, revisionism, and reaction, their hatred for socialism, and their wolfish ambition to restore capitalism. The brilliance of the party's basic line for the entire historical period of socialism and the general line for socialist construction illumines our big strides forward. Our great socialist motherland is prospering and progressing. When we go to the future, we feel confident and vigorous. What the Western bourgeoisie failed to do, the Eastern proletariat must and can achieve. The socialist economy is a planned economy. Planned and proportionate. Development of the national economy. Any form of social production must solve the problem of regulating and distributing social labor, that is, allocating both manpower, living labor, and material power, materialized labor, to the various sectors and branches of production. The regulation of social labor and production follows certain laws. Correctly identifying and making use of the economic laws regulating socialist production, and differentiating them from the economic laws regulating capitalist production, is very important if we are to develop socialist production with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. The law of planned regulates socialist production. The law of planned development is the opposite of the law of competition and the anarchy of production. In any large-scale social production, there exist close relations of mutual dependence among various branches of production. For example, in other Chinese texts and commentaries of the period, This law was sometimes referred to as the law of planned and proportionate development. Textile industry needs agriculture to supply cotton and the machine building industry to supply spinning and weaving machines. The machine building industry needs the iron and steel industry to supply a variety of rolled steel. And the iron and steel industry needs the coal industry to supply raw coal and the machine building industry to supply excavation equipment, smelting equipment, rolling equipment, and so forth. These industrial and mining enterprises need agriculture to supply the means of subsistence, the power industry to supply electricity, and the communications and transportation departments to transport raw materials and finished goods for them. These relations of mutual dependence among the various branches of production and among enterprises demand that they maintain proper proportions among themselves and supply what they produce to others to satisfy each other's needs. Otherwise, social production will be obstructed or even disrupted. Capitalist society is a society with a high degree of social production. But it is impossible under capitalist conditions to allocate social labor in society as a whole in a planned way. The aim of capitalist production is not the satisfaction of social needs, but the expansion of value in order to obtain profit. To go after bigger profits, the capitalists engage in life and death struggles among themselves. Like flies chasing after filth, the capitalist shifts his capital around in response to the spontaneous movements of market prices, expanding commodity production first in this and then in that sector. Under these conditions, the required proportional relations among the branches of production are often violated. Only after spontaneous adjustments through the destruction of production capacities can the violated proportional relations be temporarily restored. Lenin's statement that for capitalism there must be a crisis, so as to create a constantly disturbed proportion, exactly describes this situation. With the replacement of the capitalist system by the socialist system, economic conditions are fundamentally changed. Socialist production is based on a system of public ownership of the means of production, and its aim is to satisfy the needs of the socialist state and the laboring people as a whole. Under the socialist system, on the one hand, social production is further developed. It is all the more necessary to allocate social labor according to certain proportions and to maintain a proper balance among various branches of production. On the other hand, the system of socialist public ownership of the means of production turns the laboring people into the masters of production. Their basic interests are identical. This eliminates the conflicts of interest among the various branches and enterprises that are inherent in capitalism. Thus, the socialist state, which represents the interests of the proletariat and the laboring people as a whole, can allocate labor power and the means of production among the various sectors of the national economy, under a unified plan in accordance with the needs of the state and the people. This enables the various sectors of the national economy to develop in a balanced and proportionate manner. It is exactly these economic conditions underlying socialist production that eliminate the law of competition and the anarchy of production from the historical stage. These conditions also give rise to a new economic law, namely the law of planned development of the national economy, which regulates social production and the development of the whole national economy. These inevitable changes, consequent upon the replacement of capitalism by socialism, were foreseen scientifically by Engels. He had pointed out,
the seizure of the means of production by society eliminates commodity production, and with it the domination of the product over the producer. The anarchy within social production is replaced by consciously planned organization.
The planned economy demonstrates the superiority of the socialist system. The replacement of competition and the anarchy of production by planned development of the national economy is an important aspect of the superiority of socialism over capitalism. The socialist planned economy marks the beginning of people consciously making their own history. In capitalist society, characterized by competition and anarchy of production, things rule people rather than people ruling things. The laborers cannot control their own fate, nor can the capitalists free themselves from the blind operation of these objective economic laws working behind people's backs. In socialist society, the system of public ownership of the means of production has been realized. The laboring people have become masters of society. They control their own fate and consciously begin to make use of objective law to make their own history. This conscious activity, this conscious making of history, is manifested in the process of practice as the step-by-step identification of objective laws, the formulation of plans based on objective laws to transform nature and society, and the achievement of anticipated results through organized activity. Chairman Mao hailed the conscious activity of China's laboring people, by which they transformed the world under the leadership of the party, pointing out,
Human development has been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. But in China, the conditions for a planned development of her own economy and culture have been obtained just now. With these conditions, the face of China will change year after year. There will be a greater change every 5 years, and even greater change will occur after several 5-year periods. 3.
The socialist planned economy possesses great superiority over the economy of capitalist competition and its anarchy of production. But this does not mean that it can guarantee that the proportional relations among the various sectors of production will be maintained in a state of absolute balance all the time. There is nothing in the world that can develop in an absolutely balanced manner. Balance is only temporary and relative, whereas imbalance is permanent and absolute. In the developmental process of the socialist economy, owing to the obstruction and disruption of bourgeois and revisionist lines, owing to the ever-changing conditions as between the advanced and the backward among various enterprises, various sectors, and various regions, owing to changes in natural conditions, and owing to the limits of people's understanding of objective things, there will still regularly arise situations in which balance and proportionate relations are upset. But in socialist society, this kind of imbalance in the various sectors of production can be continually overcome through people's conscious activities and through regulation by the socialist state plan. Compared with the blind groping associated with capitalist competition and anarchy of production, the continual overcoming of imbalance and the establishment of relative balance through regulation by plans makes it possible to avoid the enormous waste of human and material resources and funds characteristic of capitalist society. And thus, it becomes possible to achieve a more rational and a fuller utilization of social labor and to guarantee rapid development of socialist production. Chairman Mao pointed out, a constant process of readjustment through state planning is needed to deal with the contradiction between production and the needs of society, which will long remain as an objective reality. Every year our country draws up an economic plan in order to establish a proper ratio between accumulation and consumption and achieve a balance between production and needs. Balance is nothing but a temporary relative unity of opposites. By the end of each year, this balance, taken as a whole, is upset by the struggle of opposites. The unity undergoes a change. Balance becomes imbalance. Unity becomes disunity. And once again, it is necessary to work out a balance and unity for the next year. Those viewpoints that regard the planned development of the socialist economy as being absolutely balanced, development and free from contradictions, are metaphysical. The correct attitude should be to conduct scientific analysis of imbalances in the national economy, to discover their different conditions, and to prescribe treatment accordingly. After the appearance of imbalance, we must treat it with a constructive attitude. We cannot rigidly pull down the high to suit the low. Instead, we must in good time pull up the backward sectors to establish a new balance according to the needs and possibilities. Thus, the change from balance to imbalance and from imbalance to balance in the developmental process of the socialist economy implies the breaking down of the old proportional relations and the establishment of new proportional relations at a higher level of development. This is a concrete manifestation of the superiority of the socialist economy. The proportional relations in the national economy must be handled correctly. The socialist economy requires people to regulate the various mutually dependent sectors of the national economy, with plans so as to ensure proportionate development. What then are the objective proportional relations among the various sectors of the national economy? Proportional relations in the national economy are numerous and complex. The main proportional relations are as follows. First, the proportions between agriculture and industry. Agriculture and industry are the two basic, mutually dependent sectors of production. The staff and workers of the industrial sector require agriculture to supply them with food grains and various non-staple foods. Light industry requires agriculture to supply it with raw materials. Both light and heavy industry need the agricultural sector as an important market for their products. On the other hand, the rural population needs industry to supply industrial products for daily use. Agricultural production needs industry to supply it with chemical fertilizers, insecticide, agricultural machinery, electricity, and other means of production. The agricultural sector also needs industry and the urban population as a market for that portion of the agricultural product not retained by the agricultural sector. Because there exist these mutually dependent relations between agriculture and industry, and because the relations between industry and agriculture are, in essence, relations between worker and peasant and between socialist ownership by the whole people and socialist collective ownership, a key issue in the planned development of the national economy is the maintenance of a proper proportion between industry and agriculture, so that they can support one another in the developmental process of the socialist economy. This issue will be discussed in greater detail in the next chapter. Second, the proportions within agriculture. These include the PRC portions among crop growing, forestry, animal husbandry, sideline production, and fishery, as well as the proportions among food grain, cotton, vegetable oil, bast fibers, silk, tea, sugar, vegetables, fruit, herbal medicines, and miscellaneous foodstuffs within crop growing itself. Taking agricultural production as a whole, the production of food grains occupies the most important position. Chairman Mao taught us to
store grain everywhere.
With grain in our hands, we won't panic. If the production of grain is no good, it not only affects the development of agriculture itself, but also will affect the development of industry and the whole national economy. Since the production of grain occupies such an important position, food grains must be insisted upon as the key link in handling the proportional relations within agriculture. The development of cash crops, forestry, animal husbandry, sideline production, and fishery cannot be divorced from the key link of food grains. However, this does not imply that the development of other items of agricultural production can be neglected. Take forestry. It not only directly supplies products to society, but also serves an important function in conserving water and soil. Without trees on the mountain, water and soil cannot be retained. Having a lot of trees on the mountain is as good as building dams. The importance of forestry to agriculture development can thus be seen. The development of animal husbandry, sideline production, fishery, and cash crops cannot be neglected either. The development of forestry, animal husbandry, sideline production, and fishery is vital to national construction and people's living standards. These activities can also promote the further development of food grain production by accumulating funds and increasing fertilizers. The policy of
taking grain as the key link and ensuring an all-round development,
formulated by Chairman Mao, pointed a direction for the correct handling of the proportional relations within agriculture. Provided that food grains are taken as the key link, TFF's policy requires that the characteristics of different regions be considered, and that an overall arrangement for agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, sideline production, and fishery, as well as food grain, cotton, oil, bast fibers, silk, tea, and so forth, be worked out so that they can support one another and develop as a whole. Third, the proportions within industry. These include the proportions between light and heavy industry, the raw materials industry and the processing industry, national defense industry and basic industry, as well as the proportions between major machines and minor machines, and between whole machines and spare parts within various industries. The proportional relations within industry are even more complex than the proportional relations within agriculture. But in the complex relations, there is still a key link. This key link is steel. With steel, we can make machines, and with machines, we can develop various industries. This key role of steel in industry reflects a major aspect of the proportional relations within industry, and illustrates that the development of the various sectors of industry must be based on the development of the iron and steel industry. In addition, other proportional relations must also be correctly handled. In the relationship between heavy and light industry, we must not neglect light industry when we give priority to the development of heavy industry. In the relationship between the raw materials industry and the processing industry, the leading aspect of the contradiction is the raw materials industry. To develop the raw materials industry, especially the mining industry, which is of decisive significance in the raw materials industry, it is important to unfold socialist construction through independence and self-reliance, and to maintain a balance between the raw materials industry and the processing industry. In the relationship between national defense industry and basic industry, priority must be given to the development of the basic industries. Without the development of such basic industries as the metallurgical, chemical, machine building, electronics, and measuring instruments industries, the national defense industry cannot go very far. Only by closely linking the development of the defense industry with the development of basic industry, and by maintaining a relative balance between defense industry and basic industry, can the defense industry and industry as a whole be developed faster. In the relationships between major and minor machines, and between complete machines and spare parts within industry, it must be noted that without the complement of minor machines, major machines simply cannot operate. With complete machines but without spare parts, complete machines have to stop operation once some parts are worn out. Therefore, we must overcome the erroneous tendency of emphasizing major machines at the expense of minor machines and complete machines at the expense of spare parts. The erroneous thinking of only wanting to be a leading character, not a supporting character, in order to maintain a proper proportion. The proportional relations within industry, within agriculture, and between agriculture and industry are three very important proportional relations in the whole national economy. This is because, among the economic links of production, exchange, distribution, and consumption, production is the determining link. And agriculture and industry are also basic sectors of production. Agriculture and light industry basically produce means of consumption, and heavy industry basically produces means of production. Once these three proportional relations are properly handled, the proportional relation between the two departments of social production, industries, of means of production, and industries of means of consumption, is basically arranged. Fourth, the proportions between industrial and agricultural production and the communications and transport industry. Marx classified the transport industry as the fourth sphere of material production, following the extractive industry, agriculture, and manufacture. Large-scale social production requires that the various sectors and enterprises expeditiously receive their supply of raw materials, processed materials, and fuel, and that they expeditiously ship their products to points of consumption. Planned production needs planned transport to tightly coordinate with it. Without corresponding development in communications and transport, industrial and agricultural production will be greatly hindered. Fifth, the proportion between cultural and educational construction and economic construction. Cultural and educational construction serve economic construction. Economic construction also promotes and delimits the development of cultural and educational undertakings. To construct a socialist country with modern agriculture, industry, and national defense, the development of modern science and culture is indispensable. The development of economic construction requires a corresponding development of cultural and educational construction in order to facilitate the continuing supply of educated laborers with socialist consciousness. Sixth, the proportions between increases in production and the development of cultural and educational undertakings, on the one hand, and population growth, on the other. A planned development of material production and of culture and education objectively requires a planned population growth, that is, family planning. Family planning is not only a basic precondition for the reproduction of labor power, it is also a necessary condition for a planned arrangement of people's livelihood, the protection of the health of the mother and the baby, and planned development of socialist construction. Blind population growth will certainly interfere with planned and proportionate development of the national economy. In capitalist society, population growth is as chaotic as the production of things. Family planning applied over the whole society is inconceivable. Only under conditions in which the proletariat and the laboring people are the masters does it become possible to simultaneously plan the regulation of population growth and the regulation of goods production. Family planning is a result of having the proletariat control its own destiny, and is a manifestation of the superiority of the socialist system. Seventh, the proportional relations between accumulation and consumption. Because socialist products possess varying degrees of commodity characteristics, there exists, in addition to the above-mentioned, primarily material proportional relations, a proportional relation based on value between accumulation and consumption. If this proportional relation is not properly handled, the development of the whole national economy will be hindered. This problem will be discussed in greater detail in Chapter 10. Finally, the proportional relations among various regions, namely, the rational distribution of production capacities. Socialist society develops out of capitalist society, and the distribution of production capacities in capitalist society, effected within the framework of competition and the anarchy of production, embodies many irrational factors. Take the example of the early period after liberation in China. The total value of industrial production in the 7 provinces and 2 municipalities along China's coast accounted for more than 70% of the total value of national industrial production. 80% of iron and steel production capacity was distributed along the coast. There was almost no iron and steel industry in Inner Mongolia, the Northwest, or the Southwest, where material reserves were abundant. In the textile industry, more than 80% of the spindles and more than 90% of the weaving machines were distributed along the coast. There were very few textile factories in the cotton-producing area and the interior. Therefore, after the proletariat seized political power, it faced the task of geographically reallocating production capacities. a rational geographic distribution of production capacities must be such that it is favorable to consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat and to consolidating and strengthening national defense against possible aggression and threats from imperialism, favorable to narrowing the differences between town and country, favorable to strengthening the unity among the laboring people of various nationalities, favorable to utilizing various resources in the most rational manner, and favorable to building socialism with greater, faster, better, and more economical results. The key issue in the rational distribution of production capacities is to achieve industry dispersed over the whole country in the way best adapted to its own development and to the maintenance and development of the other elements of production. 5. In the more than 20 years after the establishment of the People's Republic, and under the guidance of Chairman Mao's theory on the correct handling of the relations between coastal industry and interior industry, China's industry in the interior has developed rapidly. The newly established industrial bases are beginning to take shape. Former industrial bases in the provinces and municipalities along the coast have also been fully utilized and rationally developed. The law of value still influences. Socialist Producer 10. Planning is primary, price is secondary. Socialist production is, to a certain extent, both direct social production and also commodity production. Commodity production has its own laws of operation. Wherever commodities and commodity duction exist, there the law of value must also exist. Thus, both the law of planned development of the national economy and the law of value act on socialist production. The substance of the law of value is, 1. The value of commodities is determined by the socially necessary labor time expended on their production. 2. Commodity exchange must be based on the principle of equivalent values. What the law of value embodies is bourgeois right, the basic content of which in socialist society is not that much different from what it was in the old society. But under different social economic systems, the law of value will assume different forms and exert different effects on production. Under the capitalist system, social production is carried on under competitive and anarchic conditions of production. The price of commodities fluctuates with the change in the supply-demand relationship. Sometimes it is higher than the production price and sometimes lower. When the price is higher than the production price, profit is higher than the average profit. When the capitalist sees this opportunity for higher profit, he will rush in to invest his capital in those more profitable sectors. In the opposite situation, capital will be withdrawn. It is under these blind conditions that social production develops. These conditions demonstrate that the law of value under the capitalist system is manifested as an alien force working behind people's backs, and is the overall regulator of social production. Under the socialist system, social production is carried on in a planned manner. Prices are based on values and are determined by the state in a unified manner. Prices no longer fluctuate with changes in supply-demand relationships. The law of value is no longer an alien force ruling over people. Basically speaking, it is consciously utilized by people to serve socialist construction. Furthermore, the effects of the law of value on social production have also been greatly restricted. Their concrete manifestations are as follows. First, production in the socialist state enterprise is not subject to fluctuations according to the level of prices and the magnitude of profit. Production is not regulated by the law of value, but rather by the national economic plan formulated according to the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism, the satisfaction of the ever-increasing needs of the state and the people, and the law of planned development of the national economy. Based on the needs of the state and the people, the state plan stipulates what and how much to produce, and the state enterprise must thoroughly carry this out. The enterprise must produce according to the plan regardless of profit. Any loss is then made up by planned subsidies. If the leadership of an enterprise disobeys the stipulations of the plan and, on its own, expands production of highly profitable products, it will violate the requirements of the fundamental economic law of socialism and the law of planned development of the national economy and go astray on the capitalist road. Second, production in socialist rural collective enterprises is also carried out under the guidance of the state plan. Unlike the state enterprise, the collective enterprise is an economic unit responsible for its own profits and losses. The level of product prices and the magnitude of income directly influence the accumulation of the collective and the income of its members. Other conditions being equal, the collective enterprise generally tends to produce more of those products which have low costs and which command high income. In this respect, the law of value influences the production of the collective enterprise more than is the case with production in the state enterprise. However, the area sown for food grains, cotton, vegetable oil, and other major crops is stipulated by the state plan. The collective economy cannot arbitrarily expand the sown area of those crops commanding a higher income. It can only increase the yield per unit area of these crops within the sown area specified by the state through more intensive farming, more fertilizers, and better management. Therefore, with regard to the production of major products in the rural collective economy, the regulating RPLE, of decisive importance, is still played by the law of planned development of the national economy, the law of